Chapter 135. Princess Taiping saw that both sides were fighting fiercely. One side had a fracture, and the other side had a disfigured face. Yang Fan was the main offensive player of the White Horse Temple team. He was always in front. If he was not careful, he would inevitably. She felt nervous for no reason. After listening to Shanghai WN's words, she did not come back to her senses for a while. She blurted out, "What did you say was interesting?" Shanghai WN said sweetly, "In previous years, although there were some small tricks, it has never been so intense. This year's Shangyuan dynasty is really interesting." She thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's not just today. From the beginning, it has been very interesting." Princess Taiping's sumo champion for 3 years in a row was taken by 2 monks from the White Horse Temple. In the last game, the glory of our inner team was also taken by them, and today. Shanghai WN looked back at the field and said with a smile, "Today is even funnier." For all these reasons, it seems that the 17th master of the Great Hall is involved. This person is really interesting. This year's Shangyuan dynasty is really interesting. Hearing this, Princess Taiping suddenly remembered that she seemed to have said the same thing. She suddenly thought of that night the day before yesterday, thought of that huge lantern tree, thought of that pair of man and woman sitting on the 100-feet flower leaves of the lantern tree, thought of that unemotional kiss. For a moment she was somewhat absent-minded. At this time, the scene on the field could only be described as tragic. The bow-beating competition had evolved into a full martial arts competition. Both sides used their hands and feet, and screams came one after another. For the Uyghurs, although they were rough and barbaric, they were more adept at using reasonable collision techniques. They could openly dismount many monks from the White Horse Temple. The means that the monks of the White Horse Temple usually used in the past could not be used here, because it was an obvious violation of the rules. In a short period of time, they were punished countless times. However, their violations also injured the members of the Uyghurs. Although they could be replaced, the level of the people they replaced was obviously slightly inferior. Although the people of the White Horse Temple were not good at reasonable collisions, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were not. This was especially true for Yang Fan. He was not good at charging and killing in military formations, but his personal martial arts were outstanding. He was suitable for this kind of situation. Yang Fan swung his stick out and the ball was intercepted by one of the opposing players. Behind him, a Uyghur rider rushed over and pretended to be unable to snatch the ball. His stick went straight for Yang Fan's calf. Yang Fan's staff hit empty air. His face was dejected. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "What a pity." At the same time, the stick in his hand slipped out of his palm and slipped back. At the same time, his feet stepped forward in the stirrups. This action was like an exaggerated action of a good ball being destroyed. No one could say anything wrong about it. But as soon as he moved his legs forward, the Uyghur man's stick hit empty air. Yang Fan's stick slipped back and bounced out like a poisonous snake. Everyone could see clearly that the Uyghur man seemed to have hit Yang Fan's stick. The stick slipped back, it was not held tightly, so the force was not strong, but it hit the Uyghur's nose. His sharp and straight nose was immediately bent, blood flowed from his nose. The Uyghur let out a blood-curdling scream and fell down from his horse. The crowd of generals on the sidelines cheered, "Good. Heh." Yang Fan turned his head and pulled the reins of his horse. He looked at the Uyghur man rolling on the ground with a puzzled look. He even scratched his head and looked confused. As a result, the Uyghur man on the other side wanted to make a reasonable collision. But when Yang Fan circled his horse, he barely moved half of his horse's body. The Uyghur man rushed past him. The hoof of his horse was tripped by Yang Fan's horse and he fell to the ground with a loud crash. On the grandstand, Princess Taiping sneered and said softly, "Little slippery fellow, so treacherous." Shanghai WAN could not help but smile. On the other side, Chu Kuanga spurred his horse forward and waved his stick. With a catcher sound, the stick collided with a Uyghur's stick and broke into 4 pieces. The polo rolled to the side. Chu Kuanga's hand seemed to be unable to retract the broken stick in time and it flew into the air. A Uyghur man who was chasing closely behind him managed to catch up. Half of the wooden staff struck his mouth. The man did not even have the chance to make a sound before his lips were smashed into mush, his upper and lower front teeth flew out without a trace. Good. The onlookers rubbed their fists and cheered again. Shui Huai saw that his men were beaten down from their horses with bruised noses and swollen faces. He could not restrain himself any longer. He took off his purple robe aggressively and wore a pair of trousers. He picked up his Buddhist staff and was about to jump onto the field to fight. Taoist Yi Zhuo and a few other old and prudent monks hurriedly pulled him back. No matter how the people on the field fought, it could be said that they were playing football. If Shui Huai rushed off the field, it would become an international incident. At this time, seeing Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan go all out and make the other side suffer a big loss, Shui Huai's anger immediately turned into joy. He stepped on the bench and laughed. At this time, both sides no longer had any reserve players who could go on the field. There were very few contestants left on the field. On the White Horse Temple side, only 4 people were left: Yang Fan, Chu Tiange, Ma Qiao, and Hong Liu. Ma Qiao's left arm was hit by the staff and his upper arm swelled up. He endured the pain and did not retreat with his staff. It was also a blessing in his heart. During the fight, he integrated the chopping technique that Yang Fan taught him into the use of the staff. He was able to chop 2 of the opponents off the field. One of them had his shoulder broken by his staff. When he first came on the field and saw the fierceness of the Uyghurs, Ma Qiao was still a little nervous. But now, his confidence was greatly boosted. Especially after a series of killings, his blood and qi were completely stimulated. On the battlefield, people who were usually as docile as a virgin or as timid as a white rabbit could also be stimulated to become as fierce as the god of death. Not to mention that Ma Qiao was not a kind person to begin with. It was just that he had not seen such a big scene before. At this time, his eyes were red, and he was gnashing his teeth. That ferocious look of his made even the fierce Uyghurs afraid. Needless to say, Hong Liu was originally a ruffian. At this time, the left side of his face was bruised, the right brow bone was scratched, and blood covered half of his face. His expression was fierce, but there was a cold smile on his face. His pair of shifty eyes looked straight at the opponent's vital parts, and his hand tightly gripped the staff. It looked like he would take the opportunity to attack fiercely. The opponent was not much. There were only 5 people left, and all of them were injured. The Uyghur envoy could not sit still any longer. He hurriedly stood up and rushed to Empress Wu's side. When he reached Wu Zetian, he said, "Respected Empress Dowager, respected Emperor, the bowing has become a fight. This is too improper. I respectfully request Empress Dowager and Emperor to issue an edict to immediately stop the competition." Li Dan turned her head to look at Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It's just a show to coincide with the weather. These kids are all hot-blooded and eager to fight. In the end, they are still young and insensible. We will comply with your request and let them rest." Li Dan immediately nodded her head and said, "Yes, yes. Imperial Mother is right. On such a festive day, these people are too much. Quickly tell them to stop." The Uyghur envoy was overjoyed. A eunuch beside him hurried off the stage and went to pass the edict to the announcer. At this time, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga's horses crossed each other. A ball was sent out and passed to Ma Qiao's feet. Then, because Yang Fan could not rein in time, he crashed into the side of a Uyghur, knocking him and his horse to the ground. The Uyghur rider fell to the ground and was pinned down by his horse. The hard saddle smashed into his thigh. He immediately cried out in Uyghur language, "My leg is broken." On the other side, the new club that Chu Kuanga had just replaced was scrapped once again. In an accidental collision with a Uyghur player, the club broke into 2 pieces. As a result, the poor Uyghur player was almost broken in 2 as well. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga circled half a circle around the field. When the 2 horses came back and crossed each other, they each raised their palms and struck out with a bang. "The Empress has decreed that the competition is stop," the announcer shouted. Ma Qiao, who had just hit a ball, immediately reined in and looked to the side of the field. The ball rolled past the remaining 3 Uyghur players. The Uyghur captain looked at the remaining 2 players and wanted to cry but had no tears. From the red flags on the side of the field, They had at least 4 more flags than the White Horse Temple team. However, they only had 3 players left. With such a tragic victory, how could they continue with the next competition? They had originally made careful preparations for this year's bow fencing competition. They originally wanted to compete with the Tubo team, who had won every year. They wanted to win the championship and increase the prestige of the Uyghurs. Who knew that the bald donkeys of the White Horse Temple would suddenly appear out of nowhere? This time, everything was for naught. The Tubo envoy, Jie, sat in the stands. He wore a large furry robe and raised his furry face. He smiled and said to the people around him, "This year's bow fencing competition is really interesting. Haha, in my opinion, both the Uyghurs and the White Horse Temple have no chance in the finals. As for the imperial army of the Tang dynasty, let's not talk about it. This year's bow fencing competition is in the bag of the Tubo." Ha ha ha. The Tubo deputy envoy, Lun Chili, joked, "I wonder what treasure will the empress of the Tang dynasty take out as a gift for the winner this year?" Immediately, another envoy replied, "As far as I know, it is an agate cup inlaid with gold in the Tang dynasty's palace. It is said to be priceless." The Tubo envoy, Jie, frowned and pretended to be regretful. "Another cup? 2 years ago, we got a white jade cup with gold inlaid with copper. Zon Pu liked it very much and drank with it every day. Last year, we got a lotus petal ruby gold cup. Zon Pu felt that it was unnecessary. If we get another agate cup this year, wouldn't it be even more unnecessary?" The deputy envoy, Lun Chili, laughed. "So what? Every year, we get a cup made of different materials. In the future, we can gather 7 cups and use them as the national treasure of the Tubo. We can call them the 7 treasures cups. Our descendants will know that these 7 priceless cups were won by us from the Tang people." Ha ha ha, the Tubo envoys burst out laughing. Chapter 136. After the competition ended, the onlookers were still in high spirits, cursing and swearing. The Uyghur envoys and military officials in Luoyang, as well as the Uyghur merchants who were invited to watch the competition, were also shouting and ridiculing. Unfortunately, they were alone and their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming wave of cursing and could not be heard at all. Although the Uyghurs won the match, it was a tragic victory. They were destined to stop at the 3rd place and would not be able to advance further. Empress Wu sternly warned the Tubo and imperial guards not to repeat the story of the White Horse Temple and the Uyghurs. The Tubo people were full of confidence and naturally agreed. The imperial guards also obeyed. The Uyghurs and White Horse Temple people were carried away for treatment. In previous years, there were always people who were injured in fierce fights, so there were imperial doctors waiting outside the field to treat them. However, in previous years, there had never been a case where almost all the players of both teams were injured. Now it was different. More than 20 players were injured. Even the substitutes on both sides were now riddled with injuries. The 2 imperial doctors were understaffed and did not bring enough medicine. They sent people to the imperial hospital to get medicine and doctors while treating the injured first. Although the people of White Horse Temple were usually arrogant, domineering, and hated by everyone, compared to the Uyghur players, they were still much closer to them. Therefore, the 2 imperial physicians did not realize this and threw their international friends aside and prioritized treating their own compatriots. They first treated the White Horse Temple people with manpower and medicine. The injured Uyghurs could only lie there and moan, but they could do nothing about it. It was almost noon. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor, as well as many other members of the royal family and officials, were going to have lunch. The rest of the people were also going to have lunch. The second round of the competition was set in the afternoon. After everyone had finished their lunch, the doctors from the Imperial Hospital finally arrived. The Uyghur patients finally had their saviors. However, the healing methods of the saviors were sloppy. Even the fat chef who was having lunch earlier had his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes narrowed. He used a spoon to knock on the rice bucket, as if he was feeding a pig. This made the Uyghurs so angry that their stomachs hurt. The match started in the afternoon. The strongest team of the Tang dynasty, the Imperial Guards, and the strongest team in the world, the Tubo team. As the Imperial Army was the Imperial Army's own team, The soldiers were even more serious than the previous match. If the previous game was mainly for the fun, then this game was the real high-level bowstriking game. Both sides displayed high standards of horsemanship, bowing techniques, and teamwork skills. It was a true display of strength and beauty. Every lift and every movement, whether it was the flying horses, the intense atmosphere of competition, or the heroic posture of fighting with their staffs, made people feel relaxed and happy, and they cheered loudly. Young Fan could see that the Imperial Guards had gone all out in this match. They had performed admirably. Whether it was individual performance or teamwork, they were all top-notch. This was the true standard of the Imperial Guards. If they had used this kind of energy to compete with the White Horse Temple, the White Horse Temple would not have been at a disadvantage. They would have been left in the dust. However, compared to the Imperial Army, the Tubo team was a cut above them. To be more precise, the Imperial Army lacked a leader. Just like the role that Young Fan played in the Kuju competition, they lacked a leader that could be used as a benchmark. This person's role on the court was equivalent to the commander's flag, equivalent to the war drum. He had the effect of inspiring morale and uplifting the hearts of the people. In a weak team, this kind of leading figure would have no effect on the overall outcome. At most, he would be like Young Fan in the Kuju competition, displaying his individual brilliance. However, in a team that was strong as a whole, his role was immeasurable. Once such a leader joined the team, if the original team was a big hammer, then the flat head of the hammer would become sharp, and the hammer would become a hammer. Schwerene's current role was to be the leader of the entire team. His playing style and tactics were undoubtedly outstanding, and his command of the entire team was extremely brilliant. However, he was after all, nearing 40 years of age. He was too steady, but lacked drive. He did not have enough initiative on the court. On the other hand, Li Zhon, Ye Li, Di Guangyuan, Wang Tongjiao, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yang, Jiao Chu, and the others only had their own strengths. They were not very outstanding. Only Huzeruo's offense was the sharpest, but it was still difficult for him to achieve the effect of a sharp knife. Furthermore, he was slightly restrained by Schwerene's calmness, so the Imperial Army could not break through the tight defensive net woven by the opponent. On the court, Ye Li made a small mistake, and the ball was intercepted by the opponent. The Tubo striker immediately charged forward, and the player who dribbled the ball accurately passed it to the front of his horse. He broke through the Imperial Army's defensive line and dribbled the ball straight towards the goal. The rearguard of the Imperial Army, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yang, and Jiao Chu quickly returned to defend, and only then did they break his offensive and hit the ball back to the midfield. Both sides fought and collided in the midfield. Although there was some friction, it was all within an acceptable range. However, in terms of the rhythm of the game, it was obvious that the opponent was controlling the game. Princess Taiping slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows, pinched her chin and said, "If this goes on, the situation of the Imperial Army will not be good." Shangguan Wn said, "The art of bowstriking was originally passed down from the Tubo. It is reasonable that they are a bit more skilled than us. It seems that this year's bowstriking will be won by them again. However, speaking of which, the Imperial Army is already much more skilled than last year." Princess Taiping did not answer, but quickly glanced at Young Fan, who was standing at the side of the field with his arms crossed, watching the game attentively. This kid was originally the best candidate to be the sharp knife. What a pity. If he was on the field, the whole situation would be greatly different. Princess Taiping sighed softly. The game continued on the field. As the Imperial Army was still lacking a strong sharp knife type player, it was difficult for them to cut through the opponent's defense. Moreover, the offense of the opponent's two forwards was fierce and oppressive. At the end of the first quarter of the game, the Tubo team scored a goal, and both sides had a score of 1:00. At the start of the second quarter, both sides were in the same situation. Although the Imperial Army tried their best, they were still lacking in spirit. In the middle of the game, Huzero received a pass from Schwerene. With the help of Di Guangyuan and Li, the three of them were like a sharp arrow, penetrating the opponent's back line and charging into the goal in a perfect S shape. They scored a goal and equalized the score. However, in the following third and fourth quarter of the game, The opponent scored a goal first and then another 2 goals. During this period, the Imperial Army only scored a goal from Huli, and the score became 4-2. In the last 2 quarters of the game, the Imperial Army went from bad to worse, and finally the game ended 7-4. Although the Imperial Army did not have much hope for victory before the game, they still hoped for a miracle. When the game ended as expected, the soldiers were dejected, and the tens of thousands of people around the field were silent. Only some Tubo people near the rostrum who were invited by the Tubo ambassador were shouting and cheering for victory. Wu Zetian watched the entire game, but it seemed that she did not care about the outcome. When the game ended, Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, "The Tubo team is indeed superior. This year, the Tubo team is the champion again. He, come and bring the golden cup." The Tubo ambassador Jay stood up from his seat and patted his clothes. He glanced proudly at the nobles of the Tang dynasty and strode to the front of Wu Zetian. He cupped his hands arrogantly and said with a smile, "This official thanks the Empress for the reward. It is not that this official is boasting, but the art of bowstriking originated from my country. In the whole world, there is naturally no one who can compete with my bowstriking technique." Jay's arrogant words were overflowing with arrogance. All the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty who were present looked angry, but Jay was proud of himself and did not think much of it. At this time, the palace maid came up with the golden cup. Wu Zetian slightly waved her hand and said lightly, "Reward." "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for the reward," Jie Wei said in a dramatic manner. He flicked his sleeves and took the golden cup. He smiled cheerfully and raised the golden cup high above his head. The Tubo people on the scene immediately let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The Tubo ambassador spun 3 rounds on the spot and showed everyone his spoils of war. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly glanced at the table in front of Wu Zetian. He paused and said, "Empress, next year in Shangyuan, I believe the bowstriking competition will still be held. Our Tubo team will definitely have to participate. This official may be presumptuous, but can we first ask the Empress Dowager to specify the prize for next year's reward?" Saying this was a very rude action. Wu Zetian was a little surprised. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and asked curiously, "I wonder what item does the ambassador want to use as the prize?" Jay said, "Our Tubo team has won the bowstriking competition 3 times in a row. Each time, the prize is a treasured cup." This official saw that the cup on the Empress Dowager's table is exceptionally magnificent and I like it very much. Since this cup is used by the Empress Dowager, it must be very precious. If this official can win this cup next year and go back, I believe that Zanpu will be very happy. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of all the civil and military officials present changed. Shanghai Wana was about to scold him when Wu Zetian raised her hand slightly and mimicked their actions. She gently stroked the wine cup on the table and said with a smile, "Ambassador Jay, have you taken a fancy to our Jin Ou Forever Solid cup?" When Wu Zetian said Jin Ou Forever Solid, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Jay, however, replied, "Exactly." Although Wu Zetian still had a smile on her face, the corner of her eye twitched a few times. Shanghai Wana, who was familiar with her, knew that the Empress was really angry this time. Jay's words were already a public humiliation to the Tang dynasty. Him specifying the prize for next year's competition to the Empress Dowager was even more disrespectful. Especially when Wu Zetian had already pointed out the name of the treasured cup, Jin Ou Forever Solid. Since it was given such a name, this golden cup had a very important political meaning. Although Jay was not from the Central Plains, he was a Tubo envoy and was well versed in the Central Plains culture. It was impossible for him not to understand the meaning of these words. But he did not hesitate and still wanted to use this cup as a prize. This was not just him being arrogant, it was a deliberate provocation. Wu Zetian gently stroked the golden cup. The cup was made of pure gold, in the shape of a tripod, round and straight. The rim of the cup was carved with inscriptions and the middle of the cup was carved with the words Jin Ou Forever Solid. The outer wall was carved with precious flowers, the stamens of which were made of pearls, rubies, and sapphires. On each side of the cup was a pair of deformed dragon ears with precious pearls on the dragon heads. Wu Zetian gently stroked the cup for a moment and slowly raised her head. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger as she said softly, Ambassador Jay, are you sure that Tubo will win? Chapter 137. There was a humble smile on Jay's face as he bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, shooting the bow is based on the art of mounted archery. How can the Tang people's mounted archery compare to our nomadic grasslands? Therefore, I am confident that Tubo will still win next year's shooting competition. As long as this competition continues, Tubo will always win. At this point, Jay raised his eyes slightly, and a cold glint like an arrow faintly appeared in his eyes. Below the stage, when the Imperial Army generals heard his arrogant words, they couldn't help but explode with rage. Many of the officials and nobles present gradually understood the underlying meaning of the conversation between the Tubo envoy and Empress Wu. They were not actually talking about shooting the bow. Jay said that shooting the bow was based on mounted archery, and that mounted archery was an important part of military strength. In fact, Jay was referring to the military strength of the two countries. The reason why the two countries were fighting was because of the western regions, and the source was the 4 garrisons of Anxi. The 4 garrisons of Anxi were now a sore point for Empress Wu. In the first year of Emperor Gaozong's reign, Tubo attacked Anxi and the Tang abandoned the 4 garrisons of Anxi. This was the first time the 4 garrisons of Anxi had fallen into the hands of the Tang dynasty. 5 years later, the Tang dynasty recaptured the 4 garrisons of Anxi, but just 2 years later, they fell into the hands of Tubo again. Another 2 years later, the Tang army recaptured the 4 garrisons of Anxi. 7 years later, the 4 garrisons of Anxi were lost for the 3rd time. This loss had happened 3 years ago, and the imperial court had always been divided on whether or not the 4 garrisons of Anxi should be reclaimed. A group of important officials, led by Di Renjie, believed that the 4 garrisons of Anxi were of little value and that it would be of no benefit to them if they lost them. They suggested that the imperial court give up on the 4 garrisons and focus on managing the country. Empress Wu was more inclined to recapture the 4 garrisons of Anxi. Jay had clearly heard of these disputes in the imperial court. He was using shooting the bow as a metaphor for military strength, expressing his disdain for the military strength of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Wu Zetian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, no longer as calm as before. On the side, Princess Taiping suddenly said, Jay's words are incorrect. In this competition, you won first place not because the Tang dynasty's military strength is weaker than your country's, but because the military strength of the Tang dynasty's imperial army is weaker than your country's. Jay slightly raised his chin, his straight beard proudly facing Princess Taiping. He said, Your Highness, the strongest force in your country is the imperial army. They were defeated. Doesn't this mean that the Tang dynasty was defeated? Princess Taiping smiled and said, Of course not. She spread her fingers and flicked them gracefully in the air. She said slowly, The imperial army is the imperial army. It doesn't represent the Tang dynasty, nor does it represent all the armies of the Tang dynasty. The archers that you send to the Tang dynasty to compete every year are first-class experts selected by the whole country. And the contestants of the Tang dynasty's imperial army are some of the best archers selected from the 16 guards and horses of the North and South Yamen. Do you understand? Shanghai WNR understood Princess Taiping's meaning. She replied, Correct. Shooting the bow is in accordance with the season and is a festive occasion. It's not a big deal. Naturally, the Empress wouldn't go to war for it. She would choose first-class experts from all the prefectures in the country to compete with your country in shooting the bow. Shangguan WNR's words were aimed directly at Jay's lyric, which alluded to the Tang's military strength. Jay's lyric said that they were a people who lived on horseback, and that their horsemanship and archery were superior to the Tang's. Therefore, if the Tang fought them in the western region, there was no way they could win. Shanghai WNR hinted that the Tang dynasty's territory was vast. Elite soldiers and strong generals needed to guard all 4 sides. It was impossible to mobilize all the elites of the Tang dynasty for a mere 4 towns of Anxi. And you used all the power of the country to take Anxi. Once we gather our elites, you are no match for us. Jay naturally understood her hint. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Oh? Since Shangguan Daijiao has said so, Then I will take out the treasure I just obtained as a wager. Please ask the Empress to gather the first-class archers of your country to compete with us again. What do you think? Wu Zetian frowned slightly. With her status, it was naturally impossible for her to be so serious with Jay. She had gone to great lengths to recruit bowfighting experts from all over the country. Moreover, with this decree, it was unknown whether or not she would be able to find bowfighting experts who were more outstanding than the experts from the Imperial Army. If they competed again, it would be fine if they won, but if they lost, they would lose all face. Wu Zetian had just thought of this when Princess Taiping sneered and said, "Why do we need to recruit archers from all over the Tang dynasty? Just pick a few from Luoyang and it will be enough to defeat you." Hearing this, Jay laughed in surprise and said, "Good. Then Jay Chu is willing to compete." After saying this, he placed the golden cup on the table in front of Wu Zetian and took 3 steps back. He bowed respectfully and said, "Empress Dowager, Your Highness, please choose the elite soldiers and generals. I am willing to compete again. Please be the witness. No one knows her daughter better than her mother." Wu Zetian knew that her daughter was smart and thoughtful. Since she said this, she must have something to rely on. She could not help but look at Taiping. Princess Taiping stood up and walked to the side of the stage. She stood straight and slightly swept her gaze downward. Tens of thousands of people in the audience saw Princess Taiping walking to the side of the stage. It seemed that she had something to say. The whispers suddenly quieted down. The Tubo people who were still cheering also shut their mouths and looked toward the stage. Princess Taiping raised her voice and shouted, "Today, Tubo wins in archery." Because of this, the Tubo envoys laughed that our Tang dynasty has no capable people. "I don't agree. The joy of archery is to celebrate with the whole world, to celebrate with the people. It is only a game. Therefore, the Imperial Army is just some archers chosen from the Imperial Army. Not to mention that they cannot represent the standard of our Tang dynasty's army, they cannot represent the standard of our Tang dynasty. They cannot even represent the city of Luoyang. Now, Jay Chu is the envoy. With the golden cup given by the Empress as the prize, he wants to fight with our Tang dynasty again." When Princess Taiping said this, she paused for a moment. Gradually, a murderous look appeared between her eyebrows. She slowly looked around the audience and suddenly raised her voice again. There was a faint sound of metal and stone. "Here are the soldiers of the Imperial Army and the heroes of Dongju. Is there anyone who is willing to fight with me, Li Lingyu? I am willing to fight with the princess. I am willing to fight with the princess." The ones who responded were Shui Na, Di Guangyuan, Huselo, and the other members of the Forbidden Army. They were already very ashamed of defeating them. Now that they heard Princess Taiping's words, they were even more ashamed to show their faces. A woman was not inferior to a man. How could a dignified man endure such humiliation? Therefore, they all volunteered to fight. In fact, the blood of the tens of thousands of soldiers around the field was already boiling. If there were millions of enemies in front of them at this time, they would also rush up and fight without fear. The problem was that shooting arrows was not a battle, and it was not enough to be hot-blooded. Therefore, the 70,000 soldiers clenched their fists tightly and looked at the front of the stage, breathing heavily. Although they could not respond, the words "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess" were stuck in their throats, and their young faces were as red as coxcomb-like blood. Princess Taiping's limpid eyes were fixed on one person. That person was on the other side of the field. The wind carried Princess Taiping's voice into his ears. He looked at the noble princess on the stage in surprise. He saw that the princess was also looking at him. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of soldiers, but he knew clearly that Princess Taiping was looking at him. He did not speak, but just fixed his eyes on the stage. Some things were indeed just a game. Just like when Ma Qiao generously gave up the ball under his feet because of Lan Yiqing's coquettish grumble. It was not because he was careless, but because the result of this game was meaningless to him. Since that was the case, why didn't he use it to win the beauty's smile? If Yang Fan did not want to become an archery member through this game and achieve his goal, he would not care about a game. But even if it was a game, when it was combined with glory, dignity, and bravery, it was no longer a dispensable game, but a goal worth fighting for. Yang Fan was also a person of the Tang dynasty, and also a man of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, his blood was boiling. Chu Kuanga stood not far behind him. He raised his hand and slapped the butt of the dark horse. The dark horse walked towards Yang Fan. When it came to Yang Fan's side, it used its head to rub against Yang Fan's sleeve. Yang Fan looked back at Chu Kuanga, reached out his hand and slapped the saddle, and jumped up. This was a good horse. Xue Huai had requested a batch of the best war horses from the army, and this black stallion was the best among the batch of war horses. Its fur was as black as satin, and its limbs were slender and powerful. When Yang Fan rode on the horse, the staff was hanging on the victory hook. Yang Fan took off the staff and held it in his hand like a gun. With one hand holding the reins, his back was straight, and his head was raised high. With both of his legs in the stirrups, the fine horse took small steps and galloped to the empty center of the arena. Yang Fan gently pulled on the reins, and it stood still. Like its owner, it raised its head high. At this time, the sky was close to dusk. The faint red rays of the sun shone on Yang Fan's handsome face and heroic figure, as if he was a gold-plated bronze statue. Yang Fan gathered his qi in his dantian, and with a voice that resounded through the arena, he shouted, "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Princess Taiping stood on the stage and looked at him. A happy smile bloomed on her lips, and it was as bright as spring flowers. Then, a date red horse galloped into the arena. Chu Kuanga also held his staff like a spear, and with a voice like thunder, he shouted, "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Ha 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 ha, bold. Refreshing. I haven't been in the arena for many years, and my hands and feet are itching. I am also willing to fight side by side with the princess. With this sudden laughter, Qiu Shenji stood up and walked down the stage like a fierce tiger. He walked straight to Xue Na. Xue Na quickly cupped his fists and took a step back, giving the yellow horse to Qiu Shenji. Qiu Shenji stroked the manner on the neck of the horse, and without stepping on the stirrups, he jumped on the horse. His movement was vigorous, and it was not inferior to a strong young man. When the imperial army saw that 3 out of 10 places had been taken, they immediately cupped their fists together, and with the most solemn military salute, they knelt down on one knee, and solemnly asked Wu Zetian to fight side by side with the princess. "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows, and suddenly laughed. "My son, I will appoint you as the commander today. Everyone here will be under your command. Who else do you want to use? Just name them." Chapter 138. Princess Taiping turned around and bowed to Wu Zetian. "I accept your orders. Mother, just sit down and watch me fight for our Tang dynasty." Princess Taiping turned around and walked down the stage. The servants immediately brought her mount. It was a white horse with a snow-white body. Its flowing manner was like white snow. It looked very handsome. The saddle of the horse was already prepared. 2 maids brought the arrow-sleeved martial arts attire to help her put it on. Her long hair was untied and her hair was pulled into a ponytail. In a short while, the graceful and noble Princess Taiping had turned into the valiant and formidable Hua Mulan. Princess Taiping supported the saddle and mounted her horse. She steadied her body and with a baseball stick in her hand, she spurred the horse lightly in front of the 10 Imperial Army players. When she reached Husello, she suddenly pulled the reins and stopped. Pointing her baseball stick toward him, she shouted in a tender voice, "You come." Husello's spirit was lifted. He quickly replied, "Yes." He mounted the horse and galloped in the field. He turned the horse around and stood side by side with Qiu Shenji, Chu Kuanga, and Yang Fan. The rest of the generals puffed out their chests and waited for Princess Taiping to call them. Princess Taiping glanced at them and galloped towards the field. The rest of the imperial guards were stunned, their faces turned red. "Your Highness," Di Guangyuan shouted, "are we really that useless?" Princess Taiping held the horse's reins and looked back. She laughed loudly, "Not at all. If you want to win against Tufan, the 5 of us are enough." These words shocked everyone present. A moment later, thunderous shouts resounded through the sky. The generals and soldiers clenched their swords and spears in their hands, raised them high, and shouted in unison, "Mighty, mighty, mighty." The sound lasted for a long time and spread to a very far place. Li Lingyu was a woman and a princess of the Tang dynasty. She brazenly accepted the challenge of the Tufan masters. This action ignited the courage of all the Tang dynasty soldiers. The eyes of the hot-blooded soldiers were bloodshot and their temples were throbbing. If it was not for the fact that this battlefield was not a place for fighting with numbers and courage, they would have rushed forward even if there were millions of enemy soldiers in front of them. Moreover, Li Lingyu did not make 10 people. She dared to challenge the Tufan warriors with only 5 people. Such courage, such boldness, was even more admirable. For a moment, the great vigor of the entire audience caused the Tubo people to look somewhat dejected and their morale to drop. Princess Taiping's action put Jay in a bit of a difficult position. He really wanted to show off his demeanor at this time, to show off the spirit of Tubo, and also participate in the battle with 5 people, but he was worried that he would really lose this match. This was originally a dispute that he deliberately provoked, and that would be a great loss of face. After thinking it over, Jay gritted his teeth and thought to himself, in any case, we've already won a match with 10 people against 10. Now you're the one who's arrogant and insisted on competing with 5 people. If I win against you, it won't be considered me bullying you with numbers. So he waved his hand and ordered his 10 team members to enter the arena. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Tang soldiers immediately booed, causing the 10 Tubo masters to lose some face. Yang Fan, who was holding his stick, looked at the other team members entering the arena. He worriedly said to Princess Taiping, "Your Royal Highness, are we going to compete with only 5 people? There are many experts in the Imperial Army." Qiu Shenji stroked his beard and smiled. "Princess may be a woman, but you are well versed in the art of war." "Hihi, it's 5 against 10, it's really a brilliant plan." Chu Kuanga was surprised. "Why do you say that, great general?" Qiu Shenji said, "Can't you see? There was a deep meaning behind the princess's arrangement. Firstly, it was a matter of cooperation. In terms of teamwork, the 10 experts of the Imperial Army had the best rapport with one another. If teamwork was the only thing that mattered, the 10 of them should have been sent out once more. Adding the few of us into the mix would have destroyed the rapport. But now it has been proven that they are still slightly inferior to the Tubo people. If we let too many of them participate in the competition, we will either be unable to form a whole, or we will be attracted by their pace and become their vassals, which will instead affect our performance. Secondly, morale. The battlefield was a wondrous place. It wasn't a matter of who had more people or who was better at fighting that would definitely win. Many times, a plan, a strategy, a favorable terrain, a heavy downpour, could cause an unexpected change in the situation of a battle. We are 5 against 10. In terms of morale, we must be strong while the enemy is discouraged. Its effect may seem invisible, but it is everywhere. Yang Fan looked at Qiu Shenji in surprise. He only knew that Qiu Shenji was a ruthless official, but he did not know that he was really knowledgeable. Just this knowledge alone was extraordinary. No wonder Qiu Xingong, the founding general of the Tang dynasty, had 4 sons, and Qiu Shenji was the most outstanding one. Qiu Shenji said, "Thirdly, honor. This battle is for the sake of victory, and the other side's 10 people have just fought for 6 rounds, and their stamina is already exhausted. If we were to fight 10 against 10, they would still have a good excuse if we won. But now that we are fighting 5 against 10, if they lose, what else is there to say? Fourthly, the arrangement of 10 people attacking Juju is to attack, defend, intercept, and coordinate with each other. Now that the princess is fighting 5 against 10, I am afraid you will win by surprise." "Your Highness, is what I said right?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "What the general said is exactly what I am thinking. You are indeed a famous general of the Tang dynasty. But," Princess Taiping said, "before thinking about winning, first think about losing. I am fighting 5 against 10, this is also to reserve a way out." Husello could not help but ask, "Princess, what way are we reserving?" Princess Taiping covered her mouth and said, "I have boasted, but we are fighting 5 against 10. If we win, of course we will be proud. But what if we really lose? After all, we are fighting 5 against 10. If he wins, there is nothing to brag about. In the end, it is me who is being too arrogant. It is not the Tang dynasty that is losing face. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Princess Taiping glanced at young Fan and ordered, "Young Fan, Husello, you two will be the vanguard." Both of them looked serious and cupped their fists at the same time. "Yes." Princess Taiping said again, "Chu Kuanga, you are the center." "Yes." Princess Taiping lightly waved her ball cane and said with ease, "I and General Chiu will be the left and right inner vanguard, supporting the attack." Chu Kuanga was slightly surprised and said, "Give up the defense and attack with all our strength." Princess Taiping's jade face turned cold and said in a deep voice, "Yes. We will concentrate our strength. As long as we get the ball, we will attack with all our strength. The five of us are good at attacking, so we will definitely break their defense. If the opponent gets the ball, we will snatch it if we can and intercept it if we can. Once they break into the back, let them go." Princess Taiping glanced at young Fan and said, "There is no one behind us to stop them. Even if he scores a goal, it will not be glorious. The more goals he scores, the more depressed they will be and the less spirited they will be. He, I learned this trick from you, young Fan." It seemed that young Fan's glorious defeat style of playing in Kuju really made the princess depressed for a long time. After the Tubo people entered the field, Princess Taiping considerately suggested that they would only play 3 quarters to determine the winner. The reason was that although the opponent had 10 players, they had played 6 quarters in a row and their physical recovery was limited, so they would inevitably be exhausted. The Tangs were the hosts and would not take advantage of them. However, she did not mention that they only had half of the opponent's players on their side. This move was really beautiful. The Tubo people watching the game on the sidelines were a little ashamed to cheer for their team. Young Fan, on the other hand, snickered in his heart. This princess was really smart. The opponent might not be able to adapt to the playing style of attacking with 5 sharp knives at the same time, but this kind of playing style with no defense had a big loophole. Once the opponent got used to it, 3 quarters would be over. The game began. The right forward, Huzero, grabbed the ball. Young Fan immediately rushed in front of him to the left line of the opponent's camp. This move not only disrupted the opponent's formation, but also attracted some of the opponent's players, creating a condition for Huzero to dribble the ball forward. Once Huzero passed the ball to him, he could become the main attacker at any time. The opponent had no choice but to send out 2 members to intercept him. At this time, Chu Kuanga also spurred his horse and rushed to the center line. The 3 of them formed an inverted triangle and rushed into the opponent's front field. Then Princess Taiping and Qiu Shinji, one on the left and one on the right, also spurred their horses and rushed out. This move was beyond the opponent's expectation. Princess Taiping was a woman, and Qiu Shinji's hair was gray and he was not young. They thought that these 2 people would act as defensive players. They did not expect that once the Tangs got the ball, they all became the main attackers and rushed to the opponent's camp together. In this way, young Fan, Huzero, and Chu Kuanga formed an inverted triangle. Chu Kuanga, Princess Taiping, and Qiu Shinji formed another triangle. They rushed to the opponent at the same time. The opponent's 3 players squeezed toward Huzero. Huzero passed the ball to young Fan. The 2 players in front of young Fan immediately changed from squeezing to snatching. Before they got close, young Fan had already passed the ball to Chu Kuanga's feet. Another 2 players blocked Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga raised his stick and pretended to pass the ball to young Fan. His stick swung out but hit nothing. He quickly took 2 steps forward and suddenly backhanded the ball. The ball was passed backward and hit Qiu Shinji. With fewer players, they had to try to ensure that their side controlled the ball. If something went wrong, they would pass the ball to other players to reduce the chance of the ball being intercepted. Of course, they all understood this. As soon as Qiu Shinji saw the ball flying towards him, he suddenly shouted and kicked the stirrups with both of his legs. The originally light horse stance suddenly turned into a gallop. The war horse suddenly sped up and quickly got rid of a player on the other side. After catching the ball, the horse did not slow down but rushed to the opponent's rear defensive line at a faster speed. At this time, young Fan and the other 2 vanguards had restrained many players on the opponent's side. When the opponent saw Qiu Shinji suddenly become the vanguard, they were shocked and hurried to help. At this time, Princess Taiping had rushed to the opponent's half of the field. Qiu Shunji bypassed two players on the opponent's side with an S-line and hit the ball to the front of Princess Taiping's horse. The ball fell 3 feet in front of Princess Taiping's horse. Princess Taiping and Yang Fan, who was not far away, and 3 players on the opponent's side rushed to grab the ball at the same time. Princess Taiping arrived first and hit the ball diagonally in front of the opponent's goal with just 1 stick. Qiu Shunji rushed over at the right time. After Qiu Shunji passed the ball, the horse did not slow down at all. It was like an arrow leaving the bow. When 2 players on the opponent's side just formed a pincer attack on him, Qiu Shunji passed through them, leaving only a straight ponytail, which was caught by them for a moment. The ball hit by Princess Taiping only bounced once after it fell to the ground. Qiu Shunji shouted loudly, and the ball stick turned into a shadow. The ball was hit by his stick and flew towards the opponent's goal with a whistling sound. A defender on the opponent's side rushed to intercept the ball. When he waved his stick, the ball went straight into the ball pocket. The first goal. The Tangs were fighting 5 against 10, but they scored 1 goal first. And the goal was scored by Qiu Shunji, the general of the Jin Wu Guards, who was over 60 years old. Chapter 139. Mighty. On the military field, tens of thousands of soldiers burst into thunderous cheers, and the sound of mighty resounded through the sky again. Princess Taiping's 5 people's all-out attack was indeed very sharp. Of course, this not only required their superb ball skills and horsemanship, but also required them to have the most accurate judgment of the ever-changing situation on the field. These 5 people on the field happened to have this ability. When Qiu Shunji was young, he was one of the best generals in the Tang dynasty's archery field. When Li Shimin introduced archery in the Tang dynasty, Qiu Shunji was once appointed to Tubo to learn how to play polo. He was one of the first people to popularize this game in the Tang dynasty. At that time, he repeatedly won the championship in the archery field and was rewarded by Emperor Taizong of Tang for this. Chu Kuanga was one of the most outstanding generals in the archery field of the 2nd generation of the Tang dynasty. If he hadn't just made a name for himself in the archery field and been expelled from the military camp because he offended his superior, he would have been the number 1 player in the archery field of the Tang dynasty. This time, the imperial army of the Tang dynasty participated in the tournament. He would certainly be the leader, and the result of the last game might not have been the same. Yang Fan, on the other hand, had played rattan ball on the beach of the South China Sea since he was a child. He could control the light rattan ball freely, so it was naturally easy for him to control the polo ball. Although he was not as experienced as Qiu Shunji and Chu Kuanga in terms of horsemanship and overall view, Yang Fan was still above them in terms of ball skills. So once Yang Fan became familiar with archery, with his superb ball control skills, it was enough to make up for his shortcomings in other aspects. In the past, Ashina Huzero was the number 1 attacker in the archery field of the Imperial Army. His style was the most fierce, so these 4 people could be said to be the best at archery. Princess Taiping was also very good at horsemanship and ball skills. This princess of the Tang dynasty was a good athlete. Her archery level, even in the archery field of the Imperial Army, could be ranked in the upper middle position. Moreover, she was a woman and a princess, so no matter from which aspect, the Tubo people couldn't fight with her too fiercely. If they really hurt her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the Tubo envoys repeatedly provoked Wu Zetian, they didn't really want to make trouble with the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Princess Taiping, who had 10% of her fighting power, could also exert 120% of her power in this game. Moreover, her identity as a woman and her noble status had an exceptionally strong motivating effect on all the players participating in the game. The game continued, and by the end of the 2nd quarter, the score between the 2 sides was already 6-5. In just 2 quarters of the game, both sides had scored a total of 11 goals. From this, one could see how intense this all-out attack was. 6-5. The Tangs had 6 points and the Tubo had 5 points. 10 people against 5, and the other side had a woman and an old man, but they were actually at a disadvantage. The Tibetan envoy, Jay, could not bear it any longer. As soon as the 2nd quarter of the game ended, he rushed to the sidelines as if his butt was on fire. He shouted in Tibetan and reprimanded all the players severely. He did not care about the demeanor of an envoy at all. Husaro looked at the roaring Jay and said softly, "Jay is angry." Princess Taiping picked up the water bag and drank some water. She pursed her lips and said softly with a smile, "I'm afraid he won't be angry. The more he forces the Tubo team, the more powerful he will be for us." Young Fan said cheerfully, "That's right. We have fewer people. I'm afraid that they will be on guard and wait for an opportunity to make a move. If we drag it out, we will have more openings. If that happens, I'm afraid we will lose. Now that Jay is angry, if under his pressure, the Tubo team is forced to go all out to attack us, hey. Hee. Chiu Shinji smiled slightly. His pair of deep tiger eyes narrowed as if he was taking a nap. He said leisurely, "If they compete with us in attacking, how can a piece of rusty iron win against well-tempered steel?" The third and final quarter of the game was even more intense. The Tubo team was behind by 1 goal, and this was the last game. This realization made all the Tubo team members go crazy. With red eyes, they fiercely pounced on the Tubo team. The few Tubo people at the sidelines shouted for them hoarsely in Tubo language. At the sidelines, the sound of the war drums was like bursts of thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. The arms of a man beating the drums were weak. As long as his hands slowed down a little, someone would jump up to replace him. The people could be replaced, but the drums could not stop. The war drums rumbled, and all the soldiers were cheering for their own people. The number of people was 5 to 10, and the score was 6 to 5. This score was unacceptable to the Tubo team, who had always thought that they were invincible. Therefore, at the start of the last quarter of the game, they were like wolves and tigers. They used the same strategy as the Tang team, pressing forward with all their strength to attack. With the full strength of the top 10 players, how could they not catch up with this ball, or even surpass the Tang team? However, when they met on a narrow path, using a fence against a fence, the slightest difference was enough to determine victory or defeat. Although there were only 5 people on the Tang dynasty's side, 4 of them were more powerful than the Tubo team. Princess Taiping was a little less skilled than them, but they were afraid of hurting her. Therefore, they were restrained when fighting for the ball. Although there were 10 people on the Tubo team, the horses galloped on the field. 3 to 5 horses were enough to control a large area. After the Tubo team adopted the strategy of all-out attack, their advantage in numbers could not be used at all. Moreover, at this time, the Tang dynasty was already in the lead. Although it was only 1 goal, their mentality was completely different. Being in the lead was an unprecedented record for the Tang dynasty team. Secondly, it was a record of 5 against 10, which was enough to laugh at the world. Therefore, Princess Taiping and the others were not anxious at all. Now, as long as they got the ball, they would use their exquisite ball control skills and superb horsemanship to try their best to keep the ball for as long as possible. As the game was about to end, both sides actually had not scored a goal. This situation formed a sharp contrast with the frequent goals scored in the first 2 quarters. Seeing that the game was about to end, the incense stick was about to burn out. The cheers of the Tang dynasty's soldiers celebrating the victory came one after another. Jay could not sit still and ran to the side of the field again to shout. Hearing his shout, the Tubo team's offensive became more rapid. As a result, the pace of the attack became more chaotic. Princess Taiping cleverly cut off one of their balls and immediately passed it to Yang Fan. After dribbling the ball, Yang Fan did not directly rush to the opponent's goal. Instead, he circled to the outside field and then cut to the end line. His plan was to attack if he could, and if he could not, he would try to delay as much time as possible. How could the Tubo team let him do that? They immediately outflanked him. Seeing that several pursuers were approaching, Yang Fan shouted and waved his stick to pass the ball to Huzeruo on the other side. Huzeruo had been slightly injured in the scramble. The corner of his eye was scratched and there was a trace of blood on his face, but he still insisted on playing. Seeing that Zhu Qiu was in front of his horse, Huzeruo immediately caught the ball and sped up his horse. He made a posture of rushing to the goal. After successfully attracting several opposing players to surround him, he passed the ball to Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga rushed forward with the ball. Out of the corner of his eye, He glanced at young Fan's position and suddenly flicked the ball. The ball drew an arc and fell to the right in front of the goal. Young Fan's horse had just emerged from the encirclement of the opponent's 2 horses. Seeing this scene, he immediately urged his horse to pounce. At this time, the sky was already dark. Countless torches were lit around the field. The black horse that young Fan was riding was like a black dragon. It ran faster and faster, getting closer and closer. It shook off the opposing players who were constantly trying to intercept and fight for the ball. Like a black shadow, it was the first to pounce in front of Zhu Qiu. 3 tubo players, respectively, flanked him from the left front, left back, and behind him. It was only a few centimeters away. Young Fan did not stop for a moment and directly kicked the ball with his stick. Ah! In the opponent's desperate cries, the ball flew out a moment before them. Boom! The 4 horses crashed heavily into each other. Although the black horse that young Fan was riding was divine, it could not withstand the impact of 3 horses at the same time. With a sad neigh, it fell to the ground. The referee waved the flag and shouted loudly, "Sure, the black horse fell." At the moment when the horse fell, young Fan's legs left the stirrups. He nimbly stepped on the horse's back and jumped up. Sure, the vermilion polo shot into the goal and lifted the net up. Sure, the cheers that had been stuck in the throats of the soldiers for a long time broke through the air and formed a huge wave of sound, startling Shangguan Wnr, who was watching intently. Only then did she feel a faint pain in her palm. It turned out that while watching the game, she had unknowingly immersed herself in it. With the Empress by her side, she could not cheer as loudly as the soldiers. Unknowingly, she had clenched her fists so tightly that she did not even notice that her nails had cut into her palm. This heart-shattering cheer shook even Wu Zetian. A joyful smile appeared on her face as she calmly said, "Hehe, Lingyu, Shenji, and that little guy, not bad at all. Mighty, mighty, mighty." When young Fan landed, he deliberately staggered. He did not want people to know how agile he was. But who cared? He, who had scored the last goal, was already the greatest hero in the eyes of all the soldiers present. Even though he had fallen to the ground in a heroic manner, he was still the greatest hero in the hearts of the soldiers. The imperial soldiers watching the game went crazy. They even forgot that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were present. One by one, they rushed down from the stands, cheered, and rushed into the field. They lifted young Fan, who had scored the last goal, and threw him into the air over and over again. Only then did Shanghai Wan let out a long sigh. Because she had held her breath for a long time, her face was flushed. Mighty, mighty, mighty. With each shout, young Fan was thrown higher and higher. Princess Taiping rode her horse closer and pulled the reins. The white horse's 2 front hooves stepped forward heavily and stopped. Princess Taiping looked up at young Fan, who had been thrown into the air, with a happy smile on her face. Qiu Shinji, Chu Kuanga, and Husello also gathered around. Everyone's face was full of happy smiles. Jay stood on the side of the field, dumbfounded. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty cheered and kept jumping down from the stands. Intentionally or unintentionally, they brushed past him and knocked him over like a reed in the wind. Chapter 140. In the evening, Ma Qiao's house was bustling with noise and excitement. The doors were already closed, but many of the commoners did not immediately return to their homes. Ma Qiao's house was filled with people, and no one cared about the commotion. Because Bad Luck, Hua Minglei, BSH, and Su Mohan were also present, who would care about the ban? Su Fengzheng's face was flushed, and he desperately raised his voice to drown out the noise in the room. "Hey, I told you. Luckily, I found a Taoist priest to set up an altar, and now our feng shui has improved. Look at Xiaofan and brother Qiao, they've both become imperial guards." Auntie Hua laughed. "Su Fengzheng, come on. Brother Qiao has already said that it was thanks to the help of Master Shui from White Horse Temple that they had the opportunity to join the imperial guards. This is the monk's credit. What does it have to do with Taoist priests?" Su Fengzheng was unconvinced. "Feng shui is mysterious. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Tell me, how many messy things have happened in the past few days? If it wasn't for me, BSH, decisively inviting a Taoist priest to set up an altar and change the feng shui of our place. How could these two children have met a benefactor? Bad luck, Hua Minglei said with a smile. No matter what the reason is, it's a good thing that our children have become so successful. Ma Qiao's mother said, Brother Hua is right. No matter what, this is a joyous occasion, we have to thank everyone. Our Qiao has finally become successful, his grandfather will be happy in the underworld. Ma Qiao's mother couldn't help but wipe away her tears, and everyone saw this and comforted her. Many of the shopkeepers and Marquis Wu, who were familiar with Yang Fan and Ma Qiao, crowded around them, looking enviously at their heroic Imperial Army uniforms. Taking over Yang Fan's job, Xiao Qianyu, who had just become a shopkeeper not long ago, touched Yang Fan's and Ma Qiao's uniforms and asked curiously, Xiao Fan, why is your uniform different from Brother Qiao's? What are your official positions in the Imperial Army? Yang Fan said, as long as a new recruit joins the army, they have to start from scratch. How can they immediately become an official? However, because I made a contribution to defeating the Tubo in the bow fencing competition, the Empress was very happy, so she made an exception and promoted me to be the chef. Xiao Qianyu continued, I heard that the Imperial Guard has 16 guards, which guard are you from? Yang Fan said, I'm currently in the Golden Guard, and Brother Qiao has chosen the Dragonmite Army. The Dragonmite Army is full of cavalry, and joining this guard, although I'm a soldier now, I have many opportunities to excel. Ma Qiao said loudly, Brothers, don't worry, Xiao Fan has made our Xiuwen workshop proud, and I, Ma Qiao, will not be inferior. After joining the army this time, I will definitely train hard in riding and archery, and in the future I will earn great military merit. The shopkeepers cheered Marquis Wu, wishing him to become a general as soon as possible. Ma Qiao's face was full of smiles, and he waved his hand frequently, as if he had already become a great general, looking very impressive. Jiang Zuning came late, and after she closed up the stall, she busied herself for a while, mixing the noodles to be used the next morning and placing them on the kang to wake up. Only then did she arrive at Ma Qiao's house. Before she entered the house, she saw that it was very lively, and even the courtyard was full of people. After she greeted each of her acquaintances one by one, she squeezed through the door and saw Ma Qiao excitedly talking about the bow fencing competition that day. At that time, Her Royal Highness passed the ball to Xiao Fan's horse, and Xiao Fan the princess. Of course, don't interrupt me. At that time, what was I talking about? Jiang Zuning listened and couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile. There was an extra lamp in the room, and the light could still be considered bright. Although the light was flickering because of the crowded crowd, it was still possible to clearly see his appearance. Ma Qiao was wearing a red battle jacket, a half-body leather armor, a leather helmet with curled ears, and a pair of yellow fat trousers, which were tightly tucked into his battle boots. Just this outfit alone showed a bit of heroic spirit. Looking at him carefully, he seemed to be a bit thinner and darker than before. However, the biggest change was not in his appearance, but something that seeped out from his bones. He was as usual, boasting and showing off to his companions, but Jiang Zuning could see that he had a different temperament than before. His eyes seemed to be a lot clearer, a lot brighter. There was a faint stubble on his chin, and he hadn't reached the age where he should grow a beard. He wasn't shaved cleanly, but because of this, he had a bit of a mature man's aura. Jiang Zuning's gaze slid over that moving chin, and then moved to his mouth. Suddenly, her body heated up, and even the tips of her ears heated up. In the past, this was unimaginable. She saw Ma Qiao as a brother, but never as a man. Even when he held her hand or touched her body when they were fooling around, she didn't feel anything. But this time, thinking of how he suddenly turned around at the Lantern Festival and that kiss that caught her off guard, she actually felt a little embarrassed. That kiss wasn't beautiful, and the most she felt was pain. Her cut lips had been slightly swollen for more than a day, but that kiss had a great impact on her heart. Ma Qiao gestured as he spoke, and turned his head in her direction. Jiang Zuning's heart skipped a beat. She was actually a little afraid of being seen by him, so she hurriedly lowered her head and squeezed into the crowd beside her mother. It was late at night, and bad luck Hua Minglei had given special permission to delay the curfew by 2 hours. Now that the time was up, the guests all took their leave. Qiao see Xiao Ning and her son off. Because the two families had always been on good terms, Ma's mother and Pastor's mother chatted the longest. After seeing the other guests off, Ma's mother instructed her son to see them off. I'm a little tired, so I won't be going. Sister Ning, see you tomorrow. Yang Fan originally wanted to see them off, but when he saw Jiang Zuning hiding half of his body behind his mother, which was quite different from his usual straightforward and generous self, he actually revealed a little shyness. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be moved. He originally wanted to say, "I'll go too," but at the last moment, he changed it to not going. Ma Qiao accompanied Jiang Zuning and Jiang Zuning's mother out together, and coincidentally saw Auntie Hua walking slowly. Auntie Hua's residence wasn't far from the Jiang family's house, so the two old sisters who had lived in the same place for their entire lives walked side by side, chatting as they walked. This time, Ma Qiao and Jiang Zuning were left behind. Admittedly, Jiang Zuning's heart was perturbed, and Ma Qiao also felt a little uneasy when he thought about what happened that night. The two of them walked side by side behind the two old people, their hearts beating lightly. They both lowered their heads to look at the frost-like ground, not knowing what to say. Sometimes, they would tilt their heads slightly and secretly glance at the person next to them. If the other person also happened to look at them, they would quickly look away when their eyes met. That kind of feeling of bashfulness and timidity was something they had never experienced before, and it was difficult to understand what it was like for a moment. After turning a corner in front, they would arrive at the Jiang family's house. The Jiang family was the first house near the intersection. Pastor stopped and lowered his gaze. He said to Ma Qiao somewhat bashfully, "All right, you should also go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, you still have to report to the army. Don't be late." Then. I'll go back first. Ma Qiao stopped and heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He tugged at the lapel of his military uniform and made a move to leave. Seeing his uneasy appearance, Jiang Zuning couldn't help but purse his lips into a smile. He softly said, "You really do look a little like a human now. In the future, when you become a member of the Imperial Army, you can be considered to have jumped out of the small circle of the Showan workshop. Work hard, and in the future, you can make contributions and become a great general. Then, you can come back in style and let me see you." Ma Qiao laughed and said, "Become a great general, There are people who become great generals at a young age, but they are all the children of rich and powerful families. For people like us who come from humble and common families, unless we make an enormous contribution, even if we're lucky, by the time I become a great general, I'm afraid I'll be 70 or 80 years old. At that time, will you still come to see me?" Jiang Zuning said, "If you come back, I'll go see you. What's wrong with being 70 or 80 years old? Unless you think I'm too ugly at that time." Ma Qiao blurted out, "How can that be? Even if you grow to 80 years old, little Ning will still be little Ning. You'll still be so good-looking." A faint blush appeared on Jiang Zuning's face. She lightly spat and said, "Nonsense. Then wouldn't I be an old demon?" Looking at her shy and moving appearance, Ma Qiao suddenly had the urge to kiss her. Appearance is born from the heart. His impulse immediately leaked out from his eyes. Jiang Zuning faintly sensed it. She slightly raised her head and slightly widened her eyes. Even she herself couldn't tell if the blurred light in her eyes was anticipation, surprise, or fear. Ma Qiao slightly lowered his head. "Little Ning, you." Just at this moment, Auntie Hua energetically appeared from around the corner. She saw Ma Qiao leaning over to kiss her and Jiang Zuning raising her head to welcome him. Ma Qiao and Jiang Zuning quickly straightened their bodies. They looked at her in panic and said, "Auntie Hua, oh, little Ning, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Auntie is going home now." Being old and shrewd, Auntie Hua was only slightly startled. She quickly returned to normal, as if she hadn't seen this scene at all. Jiang Zuning blushed and responded. Auntie Hua then turned around and left. Just as she rounded the corner, Auntie Hua quickened her steps and quickly rushed back to the Jiang family's front door. She lowered her voice and called out, Sister, come out quickly." After Auntie Hua's interruption, Ma Qiao and Jiang Zuning only briefly chatted for a while before Jiang Zuning ran back home as if escaping. Ma Qiao walked all the way back. His heart was full of novelty. Before, he had never treated Jiang Zuning as a woman, but now he couldn't help but think about her. He thought over and over again, Xiao Ning is actually very pretty, diligent, and capable. If I could really marry her and make her my wife. When he thought of that kiss, when he thought of Jiang Zuning's thin and soft red lips, Ma Qiao's entire body felt hot, and he actually felt as if he'd drunk wine, causing him to be extremely intoxicated. In the darkness of the night, a figure quietly stood in the corner of the wall. Seeing that Ma Qiao had returned, the figure leaned against the wall again. Ma Qiao didn't notice and stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 141. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were lying side by side on the same bed. Yang Fan's house had already been entrusted to Su Fangjing to find someone to resell it. However, there was originally nothing in the house. Now that the weather was cold, it was better to stay at home. It was better to stay at Ma's house to keep warm. Ma Qiao rested his head on his arms and looked at the top of the tent. He said to Yang Fan, I have been diligently practicing the martial arts you taught me. Later, when I am familiar with this set of saber techniques, you will have to teach me some new ones. Yang Fan said, Of course, I am only afraid that you are not willing to work hard. As long as you are willing to learn, there is no reason for me not to teach you. Ma Qiao thought for a moment and laughed, I still feel like I am in a dream. I never thought that I, Ma Qiao, would have such a glorious day. Wearing these clothes, it is really awe-inspiring. Just now, did you see how envious those servants and Marquis Wu were when they looked at us? He suddenly turned over and looked at Yang Fan with bright eyes. Yang Fan said in surprise, Why are you looking at me like that? I am not your wife. Ma Qiao sincerely said, Little Fan, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yang Fan asked curiously, Thank me for what? Ma Qiao said seriously, When I was a child, my mother told me the story of Mencius's mother moved 3 times. She said that an eagle living in a chicken coop will also lose the ability to soar in the sky. The kind of friend you make determines the kind of person you become. I am very happy to be friends with you, to be brothers. Yang Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder without saying a word. Ma Qiao said regretfully, But why did you let me stay in the Longwu army? It would be better for us brothers to be together, we can take care of each other. Yang Fan said, In the army, no matter how much seniority is valued, the most important thing is real ability. You know how Chu Dage was demoted from the army. The man he had crippled had a backer, but what happened in the end? We are brothers. If we stay together, it will be hard for us to take care of each other. You'll have more opportunities in the Dragon Guard than in the Golden Guards. Ma Qiao nodded and said seriously, Yes. I don't want to rely on your care to climb up and let others stab me in the back. I just don't want to be separated from you. Don't worry, if I want to become an official, I will use my own ability to convince people. The faintly discernible figure quietly left the vicinity of the Ma family. This person was Tin Ano. After receiving her young master's order, she had a justifiable reason to pay attention to Yang Fan with peace of mind. She didn't expect that Yang Fan had become an imperial guard. She recalled that when she first met Yang Fan, he was just a worker. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had become the head of the White Horse Temple. Now, he had become an imperial guard. This person's luck was truly beyond her imagination. He's just a small soldier in the imperial guard. I believe that young master won't take him seriously. Tin Ano pondered on whether she should report this matter to her young master. Years of obedience had become a habit, so she didn't want to hide anything from her young master. However, she instinctively wanted to protect Yang Fan. Suddenly, she saw a familiar place and couldn't help but stop. A moment later, she appeared in the small house that Yang Fan used to live in. The door opened and the cold moonlight shone into the room. Tin Ano silently scanned everything in the room and quietly walked in. The mouse in the corner was startled by her light footsteps and quickly crawled into its hole. Tin Ano lifted the dusty bedsheet and gently sat down on the couch. She hugged her knees with a gentle gaze. This place was shabby and there was really nothing to look at. For a girl like her who was born in a wealthy family and was extremely particular about clothes and food, this was even more so for her. However, this place had an indescribable attraction to her. When she was here, Her heart would feel incomparably peaceful and warm. Perhaps she had this feeling in her distant childhood. She had always refused to think of her childhood because once she thought of it, she would involuntarily recall that miserable period of time. However, during the days that she stayed at young Fan's place, that relaxed, comfortable, natural and unrestrained feeling was something that she had only experienced in her distant childhood. It was a feeling of home, a feeling of home. She couldn't describe the specific feeling, but there was a faint nostalgia and sadness. Tin Ano sighed softly and hugged her knees in loneliness. The guards of Jin Wu were divided into the left and right guards of Jin Wu. They were 2 of the 16 guards of the Imperial Army and were in charge of the Emperor's Imperial Guards and retinue. The patrolling police in the palace and the capital, as well as matters of the Marquis of Feng, roads, and water were all within their scope of responsibility. Young Fan had originally planned on using the opportunity to enter the palace to get close to Shangguan Wn. However, he didn't know that an outsider like him had no chance to walk around the palace without anyone leading him. Every time he saw Shangguan Wn, it was in public and under the watchful eyes of everyone. There was no chance at all. Up until now, he hadn't made any progress on Shangguan Wn's side. In the end, Qiu Shinji, who he thought would be hard to get close to, had been accidentally sent to him by fate. However, the world was full of strange changes that were hard to imagine. Young Fan had originally thought that he would be staying in the guards of Jin Wu for a long time and that there would be opportunities to act. Therefore, after reporting to Meng Jin, he patiently familiarized himself with the surroundings and made friends with the soldiers in the army. He temporarily suppressed his murderous intent and wanted to completely assimilate into this environment to ensure that his identity would not be exposed when he returned to the Thornhill. However, just 3 days later, his superior, Captain Fu, informed him to immediately pack up and report to the palace in Luoyang. From that day onwards, he would become a big-horned man. The big-horned men were part of the guards of Jin Wu. There were a total of 600 of them and they were part of the Royal Guard of Honor. Usually, they wielded halberds and served as palace guards. However, during major court meetings and important royal ceremonies, they would hold large horns and blow horns, becoming a part of the royal instrumental band. Young Fan didn't know why he was transferred to the palace again. He had just gotten close to Qiu Shinji and hadn't even warmed his seat when he was transferred away again. Fortunately, he was transferred to another place. Therefore, young Fan made a feint with Qiu Shinji and killed his way back into the palace. There had never been an imperial guard like young Fan who could cause such a huge commotion when he entered the palace. In reality, when he had first reported to Meng Jin, he had also caused a commotion in the imperial army of the guards of Jin Wu. Bowing was one of the most popular sports in the army. An expert in bowing would be fanatically sought after by the soldiers. This time, young Fan had fought 5 against 10 and accompanied Princess Taiping in defeating the Tufan army. This attracted the intense attention of the Imperial Army. However, the attention he attracted in the Imperial Army was far less than the impact he had in the palace. This was because he had once defeated a sumo wrestler from Princess Taiping's residence. Because he was the little whirlwind in the bowing arena. It was said that Lady Xiaoman was so angry that she stomped her feet and Shangguan Shoujiao was so angry that he fell down. Because he fought side by side with Princess Taiping and defeated the Tufan army. Most of the officers and soldiers of the guards of Jin Wu had only heard about it through hearsay. They had vaguely heard about the grand occasion of that day's competition. Most of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards were eyewitnesses. Therefore, the arrival of young Fan caused an even bigger commotion among them. Other than that, there was another important reason. Young Fan was once the head monk of the White Horse Temple. Until now, his head was still bald and did not grow any hair. Everyone in the palace knew what kind of person the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Xue Huai, was. Therefore, young Fan, who was also from the White Horse Temple, also became a little erotic. A bald little monk, what a fresh feeling. This image and identity, compared to a guard or a scholar, had a different flavor. It was a fresh and exciting feeling. This kind of feeling could easily arouse the imagination of those girls who were deep in the palace and had nothing to do. Ayo, Brother Yang, thank you so much. I slipped an. The one who spoke was a cute little palace maid of about 12 or 13 years old. Her surname was Ju, and she had a lovely name, Yuan Bao. At this time, gold and silver were not used as currency, and there was no such thing as Yuan Bao. But at this time, there was already the word Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao at this time referred to Kai Yuan Tong Bao. It seemed that Ju Yuan Bao's parents were so poor that they gave their daughter such a name. In this era, girls could get married at the age of 15. Many girls who passed the age of 15 were already married. In order to ensure that the number of palace maids and beauties was sufficient, the age of the beauties in the palace was relatively young. They could enter the palace at the age of 11 or 12. Ju Yuan Bao entered the palace at the age of 11, and had been in the palace for a year. It had just snowed heavily, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of white. Yang Fan, with snow on his shoulder, walked over from the opposite side with his halberd in his hand. Ju Yuan Bao was walking towards him, and as soon as he saw him, he slipped and fell. There were 2 palace walls on both sides, and there were only the 2 of them in the middle. Should he help him up? Yang Fan went forward to help him up, and so the little girl hung on his arm. The snow was very white as the white flour. The snow was very soft as a sponge cake. So this fall did not hurt Lady Yuan Bao, nor did it dirty her clothes. But the little girl hung on Yang Fan's arm, looking a little unsteady. She said coquettishly, "Brother Yang, can you help me pat the snow off my body? I can't stand properly." She was sitting on the ground, so the snow was stuck to her dress. At this moment, she raised her little butt, raised her cute little face, and looked at Yang Fan with her big watery eyes. There was a mischievous smile in the bottom of her eyes. Of course, she knew that Yang Fan would not really dare to help her pat the snow off her dress. She just liked to see Yang Fan embarrassed. In a place with many men, even the most flamboyant women would calm down. But in a place with many women, they were practically unscrupulous. Yang Fan was a grown man, but from time to time, he became the object of the little palace maid's teasing. The women in the lonely deep palace had another source of entertainment. Chapter 142. Yuan Bao, what are you doing? A cold girl's voice suddenly rang out. Ju Yuan Bao looked up and laughed. She jumped up agilely. Her leg was no longer lame and her butt no longer hurt. She patted the snow off her butt and skipped away like a lively rabbit. When she reached the girl's side, she smiled and said, "Sister Xiaomiao." Sister Xiaomiao harumphed with a straight face. "How dare you be so impudent in front of the Tianhu Palace? Be careful that the female officials don't see you and they'll flog you." Ju Yuan Bao playfully stuck out his tongue and ran over, laughing. Sister Xiaomiao was called Shu Xiaomiao. She was the same age as Ju Yuan Bao, but her birthday was slightly older. The 2 of them had entered the palace in the same batch. Ju Yuan Bao served the current emperor's favorite concubine De, while Shu Xiaomiao was a palace maid in the Empress Dowager's palace. Their status was worlds apart, and Yuan Bao was very obedient in front of her. Once Ju Yuan Bao left, a sweet smile appeared on Shu Xiaomiao's face. She slowly walked over to welcome Yang Fan. Shu Xiaomiao was of Xianbei descent. Her ancestors were originally from the Xianbei Shu Luoyu clan. After the Xianbei Tuoba clan fell, the Shu Luoyu clan stayed in the Central Plains and changed their surname to Shu. Shu Xiaomiao no longer had many of the characteristics of the Hu bloodline. However, compared to most of the girls in Luoyang, her facial features were more distinct. Her eyes were slightly deeper, and her nose was like a cone. It made her look even more beautiful. Shu Xiaomiao was carrying a wooden shovel. It looked like she had come out to sweep the snow. She smiled as she walked to Yang Fan's side and asked, "Second brother, did you come back from your duty?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Yes, I just finished my duty. I'm just about to go back." Shu Xiaomiao's voice had a tinge of innocence as she said, "Second brother Tilda, look, it's snowing so heavily. I'm young and weak. When will I be able to finish sweeping such a large area? Second brother, you're the best. Why don't I help second brother carry the halberd and second brother help me clear the snow? How about that?" All right." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He did not want to stand guard in the imperial palace for the rest of his life. His goal was to get close to Shangguanwana. Unfortunately, although Shangguanwana was only a person waiting for an imperial edict by the empress side, she was already equivalent to the number 2 person in the imperial palace. Young Fan had no chance to see her. He did not even know where she usually worked or where she stayed at night. The more friends he made, the more opportunities he would have to find out more news from the palace. With this goal in mind, Young Fan liked to be kind to others. Seeing that Young Fan had agreed, Xu Xiaomiao immediately said excitedly, "Second brother is really a good person. Come, I'll give you the shovel." "Oh, this halberd is so heavy and cold." Xu Xiaomiao first used her hands to hold it, then hurriedly rolled up her sleeves and wrapped them around the halberd. This still felt cold, so she simply hugged the halberd in her arms and looked at Young Fan with a smile. Young Fan swung the wooden shovel to clear the snow. Although he looked lean, he had great strength. The waves of snow tumbled and were quickly swept to one side by him, piling up against the palace wall. In a short while, a large area had been cleared. "Hehe, second brother is really capable. Second brother is so amazing. Look at how tired second brother is. Xiao Miao will wipe your sweat for you." Xu Xiao Miao dragged the halberd and followed behind Young Fan, praising him without any hesitation. She even took out a fragrant handkerchief from her sleeve and rushed to wipe Young Fan's sweat. Although the snow was quite thick, there was not a single drop of sweat on Young Fan's forehead. This made Young Fan not know whether to laugh or cry. Different from Zhu Yuanbao's deliberate teasing, Xu Xiaomiao really liked this handsome and adorable sentry soldier. This little girl had matured a little earlier, but her liking was just a hazy good impression of a girl, and there was still an element of teasing in it. A cough. A clear cough suddenly came from the intersection. Xu Xiaomiao turned to look and hurriedly hid the handkerchief, calling timidly, "Sister Xiaoman." The girl standing prettily at the intersection was Xiemuwen. Xiemuwen stood at the intersection with her hands behind her back. She wore a short-sleeved, short-fronted hibiscus fur coat, a begonia-colored 8-piece satin skirt, with 3 to 4 inches of white fox fur peeking out from the sleeves and collar, and a pair of deerskin boots. She was already elegant and refined, and with this fitting outfit, she looked even more like a fairy. Seeing that Xie Xiaoman was staring at her, Xu Xiaomiao hurriedly returned the halberd to Young Fan, took back the wooden shovel, smiled at Xie Xiaoman, and began to shovel the snow hard. Young Fan looked on with interest, and laughed heartily. He slapped the halberd, brushed the snow off its tip, and put it on his shoulder. He said to Xu Xiaomiao, "Miss Xiaomiao, I'm going back." "Oh." Xu Xiaomiao raised her head and wanted to say something, but seeing that Xie Xiaoman was still watching, she quickly lowered her head again. Xie Xiaoman snorted and turned to leave. When Young Fan reached the intersection and turned to the side, he saw Xie Xiaoman standing there with her hands behind her back. When she saw him coming, she shouted coldly, "Stop." Young Fan stopped, smiled, and bowed. He asked, "What advice does Xie Juwei have for me?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Do you know that these palace maids are mostly the children of poor families?" Young Fan said, "I know a thing or two. Even if the children of rich families are chosen, they can bribe the officials to let them go with some money." Xie Xiaoman's expression became even colder. "It's good that you know. They come from poor families, and although they don't have to worry about food and clothing after entering the palace, they no longer have freedom. It's very pitiful. The girls here are not scheming, so they are the easiest to deceive. Since you know they are pitiful, you should stay away from them." Hearing this, Young Fan finally understood a little, and couldn't help but frown. "Xie Juwei, what do you mean by this?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Do you really want me to say it? Then I'll tell you bluntly, it doesn't matter if you're bold, but don't cause them to lose their lives. If I ever see you flirting with the girls of the palace again, I won't let you off." Young Fan felt wronged, and couldn't help but raise his voice. "Xie Juwei, the two of us mind our own business. If you want to punish me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You'll have to go through Captain Zhu first." Captain Zhu's name was Zhu Bin, and he was the captain of the Jinwu Guards. He was in charge of these 600 big horned soldiers. When Xie Xiaoman heard his words, she suddenly turned around and raised her eyebrows. "Surnamed Yang, you won glory for our Tang dynasty on the field, and even the empress praised you. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Young Fan retorted sarcastically, I don't dare. I'm just not as self-righteous as some people. Xie Xiaoman glared fiercely at him with her big black and white eyes. After staring at him for a long time, she gently nodded and said, Good. Well done. Let's see if this official can punish you. Xie Xiaoman stretched out her long legs and went to find Zhu Bin. These days, among the palace maids and even the group of female guards, the person that was most frequently mentioned was Yang Fan. Even her good friend Jiao Ying seemed to be infatuated with this man. Whenever they talked about him, she would be especially fascinated. How could a little girl like Xu Xiaomiao resist his seduction? What Xie Xiaoman didn't know was that in her eyes, the little sprout, who was as timid as a little rabbit, was the one taking the initiative. Originally, Xie Xiaoman only wanted to warn Yang Fan to restrain himself. She didn't expect him to be so arrogant. She couldn't help but think bitterly, You brat, I can't control you. Me. I'll make sure you're under my watch. Let's see how you're going to fool around. As Xie Xiaoman thought about it, she rushed to the Yamen office where Zhu Bin was on duty. As she walked, she suddenly saw two people walking in front of her. Because the heavy snow had just stopped, the eunuchs and palace maids had just come out to clear the snow. The thick snow on the road had not yet been removed, so the two people walking in front of her were walking with difficulty. Xie Xiaoman glanced at them and recognized that one of them was eunuch Gao, and the other was a man in his early 20s. He was as short as a winter melon, walking clumsily on his short legs in the snow. Looking at his complexion, there was an unhealthy yellow-black color, showing a sickly appearance. His attire was also very beautiful. That hat, that robe, that boots, although the material and workmanship were all top quality, this person was really not a clothes rack. No matter how good the clothes were on him, it would not show off his temperament. Because of the thick snow on the road, there was only a small path in the middle of the road that had been stepped on by the patrolling soldiers, so Xie Xiaoman stepped sideways to give way. During Empress Wu's era, eunuchs had limited power. Xiaoman was Empress Wu's personal guard, so she didn't need to listen to a eunuch. But although ordinary people looked down on eunuchs, Xiaoman felt that they were all pitiful people. If it wasn't for the fact that their families were poor, who would be willing to enter the palace? Besides, this eunuch Gao had a good temperament and treated people kindly. He was also much older than her, so he took the initiative to give way. Eunuch Gao had an eye disease that made him cry in the wind, so he slightly tilted his head to avoid the wind and stared at the ground as he walked forward. It wasn't until he got closer that he saw that the girl who had stepped aside to give way was Xie Xiaoman. He quickly smiled and bowed, Oh, it's Miss Xiaoman. Look at my eyes. Xie Xiaoman smiled faintly and said, It's such a cold day, eunuch Gao must be tired. Please go ahead. While they were talking, the short man, who looked like a rich man from the countryside, stopped in his tracks. The few steps in the snow must have tired him out, for he stood panting and making a sound like a bellows in his throat. But as soon as he saw Xie Xiaoman's appearance, his eyes immediately went wide, as if he even forgot to breathe. This girl was too graceful. That pink and tender skin, that red and pouty little mouth, that straight nose, those big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Ever since he entered the palace, he had seen enough beautiful girls, but none as beautiful as her. Just look at her standing there, that spirit, it was like the plum blossom tree in his old house's backyard. The heavier the snow, the stronger the wind, the more beautiful it was, and the more spirited it was. Oh my God, why does this girl look so neat and tidy? I can't sleep with a girl like this. The short man stared straight at Xiaoman, his heart itching like a cat scratching its head. Chapter 143. Eunuch Gao was bringing this person to see the Empress Dowager, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. He didn't stand on ceremony with Xiaoman and smiled. All right. Miss Xiaoman, I'll be leaving first. Eunuch Gao strode forward. The short man beside him stared longingly at Xie Xiaoman for a moment before hurrying to catch up with him. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn around and glance at Xie Xiaoman again. Her graceful back was still unspeakably beautiful, and his heart itched even more. He couldn't help but gasp and ask, Eunuch Gao, this girl is so graceful, who is she? Eunuch Gao frowned slightly when he heard his rustling voice. However, this was not someone he could afford to offend. His impatience quickly disappeared. Eunuch Gao tried his best to speak in an amiable tone. "Oh, that is Miss Xiao Man, the Empress bodyguard." Hearing this, the man's face lit up and he asked, "Are you my aunt's bodyguard?" Eunuch Gao said, "Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to young Master Wu." The man was overjoyed and thought, "So she's just a female imperial guard of my aunt." "What female guard?" "She's just a maid who serves people." "That's good enough." This man was called Wu Huxing, a nephew of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian's grandfather, Wu Huisheng, had 4 sons, Wu Rang, Wu Kai, Wu Leng and Wu Yi. Wu Huxing was the son of Wu Yi's 3rd son, Wu Anye. The 3rd branch only had 1 son, and he was the son of Wu Anye at an old age, so he was treated like a precious treasure and was raised like a little ancestor. Wu Huxing was the son of Wu Anye at an old age. He was born with a weak constitution and often got sick. His family treasured him very much, and he didn't learn anything since he was young. His family only wanted him to live a long life, so they didn't dare to think too much about him. After Wu Zetian came to power, she gradually felt that she didn't have enough trusted aides, so she had to use a large number of people from the Wu family. But because the 3rd branch only had 1 son, and his health wasn't good, the family couldn't bear to let him become an official. Now that Wu Anye had passed away, there was no one in the family who could control this little tyrant. Under his repeated torment, they could only let him do as he pleased. Wu Huxing wrote a letter to his aunt, Wu Zetian, expressing his wish to become an official. Wu Zetian happily agreed. Wu Huxing immediately packed his luggage and left his hometown in Taiyuan, heading for Luoyang. Wu Huxing had always been extremely arrogant at home, and he also knew that his aunt was equivalent to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was as high as the heavens, and no one could compare to her. In his eyes, everyone, including the princes and princesses of Li Tang's imperial clan, were all servants of his Wu clan, not to mention a little female guard. "I'm going to ask aunt to bring that graceful and handsome girl over." Thinking of Xie Xiaoman's cute face, Wu Huxing began to look forward to the beautiful life in the future. After the snow, the palace was like a jade palace. The tall and majestic palace was completely covered under the pure white snow. Occasionally, a corner of the dazzling gold and jade could be seen, while the rest was hidden under the pure white. Even the beast on the eaves of the palace was like a jade sculpture. In the small courtyard of the Fragrance Palace, the winter plum blossoms were like beans in the snow, ready to bloom. Since ancient times, the imperial family loved to plant plum blossoms. The plum blossoms were undoubtedly a grand sight in winter. The plum blossoms in front of the fragrant hall were in full bloom. The dense flower buds that didn't have any green leaves stubbornly drilled out of the fluffy white snow. The petals were so tender that they were almost transparent like wax. From a distance, they looked like crystal clear jade beans. Under the old and twisted branches of the plum tree, Eunuch Gao was wearing a large cotton-padded jacket and sitting on a stone bench. He was excitedly talking to a few young eunuchs and the little palace made about the winter in his hometown. Eunuch Gao was one of Su Morchu's people. He said with a nostalgic tone, "At that time, husband was only 9 years old. After the heavy snowfall, I went to the river with my older brother. The north was 10 times colder than here, and the river was frozen with a thick layer of ice. We used ice shards to pry them open and stones to smash a hole in the ice. Hey! The fat fish in the water were complaining that they didn't have enough air to breathe. Once the ice hole was smashed, the fat fish would rush to the surface of the water. It was very easy to catch them. Sometimes, they would jump up on their own. We picked up a few fat fish and stewed them or roasted them when we got home. They were very fragrant." As he said this, Eunuch Gao licked his lips, as if he was a little greedy. Yang Fan carried his halberd and stood on the side, listening with a smile. He was the imperial bodyguard of the fragrant palace. However, when it was winter, the Empress Dowager didn't come here, so he had nothing to do every day. The palace guards who guarded the door would go to the gatehouse to warm themselves. Yang Fan liked to hang out with these eunuchs and palace maids. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of Shanghai Wana, the best way was to go through these palace maids. "Brother Yang, Did you catch fish like this when you were young? A little palace maid glanced at young Fan and said with a smile. It was easy to strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman, and it was also easy to strike up a conversation with a handsome young man, especially in this place where there were more yin and less yang. A few young maids immediately turned to young Fan and pretended to be in high spirits, leaving eunuch Gao aside. Young Fan smiled shyly and said, "No, I was very honest when I was young. I didn't dare to shave ice to catch fish." A palace maid covered her mouth and laughed. "Erlang doesn't tell the truth, but you are honest. Who would believe you?" That day, I saw clearly how powerful Erlang was on the court, especially the last ball. The little palace maid became more and more excited as she spoke. Her little face was flushed, and she waved her hands and feet as she said, "Like this, like this, like this," a golden hook upside down, and then a spin in the air. She stood steadily, and then rushed forward, hugging Shangguan Daijiao. Eunuch Gao laughed and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "That's right. That kick was amazing," and everyone who saw it cheered. Hubby was there too, and he saw it clearly. A little palace maid said with a smile, "Erlang is the first man to touch Shangguan Daijiao's body. Does Shangguan Daijiao smell good?" Young Fan touched his nose and smiled shyly, saying, "Look at what you're saying. At that time, I was sweating all over, so how could I smell good? Besides, my nose isn't that good. Even if there was a fragrance, I wouldn't be able to smell it." Another little palace maid said, "Oh, that's all you've got." That was a solid support. If it wasn't for Erlang, Shangguan Daijiao would have fallen badly. A palace maid next to her curled her lips and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows if Shangguan Daijiao fell on purpose and waited for Erlang to support her." An older palace maid immediately said, "Damn it. How dare you bite Shangguan Daijiao's tongue?" The little palace maid stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "She's already an old lady. I don't believe she doesn't want men." As soon as they talked about men and women, everyone became spirited. It was just a matter of taking the first step and helping the person up. There was nothing romantic or ambiguous about it. They were also particularly spirited as they chatted. The more they talked, the more energetic they became. Even young Fan, the person involved, was pushed aside and became an audience. Young Fan and eunuch Gao had no right to interrupt, so they both shut up and became an audience. At this moment, Xie Xiaoman walked in her deerskin boots. She stood in the middle of the courtyard and saw young Fan standing there with his halberd. She said, "Young Fan." Young Fan turned his head and saw her. He walked over with his halberd and asked lazily, "Xie, what can I do for you?" Xie Xiaoman raised her chin and said majestically, "There are a few guards in front of the emperor who are too lazy. The empress is very dissatisfied. She asked me to choose a few more guards to replace them. From today onwards, you will be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement." The Hall of Martial Achievement was the hall where the emperor listened to state affairs and summoned the ministers. After Wu Zetian became the ruler of the Guang dynasty, the Hall of Martial Achievement became the place where she listened to state affairs. To be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement was to work under the empress' eyes. Naturally, it was not as free as the other palaces. The duties there were more important, the rules were stricter, and the salary was the same as the other guards. The guards regarded it as a dangerous path and were unwilling to be chosen to serve in front of the emperor. However, there was one exception, and that was young Fan. Young Fan was worried that although he was very close to the Shanghai Wanna, he could not find her whereabouts or see her shadow. This Miss Xiaoman unexpectedly provided him with such a rare opportunity. How could young Fan not be happy? Young Fan was startled for a moment, then beamed with joy. He said, "Should I go now?" Xie Xiaoman slightly raised her chin, hoping to see frustration and annoyance on his face. She did not expect that young Fan was not the least bit displeased. In fact, he was very happy. Xiaoman was stunned. How can this be? Seeing that young Fan looked like he could not wait to take up his post, Xie Xiaoman was even more disappointed. She waved her hand disappointedly and said, "No need. It's almost evening, why do you still want to be on duty? Go find Zhu Bin and hand over your post. Come to the Hall of Martial Achievement tomorrow morning." She then walked away gloomily. Yang Fan smiled at her back and said in a loud voice, "Xie, take care." As soon as Xie Xiaoman left, the palace maids surrounded him. One of them said reluctantly, Erlang is going to be transferred to the Hall of Martial Achievement. It will not be easy for me to see you again. Some people felt it was unfair for him and said, how can you transfer Erlang to Wucheng Hall? How can he be as free as he is now when he's on duty there? Erlang is a hero of our Tang Empire. Who in the palace doesn't know you? Tell Commandant Zhu that you don't want to go to Wucheng Hall. Commandant Zhu will definitely give you face. Yang Fan smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? I really don't have the chance to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. I will go to the Emperor and take on more tasks. That way, I will have a higher chance of promotion. I am still looking forward to being promoted to captain within 3 years. Immediately, another palace maid said quietly, second brother has great ambition. This is a good man. In the future, second brother will definitely achieve great things. Ari. I wonder which family's girl will have the good fortune to be my second sister-in-law in the future. Another palace maid laughed at her. Oh, look at you sighing and sighing. My second sister-in-law? When did Erlang become yours? Don't tell me you want to be your own second sister-in-law. The palace maid was embarrassed and annoyed. She said coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? See if I don't tear your mouth. Chapter 144. The two palace maids giggled as they ran off one after the other. Yang Fan was somewhat embarrassed to hear this. After a while, it was time for him to be on duty. Yang Fan handed over his shift and went to the Imperial Guard office to hand in his duties. When Commandant Zhu saw Yang Fan, his expression was very unfriendly. The Imperial Army on duty and the eunuchs and palace maids were the two major groups that served the palace. Although these two groups were not at odds with each other, they were not at peace either. It was impossible to determine when this inexplicable antagonism had arisen. In any case, it had always been like this. Perhaps it was because these two groups had a natural relationship of mutual supervision. However, Yang Fan was an anomaly. He was greatly liked by the eunuchs and palace maids and was willing to mingle with them. This point alone displeased Zhu Bin. At the same time, Yang Fan was also an extremely popular character in the Imperial Army. Everyone was polite when they saw him and he even stole the limelight from Commandant Zhu. Now that he knew that this Yang Fan had offended the Empress Dowager's Plum Blossom Guard, Xie, he could use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. When Yang Fan arrived and handed over his duties, Zhu Bin sat behind the desk and said with a straight face, the Empress Dowager lacks someone to order around. Starting tomorrow, you will be transferred to Wucheng Hall to be on duty. Before Yang Fan respectfully handed over his duties, he smiled and said, yes, this lowly official understands. Zhu Bin sat cross-legged on the heated kang and knocked on the desk a few times. In a low voice, he said, be more serious. How can you continue to smile so cheekily in front of the Empress Dowager? Yang Fan's smile disappeared. Zhu Bin snorted coldly and said, at Wucheng Hall, you will be working under the Empress Dowager's eyes. You must be careful in everything you do. If you cause trouble, even this official cannot protect you. Yes, thank you for Xie advice. This lowly official understands. Zhu Bin grunted through his nose and said, don't get carried away, young man. Among our Tang dynasty generals, not one of them became an official because they were good at bowing or playing the ball well. Shangyu and Jiju, although you have helped our Tang dynasty gain fame and stole the limelight, now that you have entered the palace as a bodyguard, you have to forget about this glory. Don't be too frivolous and don't get involved with some palace maids. If you cause any scandal, you will lose your head. Yang Fan said with a smile, yes, County Commandant is right. I will remember it. When Zhu Bin saw him smile, he felt unhappy. He dragged his voice and lectured him again, you. Just as he was about to continue killing Yang Fan's spirit, the door curtain was lifted and a person flashed in from the outside. There was a stove in the room. Two of County Commandant Zhu's bodyguards were sitting by the stove warming themselves, smiling as they listened to the County Commandant reprimand Yang Fan. The person lifted the door curtain and brought in a gust of cold wind. The two bodyguards looked up unhappily. Because the light in the room was darker than outside, They didn't immediately recognize the person's identity. But the man put down the curtain and walked 2 steps in. Before they could see him clearly, they saw that he was wearing a warrior's robe, with a pair of white auspicious horses embroidered on his shoulders. The 2 imperial bodyguards immediately jumped up. In the Tang dynasty, generals wore robes and soldiers wore jackets. This person was wearing a martial robe, so he was a general. The martial robes of a general were all embroidered with images of lions and tigers. Among them, the military officials of the 3rd rank and above wore a pair of tigers for the left and right Wu-Wei guards, leopards for the left and right leopard guards, leopards for the left and right yin-yang guards, eagles for the left and right jade chen guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, insects for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards. This person had a pair of horses on his shoulders. So he must be a great general of the left and right guards. Although they were soldiers of the Jinwu guards and weren't under the control of the left and right guards, they didn't dare to slight such a high-ranking general. The person walked to the stove and stood still. They saw that he was very young, wearing a dark martial robe with a horse embroidered on his shoulders, a silk belt around his waist, and a rhinoceros horn jade belt on his head. He looked very impressive. The 2 bodyguards saw that he looked like a Hu person and seemed somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember his name. They could only salute and awkwardly call out, "Great General." Zhu Bin was sitting cross-legged on the stove bed, in the middle of lecturing people. When he suddenly raised his head and saw the person, he hurriedly jumped off the bed and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "This lowly officer greets Great General Luo." "Great General, why have you come here?" The person who had come was Husello. Laughing, Husello said, "Oh, I've come to find someone." As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan and he laughed, saying, "Brother Yang, I've been looking for you everywhere, so I came here to ask where you went. Come, sit, I have something to say to you." As he spoke, Husello walked over and affectionately took Yang Fan's hand, sitting shoulder to shoulder with him on the stove bed. When Zhu Bin saw this 3rd-rank great general of the imperial court address a lowly soldier of the Jinwu guards as brother, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Husello said, "Brother Yang, I went to the capital last year to pay my respects to the Empress and the Son of Heaven. It's a rare opportunity to bow together with you, Brother Yang, and I'm very happy. I originally thought that I would have the opportunity to spar with you again, but I'll be returning to the western regions in a few days. This opportunity won't come often." Husello said, "Brother Yang, I'll be leaving the capital in a few days and would like to invite the friends who bowed together that day for a gathering." "Naturally, you're someone I must invite." With a troubled expression, Yang Fan said, "This, Grand General," Husello said, "Hey, if you don't mind, you can just call me brother. Our friendship was forged in the bowing arena, so there's no need to pay attention to the red tape of officialdom. When it comes to bowing, there aren't many people who can win this Luo's admiration, but you are one of them." Yang Fan said, "All right, since Brother Luo has invited me, this little brother wouldn't dare to refuse. However, this little brother has to be on duty at the Hall of Martial Accomplishment tomorrow. It's not yet time for me to rest. Oh." Husello glanced at Zhu Bin and said lightly, "Grand General Chiu of the Jinwu Guards is also going. He also admires you greatly. If you can't attend the banquet, he will definitely be very disappointed." When Zhu Bin heard Husello mention Chiu Shinji, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a step forward and said with a fawning smile, "Grand General, how would this lowly officer dare to disturb your banquet? How about this? Yang Fan only needs to attend the banquet tomorrow. This lowly officer will arrange for someone else to be on duty in the palace. We'll talk about it when he returns." Husello stretched and said, "This general is treating. Naturally, we won't go home until we're drunk. There's no need to say anything when Brother Yang returns. If he wants to be on duty, that'll be the day after tomorrow." Zhu Bin said with a fawning smile, Yes, this lowly officer is saying that we'll arrange for him to be on duty the day after tomorrow. Ha ha. Husello ignored him and only smiled at Yang Fan. "This time, brother, you have no reason to refuse, right? Then it's settled. Tomorrow, at the Drunken Immortal restaurant of Qinghua Lane, I will be waiting for you." Late at night, Xiaoman took a hot bath. Wrapped in a thick velvet nightgown, She leaped onto the soft bed. Her 2 clean, white feet stood upright and playfully swayed back and forth. Her full and perky buttocks would occasionally stretch out into a full and round arc under the bathrobe. As a high-ranking guard, the environment of her residence was not bad. Although the place was not large, the decorations were simple and elegant. At a glance, one could tell that it was the boudoir of a girl. There was an earth dragon under the floor tiles that warmed the entire room, so it wasn't cold at all and didn't have to worry about freezing her delicate skin. She was barefooted on the bed and the hem of her nightgown rolled up a little as she jumped. Not only did it reveal her slender and firm calves, but it also revealed a portion of her perfectly round thighs. The temperature of the water when she bathed was very high, causing her skin to turn a captivating red. Xiao Man's upper body was very narrow, and her waist was also very thin. But because of years of practicing martial arts, her slender waist, which didn't have any excess fat at all, quickly bulged into a full and round shape. Her buttocks and thighs were very firm, a bit like a mature woman's. However, they weren't soft and supple like a mature woman. Her muscles were very firm and flexible. Xiao Man leaned over and opened the cabinet door of the dressing table beside the bed. She took out a small box and put it next to the pillow. She then moved the lamp closer and carefully opened the box. She took out a few treasures from inside and began to fiddle with them. In the light green velvet box, there was a butterfly resting quietly. The color of the butterfly was already very old, and its wings were somewhat damaged. When she was young, although Xiao Man was very careful, she didn't know how to protect it from moisture, sun, or insects, so this butterfly was inevitably damaged. It wasn't until later when she entered the palace that she asked the imperial doctor about the correct way to preserve it. This young girl already owned a house in Luoyang, a few shops, and a lot of wealth. But her most precious thing was still this box. It was still this butterfly specimen. There were also a few butterfly hairpins in the box. Some were priceless jade and ruby butterfly hairpins, and some were just ordinary boxwood carvings. These were her collection in recent years. Xiao Man, who was playing with these butterfly hairpins as if they were treasures, looked a little naive. She rarely showed this side of her in front of others. She had already forgotten about young Fan. She just couldn't bear to see that guy use his kuju to attract bees and butterflies, and abduct those little palace maid. She just took him to a place with a lot of rules. She didn't care about him at all. Xiao Man played with her butterfly toys like a child. Sometimes she would hold her chin, and her eyes were bright. No one knew what she was thinking about. After playing alone for a long time, she covered her mouth and yawned. She put the butterfly hairpins back one by one and put the box away. Then she dug out a sheathless dagger from under the bed, stuffed it under her pillow, and blew out the lamp. Hiding a dagger under her pillow was a habit she had developed since childhood. The memory of being violated in her childhood when she was ignorant had left a deep impression on her. Although she was only awakened at the time and didn't suffer any harm, her brother Rchou was beaten by the little wolf and vomited blood. After the two escaped, he only recovered after several days of recuperation. During those days, whenever she saw her elder brother vomiting blood, she would be terrified to the extreme. She was afraid that her elder brother would also leave her and leave the world. During those days, she always hugged her elder brother tightly in order to fall asleep and feel safe. Since leaving Guangzhou Prefecture, she was the only one at night. She had to hide something to protect herself under her pillow before she could sleep. When she was a child, she didn't have a knife, so she hid a sharp tile or a sharpened wooden stick. Now that Xiao Man had grown up and was skilled in martial arts, she didn't need to worry about her safety in the imperial palace. However, the lack of a sense of security was completely a psychological problem. Even if there were 100,000 soldiers guarding outside, the psychological insecurity would still linger. Therefore, she must have a dagger under her pillow to sleep soundly. Xiao Man gently put her hand under her pillow, touched the cold blade, and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 145. Before young Fan arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, he imagined that it would be a luxurious restaurant that wasn't inferior to the Golden Hairpin Drunken Restaurant. Only when he arrived did he realize that this restaurant was a mid-range restaurant run by a Luoyang local. The restaurant was split into 2 floors. The first floor was for individual customers. From their attire, many of them were Luoyang citizens with ordinary family backgrounds. From this, he could determine that the food and drinks here weren't too expensive. The restaurant was already quite old. Amidst the smoke and fire, it gave off a vicissitudes of life. However, this vicissitudes wasn't desolate, but warm. It was like approaching a small village in your hometown and seeing an old man with a wrinkled face walk over. He looked cordial. When young Fan walked into the restaurant, the first thing he smelled was a rich meaty aroma. It was hard to tell what kind of meaty aroma it was. It seemed to be mutton, dog, and chicken. It was a mixture of flavors that he couldn't tell clearly. Young Fan arrived very early. In terms of status, identity, and age, the gap between them was huge. If they didn't want to befriend you, and you flattered them and tried your best to curry favor with them, it was because you lacked integrity. However, if they thought highly of you and were willing to befriend you, you should show them the respect they deserved. If you were to put on airs at this time, purposely delaying your arrival to raise your own status, or to show how much integrity you have, then you are just being impetuous and don't know how to respect yourself. Therefore, young Fan arrived rather early. He originally thought that he was the first one to arrive, but when he was led to a private room on the second floor by Dr. Wine, he saw that someone had arrived before him. There were quite a number of people who had arrived before him. Chu Kuanga, Wang Tongjiao, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yang, and Jiao Chu were all there. As the host, Husello was naturally there as well. They were sitting there chatting and laughing loudly. When they saw young Fan arrive, they immediately stood up and warmly welcomed him. Chu Kuanga and young Fan hadn't seen each other for some time. The moment they saw him, they were overjoyed. They came up to him and gave him a bear hug. Following that, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and Jiao Chu came up to him as well. They held his arm, chatted, and greeted him. Husello smiled and said, "We were just talking about you when you arrived. Come on, sit down and have a cup of cheese to moisten your throat." "Haha, we were just talking about your superb skills. What a pity. I'm about to leave Luoyang soon. Otherwise, I really want to pick a few people and form 2 evenly matched teams. Let's have a good fight." Wang Tongjiao laughed and said, "Why does General feel regretful? Next year in the Shangyuan, General will come to Luojing again. It won't be too late for us to compete again. At that time, we will fight side by side against the Tubo Empire." He couldn't ask Princess Taiping to take action again, could he? "Hey, you're so shameful that you can kill us strong men. What are they talking about? Why is it so lively?" With this voice, Qiu Shinji appeared. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked towards the door and saw Shuiren, Li Zhon, Yi Huli, and Di Guangyuan accompanying the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qiu Shinji, walking in. Qiu Shinji walked into the room and slowly examined the furnishings in the room with narrowed eyes. With a face full of nostalgia, he said, "I remember back when Emperor Taizong was promoting the bow striking competition. The first bow striking competition of the Shangyuan was held. At that time, I was in the prime of my life. From then on, the Imperial Army's bow striking competition would be held here as usual. After so many years, I am already old, but this restaurant has not changed at all." Everyone went forward to greet him. Husello said, "Great General Qiu is not old at all. On the field 2 days ago, General was still as spirited as ever, leaving us juniors in the dust." When young Fan saw Qiu Shinji appear, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. This was not the first time he had come into contact with this person. The 2 of them should have been fighting to the death the moment they met, but the reality was that, besides the first brief confrontation, the 2 of them had always been drinking at the same table or fighting side by side. Such enemies were truly rare. Seeing that everyone had come forward to greet him, young Fan quickly composed himself and went forward to greet him. "Greetings, Great General." Qiu Shinji laughed and said, "Are you used to working in the palace?" Young Fan hurriedly replied, "I am indebted to Great General's concern. I am still used to everything." Qiu Shinji said, There are many rules in the palace. You have just entered the Imperial Army, so there are many rules that you are not very familiar with before being transferred to lead the army. You must be even more cautious in everything you do. But seeing how quick-witted you are, As long as you are careful, there will be no problems. Young Fan respectfully said, "This one will remember Great General's teachings." Husello smiled and said, "Great General Chiu, please take a seat. Today's drinking should be enjoyed to the fullest. As for official business, I hope that Great General Chiu can discuss it with Brother Yang later. Please do not take up our time together." Everyone chatted and laughed as they sat down. Husello and Chiu Shinji were both great generals. One was the Great General of the Right Guard, and the other was the Great General of the Left Guard. However, Chiu Shinji was older, so he was pushed to the seat of honor. Chiu Shinji, however, sat down on the seat of honor on the left. He said with a smile, "Sit, all of you sit. Don't push it around. I cannot sit in the seat of honor. Haha, Great General Luo, you cannot sit either. Because, there is still an important guest who has not arrived." Everyone was startled. Even Husello, who was hosting the banquet today, was startled. He asked curiously, "Great General Chiu, the people I invited are all here. Who else is not here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly magnetic female voice sounded at the door. "Since today is a gathering of comrades from the military field, why did General Luo not invite me?" Everyone turned to look at the door. They saw a person standing in front of the private room. She had just taken off the fur coat of the black fox and handed it to a strong woman who was as strong as a man. She turned around and looked at them with a smile. This person wore a jade-colored turban on her head. She wore an asbestos-embroidered robe with a leather belt around her waist. Her attire made her look like a handsome and elegant young man. However, her phoenix eyes and eyebrows, as well as a pair of slightly plump but sexy red lips, clearly indicated that she was a woman. Everyone was shocked and stood up. Chiu Shinji said with a smile, "When I received General Luo's invitation, I thought of Your Highness. That day, we defeated Tufan and made our Tang dynasty proud. Your Highness has great merit. How can we not invite Your Highness to today's banquet? I made the decision without your permission. General Luo, please don't blame me." Husello hurriedly said, "Not at all, not at all. It was my thoughtlessness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Your Highness, please take a seat of honor." Everyone was like stars surrounding the moon. They invited Princess Taiping to take a seat of honor before they took their seats. Husello sat on the right of Princess Taiping. He rubbed his hands and said, "The food and wine of this drunken immortal restaurant are delicious. It's just that the dishes are not exquisite enough. I really didn't expect Your Highness to come today. So, if General Chiu doesn't want to keep us guessing, we should change to a more elegant restaurant." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "No problem. If we talk about food and wine, I'm tired of eating all kinds of delicacies. I heard that this restaurant specializes in Muyang Mo Hu. It's famous far and wide. You Imperial Guards gather here every year, so the dishes here must have their own uniqueness." Chiu Shinji nodded and said, "The dishes here are indeed delicious. But there are many big eaters in my army. Only big fish and meat will suit their taste. I hope it will suit Your Highness's taste." Princess Taiping glanced at young Fan and said sweetly, "Actually, I'm very happy to be able to see you heroes of the army. As for this Muyang Mo Hu, since even General Chiu can't stop praising it, I think the taste won't be bad." Chiu Shinji laughed and said, "Your Highness will know after you taste it." He clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Professor Ju, serve the dishes." The chefs had been informed by Husaro early in the morning and had already paid the money. Therefore, the Muyang Muhu had already been prepared. With a single order, the piping hot delicacies were brought out. The so-called Muyang Mo Hu was mainly made of sheep and geese. A big fat goose was bought and slaughtered. It was then stuffed with glutinous rice mixed with 5 flavors. A fat sheep was slaughtered and the goose was placed in the sheep's stomach. The geese were prepared according to the number of people. As for the sheep, it depended on how many geese a sheep could fit. After that, the sheep's skin was sewn together and roasted. If the restaurant didn't prepare, it couldn't provide the Muyang Mo Hu required by 12 customers. After all, not everyone who came to the restaurant could afford to eat this signature dish. However, there was still time to prepare 1 or 2 additional customers. So the geese for the 13 people were served almost at the same time. There was a big fat goose in front of each person, but there was no mutton. Although the dish used sheep and geese, only the goose was eaten. The delicious taste of the mutton had seeped into the goose. Sheep used for roasting was not eaten. So, this dish was the most expensive dish in this restaurant, which wasn't the most high-end. In addition to the muyang mo hu, there was another main dish. It was a kati of mutton. It was spread layer by layer in wheat flour. In the middle were peppers and fermented beans. Then, it was poured with butter and roasted in the fire. When it was roasted until it was half done, it would be served. The fragrance of wheat, mutton, butter, pepper, and fermented beans filled the air. Apart from the meat dishes and the staple food, there were all kinds of light appetizers on each table. This kind of diet was indeed suitable for the burly men in the army. However, the entire upper class of the Tang Empire was in favor of eating meat. Therefore, the ladies would never think about dieting to lose weight. Princess Taiping sniffed the aroma of the roasted goose and smelled the fragrance of the scones. She couldn't help but feel hungry. Yang Fan tasted the goose. It was really delicious. The fragrance of the goose permeated the fragrance of the mutton, neutralizing it into a more appetizing taste. The glutinous rice inside the goose was also fragrant and delicious. He immediately let go of his appetite and ate it. Unfortunately, he only ate 2 mouthfuls. Li Dayan raised his cup to urge him to drink, so he had to grab the cup. While drinking, Yang Fan glanced at Princess Taiping. He was quite curious about how a princess would eat, especially such big fish and meat. Yang Fan was quite curious. But when he looked at her, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This princess was really free and easy when eating. She was as forthright as a man. She didn't even know that the grease had stained the corners of her mouth. Chapter 146. In this banquet, large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat were eaten to one's heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yang Fan had just clinked his cup with chu quangas and was happily gnawing on a goose leg when Princess Taiping suddenly called out, "Yang Fan." Yang Fan quickly turned his head. There was still a piece of meat hanging on the corner of his mouth. Princess Taiping could not help but laugh out loud. Yang Fan noticed it and quickly grabbed a towel to wipe his mouth. Princess Taiping used her handkerchief to lightly touch the corner of her mouth and asked with a faint smile, "In the past, I invited you to my residence to shoot bows. You said that you like freedom and do not want to be tied down by others. Now that you have entered the Imperial Army, the rules are even stricter, especially when you are on duty in the palace. Are you used to it?" Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, joining the army is completely different from shooting bows." Yang Fan is a young man, of course. He also hopes that one day he will be successful and have a wife and a son. Joining the army is undoubtedly the best opportunity for Yang Fan, so it is only right for him to be restricted by some rules. What a great ambition. Being promoted in the army was much easier than being promoted in the civil service. If it had to be said that it was difficult, then it was really difficult. Because it was a battlefield bathed in blood, and one had to fight with their lives on the line. To be able to have a wife and a son, you must have 100 military achievements. Yang Fan, your ambition is not small. Yang Fan said, "This is just something that came out of my mouth." Actually, such an achievement is beyond Yang Fan's imagination. In the future, if Yang Fan can have half of the achievements of the generals here, accumulate merits and become a brigade commander, I will be satisfied. Qiu Shinji laughed and said, "That's right. If you follow the prescribed order and work hard, in my opinion, even if everything goes smoothly, you will only be able to become a brigade commander for the rest of your life." Qiu Shinji raised his weedy eyebrows and said with a murderous look, "A man should be ruthless. Business and benevolence cannot coexist. To carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements, you have to go to the battlefield and kill people. Yang Fan, I admire you very much. If you have this intention, I will send you to the battlefield to make contributions if there is a chance in the future." Princess Taiping was shocked. Making contributions on the battlefield? That was quite lively. A general's success was built on thousands of dead bodies. Once on the battlefield, thousands of soldiers and thousands of soldiers were killed, even if they wanted to. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to protect them. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Qiu Shenji. She quickly changed the topic and said to young Fan, "The weather is getting warmer. Last time, you showed off your might in Kuju, and this empress is not convinced. When the time comes, this empress will have to compete with you a few more times and let this empress have a taste of your skills." Just as young Fan was about to answer, a shout came from next door. "Di, how dare you bully me?" The partition of this restaurant was made of mud and yellow mud, and the two sides were sandwiched with wooden walls. It was not like those places with screens, so the sound shielding effect was very good. If one did not speak very loudly, one would not be able to hear it. This person's angry roar could be heard clearly. It could be seen just how angry and loud this person was. If it was just such a fierce roar, everyone would have ignored it. Unexpectedly, along with this roar, a muffled sound came from the wall. It seemed as if something had hit the wall. It even hit the roof and dust fell down. Princess Taiping, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at the dust floating towards the wine glasses and frowned slightly. "I will go and have a look." Jiao Chu and Lu Yang, who were sitting near the door, rushed out. The others also wanted to stand up, but Princess Taiping said lightly, "Forget it. There are rude people everywhere. Just ignore them." Before she finished speaking, there was a series of bangs. The two people in the next room seemed to be fighting from the private room to the hall outside. The sound of fighting came from the door, and at the same time, there was the shouting of Dr. Ju and Lu Yang and Jiao Chu to stop. "Enough. Damn it, you still want to quarrel. Believe it or not, I will pick you two up and throw you downstairs." Jiao Chu could not help but be annoyed that the two people did not listen to him. Princess Taiping and the two generals were sitting in the room. If he could not even stop them, wouldn't it show that he was very incompetent? In anger, he could not help but shout. As soon as Jiao Chu said this, there was an angry roar, "Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk too much, I will send you a card and take you to the Yamen for questioning." Jiao Chu was so angry that he laughed. He said mockingly, "What a big tone. I wonder who you are. How can you be so powerful?" That person said reservedly, "Well said. The Assistant Minister of the Imperial Court and the Jiangnan Circuit's Inspector General, Grandpa Di, is my father. Can he handle a slave like you?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the private room immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes turned to Di Guangyuan in unison with doubtful expressions. Just now, it was too noisy outside. That person's loud voice was not the same as usual. Di Guangyuan also drank a few more cups. In addition, he simply did not think that the person fighting outside was his third brother. After a few moments, he actually did not recognize that person's voice outside. At this time, when he heard that person introduce himself, his voice was indeed like his three brothers. He could not help but be shocked. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Princess Taiping, Qiu Shenji, and Luo Kedi. He said, "I will go out and take a look." Princess Taiping nodded. Di Guangyuan hurriedly walked out. Before he walked out, another person's voice suddenly sounded from outside, "That's right. This person is indeed the third young master of the Di family. Hey! Only the son of Grandpa Di is even more annoying and hateful. Di Guangzhou, if you do not give me an explanation for today's matter, I will go to Jiangnan to seek justice from your father." Di Guangzhou said angrily, "This is outrageous. This is between you and me. What is the reason for you to look for my father?" That person sneered and said, "I want to ask Grandpa Di. Is he not ashamed of not being strict enough in his family to raise such a swindling son?" Di Guangzhou said angrily, "T. It has always been like this when asking someone to do something. There will always be success or failure. How can there be someone like you who does not know his limit?" "I do not know my limits. Di Guangzhou, be honest. You have accepted money from our family. Have you ever sincerely done anything for our family?" The two of them talked back and forth. In a few words, the people in the room who were listening had roughly understood the cause of the matter. Speaking of which, Di Renjie was a hero, but it was inevitable that he had an unfilial son. Di Renjie had 3 sons. The eldest was Di Guangxi, the second was Di Guangyuan, and the third was Di Guangzhao. Di Guangxi had a calm temperament and was capable in doing things. He was the most like a father. The second son, Di Guangyuan, was not as outstanding as his eldest brother. He was a smart and capable general in the imperial guards. Only the third son, Di Guangzhao, had a bad character and was greedy by nature. It was unknown how a tiger father could raise such a useless son. Di Renjie had once been the provincial governor of Bing province. During his time in office, he was diligent and loved the people. He was loved and respected by the local people. To commemorate his benevolence, the local people even erected a tombstone for him. Later on, his son, Di Guangzhao, became an official because of his family background. He was also sent to Bing province to be an official. Actually, old Di played a part in this. He also knew that among his three sons, be it ability or character, his third son was slightly worse than his two elder brothers. If he were to be an official in a place where he had a good reputation, even if his ability was slightly worse, it would be easy for him to gain political achievements. As a father, he would always want to take care of his sons. Grandpa Di was also human. It was human nature and unavoidable. However, he had underestimated Di Guangzhao's ability to cheat his father. In the past, when Di Guangzhao was under his watch, he was still somewhat restrained. However, the moment he arrived in Bing province, he immediately bullied the people, embezzled, and extorted bribes, creating a foul atmosphere in Bing province. In a rage, the local people even smashed the tombstone they erected for Di Renjie. When Di Renjie heard of his son's evil deeds in Bing province, he was furious and personally wrote a letter of impeachment. As a result, Di Guangzhao was removed from his position and was currently unemployed at home. When Di Renjie was in the capital, he was still a little more obedient. Now that Di Renjie was in Jiangnan, he caused trouble again. This trouble was actually related to the case of Seo Qiangjin. Seo Qiangjin was captured by the imperial court when he was fleeing north to the Turks. Under Zhu Xing's torture, Seo Qiangjin and Zhong Siming, in order to survive, began to randomly accuse other officials under Zhu Xing's instructions. A magistrate from Huainan province, Chuzhou province, Tang Xiong, was also arrested and thrown into prison. Tang Xiong's nephew, Tang Qing, brought a large sum of money to the capital, hoping to find a way to get him out. However, who dared to get involved in Zhu Xing's case? When Zhu Xing was handling cases, he was like a red-eyed mad dog, biting whoever he caught. Everyone was afraid to avoid him, so no one was willing to get involved. Tang Qing had a large sum of money, but there was no way for him to plead. At this time, he met Di Guangzhao. When Di Guangzhao was an official in Bing province, he indulged in debauchery and women. He was used to living an extravagant life. Ever since he returned to the capital, he was first strictly ordered by his old father to reflect on his mistakes. He was not even allowed to drink wine, so his mouth was bland. He hoped that after his old man went to Jiangnan and his eldest and second brothers became officials, this third young master finally regained his freedom. Who knew that the old man was an incorruptible official? His family's monthly allowance was very limited, so they could not afford his extravagant lifestyle. Coincidentally, he heard that Tang Qing had no way to plead, so Di Guangzhao took charge of this matter. Di Guangzhao's calculations were not bad. His father used to be an official of the Supreme Court and was very familiar with the officials of the three law departments. Now, he was also an important official in the imperial court. Taking a portion of Tang Qing's filial piety to help him smooth things over would be the best. If it failed, he could hide most of the money with a clear conscience. When the time came, even if he said that he had spent all his money through bribing, the Tang family would have to suffer in silence. Who knew that Tang Qing was in the prime of his youth and had a fiery temper? When he heard that there was such a large sum of money, Di Guangzhao said that he had no other way and wanted to erase it. How could he let it go? The two of them could not come to an agreement and started fighting during the banquet. What was worse was that this scene was seen by many people, making Di Guangzhao lose face. When Di Guangyuan left, Tang Qing was grabbing Di Guangzhao's collar and loudly complaining. Di Guangyuan saw his brother's fierce expression and knew that what Tang Qing said was not far from the truth. Di Guangyuan was so angry that he rushed forward and slapped Tang Qing's face, causing Di Guangzhao to see stars. Di Guangzhao was furious. He covered his face and shouted, "Which bastard?" When he saw that it was his second brother, he could not help but embarrassedly say, "Second brother." Chapter 147. Di Guangyuan was trembling with anger, but this was not the time to argue with his brother. Di Guangyuan pulled Tang Qing to the side and quietly asked about the situation. He comforted him, "Brother Tang, I am the second son of the Di family. Don't be anxious. How about this, you go back first and come to my house tomorrow morning. We will discuss in detail. My Di family will take responsibility for any losses." Tang Qing saw that he was sincere and said, "All right. Since you said so, I will go to your house tomorrow and listen to the news." Tang Qing glared at Di Guangzhao with disgust and turned to go downstairs. Di Guangzhao came up to him and said, "Second brother." Di Guangyuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm voice, "Wait for me here. There are a few nobles in the private room. I will go and inform them and we will go home together." Di Guangyuan hurriedly entered the private room and did not dare to raise his head. He cupped his hands and said with shame, "Your Highness, the two generals, my fellow brothers and friends, I have some matters to attend to at home and have to go back immediately. Today's matter is really too impolite, really too impolite." Before he finished speaking, he thought of how unfilial his third brother was, how he ruined the family's reputation and humiliated his father's illustrious name. Moreover, it was seen by so many people. In less than a day, the news would spread all over Luoyang. He suddenly burst into tears. Princess Taiping smiled and said softly, "As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, each one is different. You are you, he is him, and Grandpa Di is Grandpa Di. You have to think about this clearly." Di Guangyuan quickly wiped his tears and said gratefully, "Your Highness's priceless advice, Guangyuan will remember it. I will take my leave first." Di Guangyuan bowed to everyone again and hurriedly left. When he came out of the private room, Di Guangzhao had already disappeared without a trace. Di Guangyuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he could not vent his anger here, so he could only suppress his anger and hurriedly left. The banquet was already halfway done, but with Di Guangzhao's interference, the entire banquet was covered in dust, so it could not continue. Everyone felt sorry for Di Renjie and Di Guangyuan, and hastily ended the banquet. Qiu Shenji stood up and said, "All of you, return to your places. I invited the princess here, so I will escort her back to the residence." Of course, no one would compete with him for this job. They bid farewell to Husello and left. Princess Taiping also put on her light fur coat and left the restaurant with Qiu Shenji. She boarded her own carriage. Qiu Shenji mounted a war horse and escorted by a few soldiers. As the carriage passed 2 crossroads, Princess Taiping suddenly pulled the curtains and peeked out. Qiu Shenji, who was riding on the horse, seemed to sense something. He turned his head and met the princess's eyes. Princess Taiping gently nodded. Qiu Shenji immediately turned over and dismounted from the horse. Then, he strode up to the car, opened the back door and got into the carriage. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and there were a large number of servants from the princess mansion and the general mansion around. Qiu Shenji's movements were extremely agile. The carriages were still moving forward, and no one noticed him. There was a stove in the carriage, and the charcoal was burning brightly. Princess Taiping entered the carriage and took off her fur coat. She was still dressed in men's clothing, but she was more casual in the carriage than outside. She leaned against the soft cushion, looking less dignified and more languid. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, when she sat there, her breasts were protruding, her waist was slender, her jade-like smile, and her lovely and charming appearance, no one would see her as a man. The carriage was an ox carriage, and the carriage was very wide. There was a brocade stool opposite Princess Taiping's couch. Qiu Shenji entered the carriage and walked over on the soft snow-white Persian carpet. He turned around and sat on the brocade stool. Princess Taiping glanced at him and played with her nails in boredom. She asked, "General Qiu, why did you invite me out?" Qiu Shenji put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "There is one reason why I invited your highness out for a banquet. It is indeed to relieve your highness's mood. As for the other matter..." His weed-like thick eyebrows slightly raised. He looked at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, "Your highness, you are a member of Li Tang's royal family. There is something that I should not say. However, this matter is known by everyone in the world. Regardless of whether it is said or not, it will still happen. And once it happens, everyone, whether it is your highness or me, will be greatly affected. I am a straightforward person and do not want to beat around the bush. If I speak bluntly and offend your highness, I hope your highness will not blame me." Princess Taiping's clear eyes slightly narrowed. She sat up a little and said, "General Qiu, please speak freely. I am not a woman who cannot keep things in her heart." Qiu Shenji said, "If so, I will speak frankly." Qiu Shenji paused and said, "Your highness, the empress controls the universe and the world. Now it seems that ascending to the throne is inevitable. Your highness, do you think so?" Although Wu Zetian's intention was known by everyone, no one dared to break it. Qiu Shenji not only broke it, but also in front of the princess of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became cold. Princess Taiping's body seemed to stiffen. Then, she sat up a little straighter and stared at Qiu Shenji. After a while, she slowly nodded, "Yes, in my opinion, mother does have this intention. But, so what? Taiping is only a woman." Qiu Shenji laughed and said, "Your highness, do you think that I want you to bear the responsibility of supporting the country and protecting the national weapon of the Tang dynasty?" "No, no, no." Qiu Shenji shook his head and slightly puffed out his chest. "Qiu Shenji is loyal to the empress. Heaven and earth can prove it. The empress wants to be the empress dowager of the Tang dynasty. Qiu Shenji is a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty. The empress wants to change the world. Qiu Shenji is a loyal subject of the empress." Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and asked, "Then, why did General Qiu mention this to me?" Qiu Shenji sighed and said, "Because, the empress is already old." "Why?" "Then we have to think about it. Once the empress becomes the empress, who will the country belong to?" Princess Taiping gently leaned back on the pillow and said lightly, "Mother has 2 sons. Taiping has 2 elder brothers. Since ancient times, the country has always been passed on to their sons. If mother becomes the empress, the crown prince will of course be Taiping's elder brother." Qiu Shenji smiled, "But, there has never been a female empress. Once the empress becomes the first female empress in history. Of course, the empress can pass the throne to her son. But the son of this empress is also the son of the previous emperor. So, once the crown prince becomes the empress, will he restore the title of Li Tang? All emperors want their country to last for thousands of years. Will the empress not consider this? Furthermore, the 2 princes have never been loved by the empress. Your highness should know this better than this old man." Princess Taiping frowned and asked, "Then, who does General Qiu think can be the crown prince?" Qiu Shenji said slowly, "I think that the Wu clan's nephew has a better chance of becoming the crown prince than the current emperor and prince of Luling." Princess Taiping's face darkened. Qiu Shenji continued, "But there is another person who has a better chance of becoming the crown prince than the Wu clan's nephew. This person's surname is Li." Princess Taiping's expression changed and asked hurriedly, "Who is this person?" Qiu Shenji slowly raised his eyes and looked at Princess Taiping. He said word by word, "Of course. Your highness." Princess Taiping was startled. She laughed involuntarily and said, "Ridiculous. I am a woman." Qiu Shenji interrupted, "Since there can be a female emperor, why can't there be a female crown prince?" The carriage was silent, only the faint rumbling of the wheels, the hawkers' cries, and the occasional whinny of the war horses could be heard. The curtain swayed slightly, the carriage also swayed slightly, but Princess Taiping's clear face was like ice, without a trace of ripple. After a long time, she slowly said, "My surname is also Li, as General Qiu said just now. Isn't Amu worried that I will restore the name of Li Tang?" Qiu Shenji shook his head and said, "Of course the empress does not need to worry. Only when the world no longer belongs to the Tang dynasty can the princess become the emperor. If the princess wants to restore the Tang dynasty, how can she still have the throne? He stared at Princess Taiping and said, even if your highness wants to give up the throne, how can the court officials who abandoned the Tang dynasty to protect the empress agree? With the empress's wisdom, how can she not think of this? The empress loves your highness the most and often says that your highness is the most like her. In this world, the empress will come from the Tang dynasty, and your highness is the princess of the Tang dynasty. If the princess of the Tang dynasty wants to be the new crown prince, both the new and old officials can accept it. As long as your highness is willing to fight for it, no one can compete with you. Princess Taiping gently pursed her bright and beautiful lips and said slowly, I think I understand what General Qiu means. Qiu Shenji showed a satisfied smile and cupped his fists. I am willing to serve your highness. Princess Taiping's pretty face darkened, and she said coldly, I have never wanted to be the crown prince, let alone the emperor. Qiu Shenji was startled, and his smile froze on his face. Princess Taiping's expression was stern, but there was a trace of sadness in her voice. General Qiu, I am the princess of the Tang dynasty. The Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty is my father. It is my mother who wants to change the world. As their daughter, what can I do? What should I do? I can't do anything, and I don't want to do anything. Fortunately, I am a girl, and I don't need to ask for trouble by carrying this burden on my shoulders. I can stand aside with a clear conscience. Qiu Shenji said, Your Highness, as long as you nod, the crown prince position will be yours. Princess Taiping interrupted, Will you be happy if you have the whole world? I don't think so. In my opinion, it is enough for a girl to take care of her husband and children. I don't have a husband now, but I still have children. I am very happy to live like this. Qiu Shenji was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands, and said again, Your Highness. Princess Taiping's face was frosty, and she waved her sleeves, and said in a deep voice, I am already drunk. Just pretend that you said nothing today. General Qiu, please go back. Chapter 148. When Yang Fan returned to the palace, he went through the Black Tortoise Gate because the ushers lived in the western part of the city. Of course, if he went back from the West Gate, he would be the closest to the city, but he would have to go outside the city because the palace occupied more than half of the city to the northwest of the city. To the west of the palace was the Jiao City, and outside of the Jiao City was the city wall. At the Black Tortoise Gate, Yang Fan showed the fish talisman to the guards and entered the palace after checking it. There was an open space between the Grand Emblem Hall and the Liu Bei Hall. If he turned west, he would be able to go straight to the Jiao City. Not long after Yang Fan went around the Grand Emblem Hall, he heard a series of coughs in front of him. At the same time, he heard a man's voice, Miss Xie, don't go, cough cough cough, don't go, cough cough cough. Yang Fan looked up and saw Xie Xiaoman quickly walking out from the corridor behind the Zhengguan Hall. She turned around and walked towards the Jiao City, not even sparing him a glance. There was a man chasing after her. Yang Fan subconsciously dodged to the side of the road and hid behind a thick red pillar. Xie Xiaoman stopped, her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted together. She asked angrily, Young Master Wu, I still have things to do, why are you chasing after me? The man chasing after her was Wu Huxing. Wu Huxing had entered the palace the day before yesterday to see Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian originally wanted to immediately arrange an official position for this nephew of hers. Her plan to replace Li Tang was progressing faster and faster. With an official from the Wu family in the palace, it would be easier for her. But as soon as Wu Huxing smelled the fragrance of the dragon saliva in the hall, he couldn't stop coughing. Although he wanted to hold it back, he couldn't. Instead, he coughed even harder. When Wu Zetian heard his cough, it sounded like he was coughing his lungs out. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could a tuberculosis ghost like him be of great importance? With no other choice, Wu Zetian could only arrange for him to stay outside the imperial city. She ordered the imperial physicians to treat his body and wait for him to recover. However, Wu Huxing couldn't sit still. It was true that his body was weak, but he ate all kinds of nutritious food every day, so his virtual fire was flourishing. As soon as he thought of the pretty girl he had met that day in the snow, this young master from a big house in the countryside felt his heart itch. The day before, when he saw his aunt, he couldn't immediately ask for a maid to serve him in bed. In addition, he was coughing so badly that he put the topic on hold. Now, the more he thought about it, the more unbearable it was, so he came to the palace again. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Empress Wu was resting. Yesterday, Empress Wu and Imperial Physician Shen had sex the night before. Although she took good care of herself, she was old and her energy was lacking. She attended court in the morning and read some memorials in the afternoon. She was really tired, so she took a nap in Zhenguan Palace Hall. Wu Huxing thought that he and the Empress Dowager had the same surname Wu. Everyone in the palace was his Wu family's servant, so he barged in. But how could the rules of the palace be the same as his Wu family's courtyard? When Shanghai Wana heard someone come in to report, she simply ordered, "Tell him to wait." Wu Huxing had no choice but to wait outside. Wu Huxing waited until the sun was setting in the west. Empress Wu was still sleeping soundly and hadn't woken up yet. Wu Huxing was extremely bored. He wandered around the side halls, but there was really nothing to see. He was just about to leave the palace and go back to rest. Tomorrow, he would look for his aunt and ask her to warm his bed. He didn't expect that Xie Xiaoman would come out of the palace just as she was about to finish her shift. As soon as Empress Wu saw her, she was wild with joy. She went over to strike up a conversation. She asked for her name and age. Xie Xiaoman knew that he was Empress Wu's nephew. At first, she replied politely, but when she saw him asking more and more questions, she felt disgusted and hurriedly took her leave. Wu Huxing wasn't willing to let her go and chased after her. Wu Huxing caught up with Xie Xiaoman. He was panting heavily with one hand on his waist. It seemed like he was having a hard time breathing. He hurriedly gasped for breath and said, "Miss Xie, don't go, I cough. This young master likes to talk to you." Xie Xiaoman gently wrinkled her eyebrows and indifferently said, "Young Master Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity. If there is nothing important, then I will take my leave." Wait, cough, cough, cough. Of course I have something important to do." Wu Huxing hurriedly stepped forward to block her way. He had just spoken half a sentence when he bowed his head and coughed uncontrollably. Xie Xiaoman was displeased. "Young master, what else do you want?" Wu Huxing looked at the oval face in front of him. Her eyes were like lacquer, elegant and beautiful. Then there was her beautiful and tall figure. Her long and strong thighs were already higher than his belly button. If he could hold such a pair of slender and round thighs in his arms. Wu Huxing's heart warmed. He blurted out, I want you to follow me." "Follow you?" Xie Xiaoman was a little surprised at first. Then she laughed. "How is that possible? The Empress Dowager's personal guards can't be randomly assigned to protect others." "Guard? No. Wu Huxing shook his almost invisible short neck and laughed lewdly. "I mean, I want you to serve me, sleep with me, he. Xie Xiaoman didn't expect Wu Huxing to have such an idea. She didn't expect him to say such vulgar and disgusting words. She glared at Wu Huxing with disgust. She didn't even have the mood to talk to him anymore. She turned around and walked around him. Wu Huxing stretched out his hand to stop her. Xie Xiaoman scolded, "Get lost." Wu Huxing originally had the temperament of a young master. For the sake of this beautiful young lady, he felt that he had already lowered his status and made all sorts of compromises. This young lady actually did not know how to appreciate favors and dared to speak to him like this. Wu Huxing was furious. His face instantly darkened and he angrily said, "Little slut, don't be so shameless when I give you face. Who am I? I am the nephew of the Empress Dowager. It is your honor that I like you." Xie Xiaoman couldn't be bothered with him. She flicked her fingers as if playing a peeper. She flicked Wu Huxing's arm away and walked away. Wu Huxing flew into a rage. "Little bitch. You really think you're somebody? Aren't you just a dog raised by the Wu family? I want you now," Wu Huxing said and pounced forward. He opened his arms from behind and hugged Xie Xiaoman. Xie Xiaoman shivered. She suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. She had an unknown quirk. She couldn't let men touch her. Maybe only her father-like brother Ah Cho was an exception. If she was accidentally touched by a man, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Being hugged by someone's arms like this, it was simply unimaginable. This was probably a serious psychological trauma caused by an accident when she was young. As a result, when Wu Huxing hugged her, Xie Xiaoman felt as if a poisonous snake had coiled around her body. An inexplicable fear and anger made her involuntarily erupt. She struggled and shook off Wu Huxing's dirty hands. Then she turned around and without thinking, she kicked him away. This Wu Huxing was a sickly person. He coughed for half a day after taking 2 steps. Hugging her with all his strength, he used up all his strength. After being kicked in the chest by her, his body fell backwards, his qi and blood flowed in reverse, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him vomit blood, Xie Xiaoman was also shocked. After a moment of hesitation, she rushed forward and squatted down. She looked at him helplessly and asked, "What happened to you?" Wu Huxing's face was sallow. In his anger, he still wanted to say something. But when he opened his mouth, he vomited another mouthful of blood. His neck tilted and he died. This time, Xie Xiaoman really panicked. No matter how unbearable Wu Huxing was, he was still Empress Wu's nephew. If Empress Wu found out about this, just as she thought of this, a group of guards came out from the corner of the flowing cup hall. When Xie Xiaoman saw the group of soldiers holding halberds, her heart suddenly turned cold. At the back of the flowing cup hall, there was a flower wall that wasn't very high. She squatted on the ground to support Wu Huxing. The soldiers hadn't seen her yet, but it would only take a moment for them to turn around the flower wall, and then, thinking of this, Xie Xiaoman's hands and feet couldn't help but feel cold. Xie Xiaoman was at a loss when she heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Xie Xiaoman looked up and saw young Fan running from the long corridor in the direction of the Great Emblem Hall's main entrance. He shouted, "Ayaya, what happened? What happened to this person?" At this time, the group of soldiers had already turned the corner of the hall. When they saw a person lying there, they immediately rushed over and surrounded the 3 of them. This group of soldiers and young Fan weren't from the same department. They belonged to the Yulin Guard. Young Fan had just been transferred here, so these guards didn't know him. But they recognized young Fan's clothes, and they also recognized Xie Xiaoman. When the leader saw Xie Xiaoman, he hurriedly asked, "Xie Jue, what happened here? Who is this person?" Young Fan rushed to say, "Just now, I saw this person turn around the corner of the hall. There was a thin layer of ice on the road, so he staggered and fell down. Xie Jue happened to pass by and wanted to help him up in time. This person's body is so weak, why did he vomit blood after falling?" Xie Xiaoman looked at young Fan in shock. Young Fan winked at her. Xie Xiaoman's long eyelashes fluttered, and she shut her mouth tightly. "Wake up! Wake up! Hey! Wake up!" Young Fan continuously patted and rubbed Wu Huxing's chest. Under his efforts to help, the shallow mark from Xie Xiaoman's foot was completely patted away. Not long after, the matter was reported and a steward eunuch came. The steward eunuch had seen Wu Huxing before. When he saw it was him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly ran back to report to Empress Wu. When Wu Zetian heard this, she hurriedly called for the imperial physician. When the imperial physician arrived, the sickly invalid was already dead. This imperial physician was none other than Wu Zetian's second gigolo, Shen Nanlu. Imperial physician Shen's complexion was fair, his appearance was clear, his temperament was refined, and his manner was refined. Although he was nearly 40 years old, he had taken good care of himself. He looked like a man in his early 30s. He was completely different from Xue Huaiyi. Imperial physician Shen carefully examined the deceased. Naturally, he couldn't find anything. This person was congenitally deficient, his body was extremely weak, and Empress Wu's personal guard and a Jin Wu guard's imperial bodyguard said that he died from falling and vomiting blood. Not to mention that imperial physician Shen's medical skills weren't high enough to find any clues. Even if he found something strange, he wouldn't dare to say anything. God knows how deep the water was in this matter. After imperial physician Shen finished his examination, he cupped his hands to Wu Zetian and said, "Empress, This person's deficiency is caused by tuberculosis. It's a congenitally deficient disease, and it's all due to nourishment that he can survive until today. This fall may not be a big deal for an ordinary person, but for this person, it's enough to be fatal. Chapter 149. When Wu Zetian met Wu Huxing the day before yesterday, she knew that he was extremely weak, but she didn't expect him to be so weak that he could die with just a slip. She was disheartened and ordered, "Men, carry the body out of the palace and send it back to Taiyuan for burial as soon as possible." The eunuch carried Wu Huxing's body and left in a hurry. The palace gate was about to be locked, so the body had to be carried out as soon as possible. The eunuch carried the body to Xuanwu Gate, where the palace guards carried it out. While Wu Zetian was dealing with the aftermath of the incident, Xie Xiaoman forced herself to remain calm, but her heart was racing. She stole a glance at young Fan and saw that he was calm. Xie Xiaoman couldn't help but admire him. This guy has some guts, to be able to be so calm in front of the Empress Dowager. Young Fan had seen people killed at the age of 9, and when he was 13, he followed his senior brother to kill people. At that time, he followed his senior brother into the mountains to quell a rebellion, and the number of rebels who died in his hands was more than 10. In Luoyang, he had personally killed several enemies, so there was nothing to say about his mental fortitude. Although Wu Zetian's aura was strong, young Fan had been with curly beard since he was young, and the aura of that generation's hero was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Young Fan had been living with it for many years and was already used to it. In this aspect, Xiaoman was indeed inferior to him. She was taken in by Auntie Xie as a guard, not an assassin. Although Xiaoman had also killed people before, it was all because of Wu Zetian's orders. This person was also the ruler of the entire empire, so she naturally felt that it was only natural for her to do so. But now, it was the exact opposite. The person she killed was the nephew of this woman who could decide the life and death of everyone in the world, so of course she was afraid. When Wu Zetian ordered the body to be carried out of the palace, Xie Xiaoman finally relaxed. Young Fan and Xie Xiaoman left the main hall and looked at each other without saying a word. On the west side of the palace was a rather large city. Most of the residents were guards and warriors. Xie Xiaoman's residence was also in the city. The two of them walked together for a long time without speaking. After walking for a long time, Xie Xiaoman finally stopped. She lowered her head and said to young Fan, "Thank you." Young Fan smiled and said, "No need to thank me." Xie Xiaoman pursed her lips, slightly raised her eyes, and asked curiously, "This is no small matter. Why are you willing to take on such a huge responsibility to help me?" Young Fan said, "Must there be a reason to help someone?" Xie Xiaoman said, "If it was like how you saved that little girl on the night of the Upper Yuan dynasty, of course you wouldn't need a reason, but this time, I can't tell that you're a righteous Jianghu wanderer." Young Fan said, "All right. Actually, it's because I feel that it's not worth it for you to pay with your life for such a person." Xie Xiaoman quietly stared at him for a long time. Her lips gradually curled into a smile. "You're actually not a bad person." Young Fan blinked and said, "Didn't you say that I'm a lecher who attracts bees and butterflies?" Xie Xiaoman blushed and said, "Actually, I also know that you're not that bad." She bit her lips and said, "It's one thing that you've done me a favor, but I still have to say that the palace maids are all people with bitter lives. This palace is like a big cage. Trapped in here, they won't be able to see the light of day until it's time for them to be released. It's fine if they don't fall in love, otherwise their days will be even more bitter. Moreover, if something really happens, you and they will all be beheaded." Seeing that she was quite serious, young Fan couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. After listening to her, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I'm seducing those palace maids?" Xie Xiaoman stared at him with a pair of big black and white eyes, and said in a very strange tone, "Do you think that there's any other meaning to your actions?" Young Fan said helplessly, "Big sister, you. I'm older than you. Little sister, you, just call me Xie Juwei. Xie Juwei, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, those girls are too bored and took the initiative to stick to me." Xie Xiaoman sighed softly and said, "Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. It's fine if you don't listen to me. Anyway, I've already transferred you to Wu Cheng Hall. In the future, with me watching over you, you won't be able to play any tricks. Let me tell you in advance, Wu Cheng Hall is where the Empress Bureau is located. The rules are very strict. Seeing that she didn't believe him at all, young Fan was very depressed. Those palace maids were more clever than the last. In front of Xie Xiaoman, they were all like obedient little white rabbits. How could Xie Xiaoman believe what young Fan said? Young Fan could only helplessly sigh and said, Miss Xiaoman, I'm your savior. Xie Xiaoman replied seriously, your kindness, Xiaoman will remember in my heart. If there's a chance, I will definitely repay you. But I can't just sit back and watch you do whatever you want just because you've done me a favor. Besides, what I'm doing is not necessarily a bad thing for you. Young Fan spread out his hands and said, do you know that your wishful thinking is so one-sided? You don't believe my explanation at all. I'm very depressed. Xie Xiaoman chuckled lightly and said, all right, stop pretending. In any case, you're not allowed to do anything too outrageous. At this time, a lantern slowly turned from the corner of the hall. The one carrying the lantern was the little palace maid Xu Xiaomiao of Wu Cheng Hall. Xu Xiaomiao carried the lantern and wore a palace dress. Her footsteps were light, like a happy butterfly. Aya, who's standing here? You scared me. Xu Xiaomiao hurriedly stopped and patted her chest. When she saw that it was young Fan and Xie Xiaoman standing opposite each other, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Xiejuwei. Bro Beta Perzi. Oh, you guys. Xu Xiaomiao glanced at the two of them, her eyes filled with warmth. Xie Xiaoman explained, I was just about to go back to my residence to rest. He happens to be on the same path as me. Oh. Yes, Xiaomiao understands. Hey, it's just the same path, just the same path. Xu Xiaomiao smiled and nodded hurriedly. Xie Xiaoman looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her, and Xu Xiaomiao also looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her. Young Fan stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh as he watched. Ah, Xiejuwei, Bro Beta Perzi, I still have to return to Wu Cheng Hall to continue my duty. I'll take my leave first. Xu Xiaomiao lifted the hem of her dress, squatted in front of them, and walked past them. Xie Xiaoman clearly saw that the moment she flashed past the two of them, she gently stuck out her tongue. Xie Xiaoman was very depressed, but she didn't know how to explain. She was about to leave in a sullen mood when she suddenly heard a whisper like a mosquito from afar, no wonder Xiejuwei was so fierce to me, and even wanted to transfer second brother to Wu Cheng Hall to watch over me. So that's why. Xu Xiaomiao's voice wasn't loud, but Xie Xiaoman and young Fan's ears were very good, so they heard it clearly. So that's why. Xie Xiaoman suddenly turned around, as if she wanted to catch up and explain to Xu Xiaomiao, but then she thought that this kind of thing would only make things worse. She could only stomp her feet angrily and walk forward sullenly. Her two long legs spread out, and she walked quite fast. Young Fan immediately caught up with her and walked beside her. The two of them walked like this for a long time without saying a word. Xie Xiaoman suddenly glared at him and said, What are you laughing at? Young Fan said, When did I laugh? Xie Xiaoman said angrily, Your eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose are all obviously smiling. Do you really have to laugh out loud to be considered smiling? Young Fan said leisurely, Someone finally experienced the feeling of depression that I felt just now. I can't not laugh even if I want to. Ha. Ha ha. Young Fan puffed out his chest and walked past Xie Xiaoman with his head held high. You. Xie Xiaoman was extremely angry, but when she looked up, she saw that they were already close to Jiao Cheng, and a few soldiers were walking over with their shoulders swaying. Afraid that chasing after them would cause more gossip, she could only watch helplessly as young Fan walked through the door. The Hall of Martial Accomplishment, where young Fan was on duty, was an important place where Wu Zetian handled government affairs and received trusted officials after the court session ended. This palace was located on the west side of the Ming Hall. The main hall had three main entrances. The first one was the Guang Fan Gate, the second was the Qianhua Gate, and the third was the Wu Cheng Gate. There was another gate on the east side of the hall called the Dongming Gate, and another gate on the west side called the Guangyun Gate. Out of the Guangyun Gate, through the Chang'an Gate, and into the Ming Fu Gate was the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Prime Minister's Yamen. To the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Hall of History, to the south of the Hall of History was the Internal Medicine Bureau, and to the north was the Food Kitchen. To the north of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Women's Hospital, and to the north of the hospital was the Cultivation Academy. This area could be said to be the core area where the court handled daily government affairs. Yang Fan was on duty in the third courtyard of the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, the Wu Cheng Gate. Early in the morning, when it was time for Yang Fan to be on duty, he rushed to the Wu Cheng Gate. At this time, Empress Wu was in the Ming Hall, summoning all the civil and military officials for a court session. The red sun had just risen, and a faint red hue covered the earth. The eunuchs and palace maids were busy sweeping and cleaning. At this time, a handsome young man wearing a soft hat, a round collar robe, and a leather belt around his waist slowly walked over. Greetings, Shangguan awaiting Imperial Edict. Greetings, Shangguan awaiting Imperial Edict. Along the way, the palace maids and palace maids greeted her one after another. Shangguan Wan was awaiting Imperial Edict. The position of awaiting Imperial Edict began in the Han Dynasty. The awaiting Imperial Edict of the Tang Dynasty was very different from the awaiting Imperial Edict of the Han Dynasty. During the Han Dynasty, the awaiting Imperial Edict also had to accompany the emperor to court and await his orders at any time. The awaiting Imperial Edict of the Tang Dynasty was usually placed on duty at the Hanlin Academy. As a awaiting Imperial Edict, Shangguan Wan did not need to go to court unless special permission was given. Normally, she would rush to the Wu Cheng Hall before Empress Wu and sort out the unfinished documents from the day before. She would leave behind those that needed to be personally reviewed by Empress Wu and sort them out. She would also distribute those that needed to be sent to the various yamens. Shangguan Wan leisurely walked to the front of the Wu Cheng Hall. Just as she was about to step into the hall, her gaze swept past the face of the imperial bodyguard at the side. Her leg that had already stepped over the threshold withdrew. She twisted her body and carefully sized up Yang Fan. With a slightly surprised expression, she said, "You are." Yang Fan was also looking at her. As soon as she arrived, Yang Fan had noticed her. Miao Shenke's whereabouts were in the hands of this woman. Yang Fan's only target in the palace was this woman. How could he not pay attention to her? But he had tried every possible way to get close to her. Now that she was right in front of him, how could he ask her? Alas! The reeds were green and the white dew was like frost. The so-called beauty was on the other side of the water. Following the stream, the road was obstructive and long. Following the stream, it was as if she was in the middle of the water. Compared to this gentleman pursuing a fair and graceful lady, the current situation was not easy at all. Chapter 150. Yang Fan was thinking hard and could not help but be distracted. When Shanghai Wan was talking to him, his eyes were still staring straight ahead. Halfway through Shanghai Wan's sentence, he came back to his senses and hastily saluted. Subordinate Yang Fan pays respect to Shangguan Daijiao. As he saluted, he forgot about the big halberd in his bosom. The big halberd swayed and fell to the side. Yang Fan hastily grabbed it. Shanghai Wan felt like laughing. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Pleased," she said. "Yes, it is indeed you. Why are you here?" Yang Fan replied, "Zaixia initially joined the Jinwu Guards and became a cook. But in just 3 days, I was transferred to lead the army." Shanghai Wan smiled and said, "Very good. In this way, when I have free time in the future, I can ask for some advice on your Kuju skill." Yang Fan laughed. "Shangguan Daijiao's Kuju skill is really brilliant. Zaixia is also interested to learn from you." Shanghai Wan nodded her head and stepped into the hall. There is a strange feeling in her heart. She turned her head to look at Yang Fan and saw that his expression is normal and there is nothing unusual. But the strange feeling in her heart is still lingering and she could not explain it clearly. Yang Fan is deep in thought, his eyes look dangerous. Shanghai Wan has already sensed it, but she could not figure out what that expression means. Empress Wu is in charge of the Wu Cheng Hall. She will take a break at noon and then have a meal. Following that, she will go to Wu Cheng Hall. After her afternoon nap, she will meet with a few ministers who need to discuss military affairs in private. Therefore, for the whole morning, Shanghai Wanna was the owner of Wucheng Hall. For the rest of the time, Yang Fan had been standing at the door, anxiously looking into the hall. Unfortunately, Shanghai Wanna did not come out again. Even if she came out, unless she took the initiative to talk to him, he could not strike up a conversation. Seeing the only person who knew the truth right in front of him, Yang Fan could not do anything. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Yang Fan stood there and let his imagination run wild. There will be a time when she leaves Wucheng Hall, right? For example, passing the decree for Empress Wu. When she leaves, I will find a chance to follow her. Hee. No way. This is the Martial Achievement Hall. My range of activity is limited to the third courtyard. If she leaves and I follow her, I'll be discovered immediately. She has to go to the toilet, right? The toilet is on the west side of the side hall. On the left and right side are the residence of the eunuchs and palace maids. During the day, they have their own duties and are not around. That place has always been deserted. I can follow her and subdue her. She is a girl, and with a little intimidation, she will obediently confess. That won't do. I won't have enough time to change my clothes. If I only cover my face, there are only a few guards in front of the hall. It will be easy to find out who left and who didn't. Don't tell me, after getting a confession, I have to kill her. Yang Fan stood there, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. Hey, what are you doing? Ah! Yang Fan came back to his senses. He saw Shanghai Wanna, who he had schemed against thousands of times, standing in front of him. She looked at him curiously. Yang Fan was startled. He stammered, I was thinking. What is the matter of waiting for the decree? The corner of Shanghai Wanna's mouth twitched. She held back her laughter and said, Come with me to the history library. Bring these files over. Behind Shanghai Wanna stood a little eunuch. He held a thick stack of files in his hands. It was high up to his chin. He swayed with great difficulty. Yang Fan hurriedly agreed. He took most of the files from the little eunuch's hands. Shanghai Wanna walked in front. Yang Fan and the little eunuch followed behind. Even though Yang Fan took most of the files, it was still very easy for him to carry. He spread his legs and walked leisurely. The little eunuch felt relaxed at first. However, with the weight of 10 catties in his hands, he found it more and more strenuous and fell behind. Yang Fan stared at Shanghai Wanna's graceful back view. He couldn't help but think. This is really troublesome. She is the only person who knows the whereabouts of Miao Shunke. If I want to get information from her mouth, I'm afraid there is no other way but to use force. But what should I do after using force? Kill her. Not to mention that I can't do it. Even if I could, with her status, if something happens, would I be able to walk out of the palace? Yang Fan was thinking when Shanghai Wanna suddenly turned around. She said with a smile, You go to the palace. Shanghai Wanna turned around. She found that Yang Fan's eyes were fixed on her. And the angle of his line of sight, with just a glance, Shanghai Wanna could tell that if she did not turn around, Yang Fan's angle of view would be below her waist, the position of her buttocks. Shanghai Wanna's tender cheeks turned hot. She suddenly felt a little angry. Yang Fan was deep in thought with the files in his hands. Shanghai Wanna suddenly stopped. Yang Fan realized that he was about to bump into her. He hurriedly stopped. The tall stack of files in his arms fell forward due to inertia. With a crash, they scattered on the ground. Yang Fan quickly squatted down to pick up the files. The embarrassment in Shanghai Wanna's heart lessened slightly. She glared fiercely at the back of Yang Fan's head. Seeing that the little eunuch had just caught up, she also squatted down to help him pick up the files. Let's go. Shanghai Wanna picked up the last file and slapped it heavily on the tall stack of files in front of Yang Fan. She raised her chin and turned around like a proud peacock. This peacock walked in front. As she walked, she gradually became uncomfortable. She did not know if Yang Fan was still staring at her. She did not dare to turn around to look. In her consciousness, there was always a pair of eyes staring at her buttocks. It made her a little itchy, a little numb, and a little uncomfortable. When the little eunuch caught up, he suddenly found that Shangguan Daijiao was walking with a slight limp. Shanghai Wanna grew up in the palace. The only men she had seen in her childhood were eunuchs. After she was recognized by Empress Wu and became Empress Wu's Daijiao, she helped Empress Wu to manage the Hongwen Library. She weighed the talents of the world. Most of the people she came into contact with were learned scholars. Among them, there were very few young scholars. Most of them were old people in their 60s. Even if there were young officials and scholars, who dared to be rude to this Shangguan Daijiao? Therefore, she had never had the slightest experience like this. This Shangguan Daijiao had been exposed to poetry and literature since she was young. After serving Wu Zetian, she was proficient in documents and government management. But when it came to matters of love, she was a blank piece of paper. Women recruited from the common people knew more about love between men and women. But who dared to talk to her about these things? Therefore, this Shangguan Daijiao's experience in this area was even worse than a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Therefore, the life in the palace turned her into a shrewd and capable person who was able to strategize in the government and officialdom. But when it came to love, she was an ignorant young girl. Her IQ and EQ were deformed. She did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. She knew that Empress Wu had a male pet. As the person by the Empress' side, sometimes she even arranged for the Empress to sleep with her. But this did not mean that she knew much about love between men and women. She was a girl who had never had sex. Even if she knew what a husband and wife had to do when they slept on the same bed, it did not mean that she could still be calm when she was in the arms of a man. If a servant in the palace did something wrong, she knew how to deal with it. If a concubine in the palace had some problems, she could also deal with it appropriately. The officials in the court all had different backgrounds and their influence was complicated. Even as the Empress, she had to consider all sorts of relationships when dealing with them. As the assistant of the Empress, she could deal with these problems with ease. If someone was disrespectful to her, of course she knew how to deal with it. But, was Yang Fan being disrespectful to her? Was it disrespectful? Or was it just disrespectful? He did not do anything, nor did he say anything. It could only be infatuation. Shanghai Wan's mind was in a mess. She did not know if she wanted to find a reason for Yang Fan to be guilty or to defend him. She suddenly thought of the strange look in Yang Fan's eyes when she first saw Yang Fan in the morning. No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with him. Suddenly, she thought of Yang Fan's strong hug on the court. Her mind was in a mess. Her delicate palms were so nervous that they were sweating. Reprimand him? That did not seem appropriate. Punish him? That was too unreasonable. But to let him go so easily, she was not willing. Wan's mind became more and more confused. Her usually elegant palace pace became more and more chaotic. Finally, she walked with a limp. There was a book in the streets called Destiny. It told the story of a knight-errant. A knight-errant followed a godly thief and broke into a manor. Coincidentally, he saw the daughter of a rich family taking a bath. As a result, the ranger became the lover of the daughter, and the godly thief was chased to death. The godly thief died puzzled. They had the same experience, but why was the treatment so different? Someone exposed the mystery. Who told you to be ugly? Shanghai Wan was like this now. Yang Fan's heroic appearance on the court and his handsome appearance had long left a good impression in Wan's heart. That day, Yang Fan's hug on the court made Wan think even more in the cold winter night. So when she found out that Yang Fan was peeping at her, her immediate reaction was to be embarrassed and flustered. If it was another person, if they dared to stare at Miss Shangguan's butt, they would have dug their eyeballs out. Finally, they arrived at the Library of History. Shanghai Wan let out a long sigh of relief. If she continued to walk like this, she was worried that she would trip herself because of her messy footsteps. The Library of History was to the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The two yamens were not far from each other, but the liveliness was completely different. People came and went from the yamens of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, but the entrance to the Library of History was deserted. It was quiet and there was not the slightest movement. Shanghai Wan stopped walking. Her heart was still beating wildly. The more she wanted to maintain her calm, the more she felt suffocated. Flustered, she avoided Yang Fan's gaze and ordered, "You guys, put the files in that side hall." Yang Fan did not know how much his unintentional action had stirred up in this woman's heart, which was whiter than a piece of white paper. Although her face was flushed red, he thought she had walked too quickly and her breathing was uneven. Yang Fan did not care at all and walked directly with the young eunuch to the side hall where the files were kept. Waiting until the two of them were far away, Shanghai Wnr took a few hurried breaths. That suffocating feeling eased slightly. She pressed her chest and felt her heart gradually calm down. Her face seemed to have returned to normal. Only then did she walk towards the main hall. Chapter 151. The main hall was quiet, and there were 7 or 8 scholars sitting there. The oldest of these scholars was nearly 70 years old, and the youngest was 46 or 47 years old. There were more than a dozen folding tables in the hall, and in front of each table was a futon. On the tables were the 4 treasures of the study and all kinds of books. Next to each table was a large earthen urn with many scrolls. As soon as she entered the hall, the smell of ink hit her face. Those 7 or 8 scholars were responsible for compiling history, making announcements, and summarizing all kinds of documents. Their work was relatively easy. The historical events of the past few years could only be described in 100 or so characters. Therefore, they usually had nothing to do. Other than writing calligraphy, drawing, and occasionally taking on some private jobs to earn some money, they would gather together to recite poems and compose, enjoying themselves. At this time, they were gathered in front of a table, shaking their heads and chanting. As soon as Shangguan Wnr entered the hall, a few little eunuchs who were serving in the hall saw her first. They hurriedly came forward and saluted, "Greetings, Shangguan Wnr. Ah, Shangguan Daijiao is here." When the scribes saw Shanghai Wana coming in, they all came forward to greet her. Shangguan Wnr heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Scholars, have you come up with another masterpiece?" A scholar in his 50s stroked his beard and laughed, "Shangguan Daijiao has come at the right time. Old Guan has just written a good poem, and wanted to ask Shangguan Daijiao to appraise it." Old Guan was referring to the oldest scholar among the scholars. His name was Guan Yi, and he was 67 years old this year. Because he was the most senior among them, he was the only one who could sit in his seat without getting up to greet Shangguan Wnr. Hearing the scholar's flattery, Guan Yi chuckled and was about to pick up the poem he had written when a scholar next to him picked it up and held it up. The scholar held the poem in his hand and said to Shanghai Wana, "I will recite it on behalf of Old Guan, please appraise it on behalf of Shangguan Daijiao." This scholar was called Zhong Liang, and he was also a scholar in the Hall of History. He immediately held the poem in his hand and said while shaking his head, "The morning court opens in the Purple Hall, the good atmosphere follows the morning. North Q Hua Jing is present, the east dawn is new." The shadows and fragrant mist merged together, the radiance was beautiful and auspicious. The bird's feathers began to settle, and the dragon's inscription became real. "I suspect that the crown is worn into my body, and the crown of love is dear to me." Swaying in the auspicious clouds, reflecting the courtiers in the morning. After Zhong Liang finished reciting the poem, Guan Yi smiled and said, "This old man woke up early today and came to the Hall of History. I saw from afar that the Empress of Heaven was holding a court meeting, hundreds of officials were in the hall, the atmosphere was solemn. I was inspired and after thinking for a long time, I wrote this poem. What does Shangguan Daijiao think of this poem?" Shangguan Wnr said, "Elder Guan's poem is profound and full of charm. It describes the atmosphere of the royal court in the morning." Just as she said this, Yang Fan poked his head in from the doorway and raised his voice to ask, "Shangguan is waiting for the edict. The things have been placed in place. If there are no other instructions, I will go back first." Old Master Guan Yi stroked his beard, slightly closed his eyes, and gently nodded with a smile on his face. He was listening to Shangguan Wnr's praise as if he was listening to heavenly music. Suddenly being interrupted, he frowned, opened his eyes, and cast a displeased glance at him. "Aya, you are Yang Fan." A young eunuch in the Hall of History heard Yang Fan's voice. He took a closer look and suddenly cried out in surprise. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized that he had forgotten himself and hastily covered his mouth. This young eunuch also liked to play kuju. When young Fan was competing in the palace, he was also present to watch. He had a deep impression of his idol. As soon as he recognized him, he could not help but cry out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he cried out, the youngest scholar Lin Shiming also could not help but cry out in delight. What did you say? He is young Fan. That day he scored 5 goals in a row in kuju, and together with Princess Taiping, fought 5 against 10, and defeated the Tubo young Fan on the kuju field. Kuju was indeed the most widespread and popular sport in the Tang dynasty, with countless fans. This scholar Lin was also a fan of kuju and kuju. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would arrange a duel with 3 or 5 friends to play kuju or kuju for fun. Knowing that the imperial guard in front of him was the young Fan he often talked about, he could not help but be surprised and happy. Seeing that scholar Lin was also making a fuss about the appearance of a palace guard, Guan Fuzi was even more displeased. He dragged out his voice and lightly asked, "This guard, who is he?" Zhong Liang, who was standing to the side, answered, "He is a palace guard. It sounds like he is good at kuju." Guan Fuzi made a no sound, and his eyelids drooped. His left hand pulled on his right sleeve, picked up a brush, filled it with ink, and waved it on the paper. He disdainfully said, "Kuju is just a small trick. It does not benefit the country, nor does it benefit the people. It is just a small trick to entertain others and oneself. There is no need to make such a fuss." Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Scholar Lin could not help but blush. However, Guan Fuzi was too senior, so he did not dare to refute. Shanghai Wanna slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows. This Guan Fuzi had always been arrogant, but with his status, it was not a bearing for him to be so calculative with a palace guard. Shanghai Wanna was about to casually say a few words to get over this unpleasant atmosphere, but young Fan opened his mouth with a smile. The relationship between imperial guards and these idle historians was not even close for 8 lifetimes. He did not have to worry about offending these historians. Moreover, he did not even want to be an imperial guard for long. In fact, he did not take Guan Fuzi's words to heart. It was not to say that young Fan's cultivation had reached a state where he did not rejoice in material things and did not grieve for himself. It was because until now, he had not regarded himself as an imperial guard. He had not integrated himself into the court or into this environment. Everything he was doing now was only to find Miao Shunke and get close to Qiu Shenji. When his goal was achieved, he would leave. Everything here was just a memory to him. Why would he care if Scholar Lin looked down on his kuju skill that he was so proud of? However, he could not care about Guan Fuzi's belittling of himself, but he cared about the feelings of Scholar Lin and the little servant who were humiliated. They were humiliated because they appreciated my talent. How could I sit back and watch? Yang Fan stepped into the hall and said in a clear voice, "I beg to differ with what this old man said. Although bowstriking is not a great way, it is not without benefits to the country and the people. If we really talk about its usefulness, I think it is a bit better than those poems and prose that you have scribbled on." Guan Fuzi's wrist sank and a piece of calligraphy was ruined. He angrily raised his head and glared at young Fan. "Ignorant boy, what did you say?" he said. "What did you say? You said that these poems and songs are small ways. They are not as good as kuju, those juggling things for fun? Preposterous, truly preposterous." Guan Fuzi was old. When Li Shimin vigorously promoted the kuju movement in the Tang dynasty to improve the people's equestrian archery level, he had long passed the age to learn kuju. Therefore, he had always disapproved of this movement and even had some resistance. He was an elder of the Academy of History. The other scholars and editors all gave him some respect. Now that he was being taught a lesson by a soldier, how could he bear it? Yang Fan said, "The Hebei province of Jizhou had a drought last year, and the winter was bitter cold. Now it is the season when the young and the yellow are not growing. Many refugees are begging to come to the capital. Can you compose a poem to let them have food and clothing?" Guan Fuzi was startled and said angrily, "Outrageous. How is this possible, this?" Yang Fan said again, "The 4 towns of Anxi have fallen, and there are different opinions in the court. Some people think that Anxi is a useless place, and it is better to abandon it and concentrate on China. As a result, Anshi has fallen, and it has not been recovered for a long time. Why don't you compose a poem to let the Tubo people give up the 4 towns? What do you think? Guan Fu's face turned redder, and he trembled with anger. He said repeatedly, "Nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Poetry is a matter of elegance. What you said is military strategy. It is completely unrelated. You are really, cough cough cough." Yang Fan did not wait for him to finish and continued, "On Taihang Mountain, bandits run amok. When the local authorities arrest them, they escape into the mountains. When the local authorities do not pursue them, they come back and cause trouble. The local people suffer greatly and suffer unspeakably. Why don't you compose a poem to bring them to justice?" Guan Fu's fingers trembled, and his face turned purple. He pointed at Yang Fan and said, You. Yang Fan's face darkened, and he said sternly, "The way of literature and martial arts is the foundation of governing a country. Poetry is just a game derived from the way of literature. It cannot build irrigation works, develop agriculture, and let the people have enough food and clothing. It cannot make the country rich and powerful, serve the country, and help the world. It is just something to entertain others, and to nourish the body and mind. Why are you so proud of it? Poetry is derived from the way of literature, and bow-beating is derived from the way of martial arts. Bowing can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, entertain people in peacetime, and have great use in wartime. Why can't it be compared to your poem? If you really want to think about it, your poems can only be enjoyed by 3 to 5 scholars, shaking their heads and enjoying themselves. My bowing is enjoyed by the nobility, scholars, common people, peddlers and servants. Everyone can enjoy it. How can it compare? Your poems and prose require you to rack your brains and chew over the words. Every single one of them is so weak that they can't distinguish between the 5 grains. My kuju can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, and protect the country. How can it compare? Not far from the Hall of History is the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs have to attend to a myriad of affairs every day and worry about the affairs of the world. How could they rely on your useless poems? You. Guan Fuzi was so angry that he almost fainted. Yang Fan did not pay any more attention to him. He smiled and bowed to Shangguan Wana. "Shangguan Wana," he said, "I still have duties to attend to. If there are no other instructions, I will return to my duty at Wu Cheng Hall. You, go ahead." Shangguan Wana's eyes shone with a strange light. She did not expect Yang Fan to say such words and have such knowledge. In her heart, she thought that Yang Fan did not have the least bit of knowledge. Yang Fan smiled and bowed, turned around and left. Shangguan Wana looked at his back and was slightly lost in thought. Behind her, as soon as Guan Fuzi saw that Yang Fan was about to leave, he angrily stood up. Unexpectedly, because he had been sitting for too long, the blood in his legs was not flowing smoothly. When he suddenly stood up, his legs were numb and his head was lacking blood. His vision darkened and he fell backward. Zhong Liang quickly supported him and shouted, "Old scholar, what happened to you?" Chapter 152. It wasn't a big deal for an ordinary person to be angered, but Master Guan was old and frail, and his body was already very weak. After being angered, he immediately fainted. Shanghai Wn hurriedly sent a young servant to fetch the imperial physician. The young servant hated this old man for putting on airs and looking down on everyone. On the way, he purposely dawdled a little. The imperial physician used needles to revive Master Guan. After looking, listening, questioning and feeling the pulse, he stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, "The scholar's fainting this time is indeed a blessing." The scholars were surprised and hurriedly asked for the reason behind it. The imperial physician said, "The scholar is old and has been sitting for a long time. His kidneys are weak and his blood vessels are not good. If this goes on, it won't be long before he becomes a serious problem. If he gets angry, his life will be in danger. But the scholar doesn't know about this. Isn't it dangerous?" Although he suddenly fainted today, after the diagnosis and treatment, this old man can see that the scholar's illness is getting worse. If he can be nursed back to health as soon as possible, it will be a blessing in disguise. Shanghai Wn asked, If that's the case, what should Scholar Guan do? The imperial physician said, from now on, the scholar should cultivate his body and mind. He must not have any emotions of great joy, great sorrow, or great anger. Right now, he can't be bothered with official affairs. This old man will prescribe some medicine for the scholar. Go home and take the medicine to recuperate. After a period of time, I will treat him again and see how his recovery is. As he said this, he spouted out a medical theory. What the imperial physician said was actually a cerebral hemorrhage, but he said it using the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. When Scholar Zhongliang heard that Scholar Guan's illness was so serious, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This old man relied on his seniority to do almost nothing in the history library. All he did was recite poems all day long, and everyone had to flatter him. Unfortunately, his position was the highest and his salary was also the highest. This time, he was finally kicked out. Scholar Zhong was secretly happy, but his face was full of shock. The scholar's illness is so serious. Scholar Lin, I'll have to trouble you to find a carriage and have it wait outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. My colleagues and I will take care of Scholar Guan for now, and then we'll help him out. Lin Shiming was the youngest. Naturally he would be the one to run the errands. Without another word, he hastily went out of the palace to prepare the carriage. On her side, Shanghai Wanna looked after him until several scholars helped Guan Fuzi out of the palace. Only then did she return to Wu Chengdian. When Shanghai Wanna returned to Wu Cheng Hall, she saw young Fan standing there shyly with his chest puffed out. She glared at him fiercely and said with a straight face, "Come in with me, here." Young Fan followed behind Shanghai Wanna and walked inside. After a few steps, Shanghai Wanna felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. Her back felt itchy, her waist felt stiff, and her whole body felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She rolled her eyes at young Fan and said angrily, "You walk in front." Shanghai Wanna had always been dignified and elegant. She rarely showed such an angry expression. When she rolled her eyes, she had an indescribable charm, which made young Fan's heart skip a beat. Young Fan was baffled. He did not know why Shanghai Wanna wanted him to walk in front, so he followed her words and walked in the front. Shanghai Wanna followed behind him and indeed felt a lot more comfortable. The two of them entered the side hall. Young Fan looked left and right and turned his head around in bewilderment. Shanghai Wanna did not pay him any attention. She walked over and gracefully sat down on a Luohan bed. She stared at him and said, "Guan Fuzi is the historian Guan Xiuji, Hong Wen Guan Shusha. You are just a little imperial bodyguard, how dare you to contradict him?" Young Fan said, "Even if he is the current prime minister, lowly officer must have committed a mistake and died in his hands before he can punish me. Could it be that just because his official position is higher than mine, he can do whatever he wants? Even if he is lowly officer's Shangguan, there is no such logic in the world, right? Why can't lowly officer argue?" Shanghai Wanna angrily said, "You still dare to say it. You are just a little imperial bodyguard, you are unreasonable. Offending him is not a good thing. Guan Fuzi is already old, his qi and blood are both weak. Because of your anger, he was carried home to recuperate. If by any chance something bad happens to him, won't it be a big trouble for you?" Young Fan could not help laughing. "That's strange," he said. "Dai Jiao keeps saying that lowly officer contradicted him, but Dai Jiao was also present at the time, you should have seen it clearly. Obviously he insulted me first, lowly officer argued with him a few words. How did it become a contradiction? Did lowly officer use any obscene words to impose on that old Fuzi? That old Fuzi, relying on his several years of age, can wantonly belittle other people. How can other people's argument be called a contradiction? If that's the case, it'll be much easier to distinguish between right and wrong in this world. No matter how old you are, I'll just invite someone older than you. No matter what nonsense he says, you won't be able to defend yourself. Isn't that enough?" Hearing this, Shanghai Wanna wanted to laugh, but hastily she put on a straight face and sighed softly. "No matter what, you are too reckless. If Guan Fuzi really becomes sick from anger, with your status, who will speak up for you?" Young Fan could hear the concern in her voice, so he casually said, I can't care about that. In front of Shangguan Daijiao, he said that lowly officer can't bear it. How can lowly officer tolerate it? This was also Yang Fan's cleverness. It was obvious that he stood up because the scholar Lin and the little chamberlain who appreciated him were humiliated. At this time, he turned to Shanghai Wanna and said, "You see, how much do I care about my image in the heart of my immediate superior?" However, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener heard it. His previous series of actions had already made Shanghai Wanna misunderstand his meaning. As soon as this sentence came out, Shanghai Wanna's heart jumped with a peng sound. She panicked for no reason. He doesn't want me to look down on him, so he disregards the consequences and angrily refuted me. Shanghai Wanna had never had a man make such a confession of love to her in her life. For a moment, she was flustered and did not even know where to put her hands and feet. She was afraid that Yang Fan would see the expression on her face, so she quickly lowered her head and coughed softly. "I was just giving you some advice on how to do things. This time, you don't need to worry too much. If there is a problem with Guan Yi's zhenqi, the striking the bow was personally carried out by Emperor Taizong, so he dismissed it as worthless. If you refute him, you are protecting Emperor Taizong. With this kind of loyalty, there will be no problem." After saying this, Shanghai Wanna felt that she was out of breath again. She quickly picked up a memorial and examined it attentively. She waved her hand at Yang Fan and said, "Okay, go and do your work." Yang Fan clasped his hands in respect, turned around and walked out the door. As soon as Yang Fan's figure disappeared from the door, Shanghai Wanna, who had been looking at him from the corner of her eyes, placed her hand on her chest and let out a big breath. Shanghai Wanna composed herself and secretly spat. "What a good-for-nothing. What kind of big event have you not seen before? A little imperial bodyguard expressing his love to you. Is there a need to panic like this?" Although she said that, the feeling of someone expressing their love for the first time was like a stone falling into the water, creating a ripple. How could it be so easy to calm down? Shanghai Wanna sat there in a daze. She suddenly remembered that because her father was guilty, she was sent to the palace as an official slave. Now, although she had the Empress Dowager's appreciation and became the Empress' close minister, she had almost everything in this world. The only thing she could not have was the freedom to marry and have children, to build a family. She could not help but feel dejected, and her heart also became cold. After being in a daze for a long time, Shanghai Wanna sighed softly and thought gloomily, "Even if you have freedom, can you really marry a little imperial bodyguard in the imperial army? Don't let your imagination run wild, just focus on your work." Shanghai Wanna forced herself to calm down and turned her gaze to the memorial. As soon as she saw it, she could not help but let out an sound and immediately blushed. It turned out that the memorial in her hand was upside down all along. Shanghai Wanna was alone in the hall. Sometimes she was happy, sometimes she was angry, sometimes she was ashamed. It took a long time for her heart to calm down. After dealing with several memorials, she looked at the time. The Empress should end the morning court session, so she put down the memorial and walked towards the door. Before she reached the door, she heard a hearty laughter coming from the door. Hearing that the voice belonged to Princess Taiping, Shanghai Wanna quickened her pace. Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanna had completely different emotional styles. Shanghai Wanna's character was introverted and reserved. Even a small action could arouse ripples in her heart that would not disperse for a long time. The more she put it in her heart and tried her best not to show it, the deeper the traces in her heart would be. On the other hand, Princess Taiping was straightforward and generous. She had the spirit of a man. Whether it was love or hate, happiness or anger, she clearly expressed it without any shyness. That day at the Lantern Festival, she and Yang Fan were enjoying the scenery of Ding Ding Long Street from the dozens of Zhongtao lantern tree. In a moment of passion, she kissed Yang Fan. If it were any other woman, when they saw him, they would inevitably feel embarrassed. But Princess Taiping seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. That day's matter was only because of that enchanting and gentle scene. Her heart was moved for a moment. It was like a spring dream without a trace. Today, Princess Taiping came to the palace. She estimated that at this time, her mother would be out of court soon, so she rushed to Wucheng Hall. When he arrived at the first courtyard, he inquired with the guards at the gate. Knowing that Imperial Mother had yet to arrive, he was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely strolled to the third courtyard. Before he entered the hall, he saw young Fan standing there. Princess Taiping immediately walked over. "Greetings, Your Highness." The guards on both sides bowed to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. She looked at young Fan with a smile. Young Fan was puzzled. Then she asked with a smile, "Why were you transferred to Wucheng Hall? I remember that your previous job was quite easy." Young Fan said in surprise, "How did Your Highness know where I was originally on duty? I have not told Your Highness before, have I?" "Oh, I have heard someone mention it by chance." Princess Taiping knew that she had let the cat out of the bag. She quickly waved her hand and changed the topic. "Is it hard to be on duty at Wucheng Hall?" Young Fan said, "It's all right. In fact, except for the stricter rules here, everything else is not bad." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Well, how did you take turns? Tell me about it. One day, when you're not on duty, this consort will compete with you. Last time, we clearly won, but you stole all the limelight. This consort has always been unconvinced." Young Fan said with a smile, "Since Your Highness has given the order, Young Fan will naturally obey. Speaking of which, Your Highness and Shangguan Daijiao's Kuju skills, Young Fan also admires them very much." "Oh." Hearing this, Princess Taiping became interested. She smiled and said, "In the Imperial Palace, I and WNR have always been regarded as the best in the art of Kuju. However, there has never been a conclusion as to who is better between the two of us. In your opinion, between me and WNR, whose art of Kuju is better?" Chapter 153. At this time, just as Shanghai WNR turned around the door, she saw Princess Taiping and Young Fan standing face to face, smiling sweetly. Because Young Fan's back was facing the main hall, she could not see his expression. But it could be imagined that whoever stood in front of such a stunning and enchanting beauty must also be smiling brilliantly. Not knowing why, Shanghai WNR felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. With his back to Shangguan WNR, Young Fan said, "When I was playing Kuju with the Imperial Guards that day, I deeply felt that Your Highness's Kuju technique is extremely exquisite. Although I've only been playing Kuju for a short time, I've seen many first-class Kuju masters. Among these Kuju masters that I've met, Your Highness can be called." Princess Taiping was facing the main hall. She had already seen Shanghai WNR coming out. Her eyes flashed, slightly rippling with a touch of mischievousness. She and Shanghai WNR were both good at Kuju, but the two of them had never really competed with each other. They had always been equally famous. At present, Young Fan was recognized as the #1 Kuju master. If Young Fan said that she played better than WNR, she would firmly surpass WNR. She was confident that her Kuju was not worse than Shanghai WNR's. Moreover, when she asked this question, in front of her, even if Young Fan was just pretending, he had to admit that her Kuju skill was better than Shanghai WNR's. At this time, Shanghai WNR happened to be behind Young Fan. When he found out that Shanghai WNR was also there, his embarrassment must be very interesting. Who would have thought that Young Fan was also very quick-witted? When Shanghai WNR came out, she did not deliberately cover her footsteps. Moreover, she did not know martial arts, so it was not easy to conceal the sound of her footsteps from Young Fan. When Young Fan heard the sound of footsteps behind him, and saw the mischievous look in Princess Taiping's eyes, how could he not know that Shanghai WNR had come out? Young Fan's expression did not change, but his tone changed abruptly. He continued, "Among all the Kuju masters I've met, Your Highness can be called the second." Her. Princess Taiping's smile froze on her face. She looked at Young Fan and blinked her eyes as if she had misheard and asked, "Second? Not bad." Duke Taiping straightened his face and said, "Then who is first?" Young Fan said, "In Zaixia's opinion, among the people in the Imperial Palace, Her Highness the Princess, Shangguan Daijiao and Xie Juwei, 3 people are the best." Xie Juwei fought fiercely, charging to the front, almost no one can stop him, and can be called a brave general. Princess is in the middle, commanding the whole situation, can attack and defend, and is a wise commander. Shangguan Daijiao can advance as a general, retreat as a commander, and has both of your strengths. Therefore, I think, among everyone, Shangguan Daijiao's Kuju skill is the best. Shanghai WNR heard Yang Fan's words clearly, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart was swept away, and a shallow smile appeared on her face. Yang Fan's expression did not change as he finished his speech. He secretly sighed, that was close. I was almost fooled by you, the princess. If I want to find that Miao Shunka's whereabouts, I need to start with Shanghai WNR. If I offend her, I will not have any chance in the future. If I do not hug her thigh, do you think I will hug yours? Princess Taiping gave a humph sound, and said unconvinced, listening to what you said, it seems to be reasonable, but, one person's opinion, after all, cannot be taken as the truth. Yang Fan said with a smile, that's what I'm saying. If we were to talk about Your Highness the Princess, your strongest point is that not only are you good at Kuju, but you are also good at Kuju. Not to mention that you are the best among the women in Kuju, even if you are compared to the many Kuju experts in the Imperial Army, Your Highness, you are still better than them, and this is very rare. Therefore, if we are talking about the Kuju skill, I think that among all the women in the world, Your Highness, you are the best. When Princess Taiping heard this, she giggled, rolled her eyes at him, and said, at least you know how to talk, you will not offend anyone. At this time, Shanghai WNR came forward, and said with a graceful smile, Your Highness the Princess has arrived. Although Shanghai WNR was the daughter of an official, she was now the Empress Dowager's favorite, and her power was much greater than Princess Taiping's. Just like how Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi had to try their best to flatter Xue Huai, even though Princess Taiping had no request for Shangguan WNR, the two of them still called each other by their names in private and were on equal footing. However, in public, Shanghai WNR paid attention to each other's identity, and always insisted on meeting each other with the etiquette of a princess. Princess Taiping smiled, yes, I am here to see my mother. Shanghai WNR said, the Empress must have already left the court, but she has not yet arrived at Wucheng Hall. Princess, please sit in the hall for a while. Just as she said this, a little eunuch shouted from afar, the Empress has arrived tilde. Shanghai WNR exclaimed, the Empress has arrived, you and I should quickly welcome her. As she said this, she lifted the skirt of her robe and went out to welcome her. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Yang Fan, and said with some displeasure, little rascal, under her control, you dare not offend her, right? Humph. Why don't you think about who brought you into the palace? Shangguan can't be provoked, but can Taiping? In Dao Guangyuan, next to the observation platform, a group of people were playing football. There were both men and women playing football. Most of the men were bodyguards and eunuchs who were not on duty at the moment, and most of the women were palace maids and beauties. Among the crowd, the three most dazzling stars were, of course, Princess Taiping, Shanghai WNR, and Yang Fan. Since they were here, of course, they were the red flowers, and the others naturally became the green leaves. The wind was blowing gently, faintly bringing with it the feeling of spring. At this moment, they were playing for nothing. Playing for nothing mainly demonstrated the control of the ball, a bit like playing football. Everyone gathered in a circle, and after catching the ball, they used all kinds of technical movements to bounce the ball, displaying their skills to the fullest. When they were about to be unable to hold on, they passed the ball to the next person in time. In this way, the three of them, Yang Fan, Shanghai WNR, and Li Lingyu, were exceptionally eye-catching. When the ball was under their feet, the three of them displayed their skills, kicking the ball in a variety of ways, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there were bursts of cheers on the field. Amazing. It's the same ball, but how come when it's under Erlang's feet, it's so beautiful? Xiaoman, look, this kick is so beautiful. Jiao Ying clenched her fist, standing on the sidelines, staring at Yang Fan. That excited look made her look like a little love-struck fool. Xiaoman listened to her shouting, and helplessly rolled her eyes. Xiaoman had just stepped down from the field, her face slightly flushed, and there was some sweat on her forehead. She had been playing for a long time, competing with Yang Fan for a long time, but unfortunately, she couldn't gain any advantage. When Princess Taiping and Shanghai WNR arrived together, she took the opportunity to step down. Yang Fan looked a little less serious and heroic when he was in his military uniform, but a little more naughty and chic. Butchie had to admit that his high-spirited appearance was very pleasing to the eye, especially when matched with his handsome kicking movements, which made him even more charming. Xiaoman glanced at Jiao Ying and saw her staring at young Fan with a look of joy. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, Xiaoying, do you like him? Yes. I love him so much. He's so handsome, so cute. Ah, this ball is great. Xiaoman suddenly became worried and said uneasily, Xiaoying, you must be careful about your marriage. I always feel that this person has a romantic temperament and is not a good man to entrust your life to. Don't you see that he is not serious all day long, always flirting with those little palace maids? Jiao Ying was startled, turned back to look at her, and said with a smile, what are you talking about? I said I like him, I like him. Do you have to marry a person just because you like him? Besides, when did he flirt? It was those little girls who pestered him, okay? She looked at Xie Xiaoman, slowly revealed a strange look, and said, oh. I heard from Xiao Miao that you seem to like him very much, right? Xiaoman's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I like him? Jiao Ying said suspiciously, really? Xiaoman said firmly, absolutely not. In this Luoyang city, there is no man who can enter my eyes. Jiao Ying said happily, that's good. Ha. Listening to what you said. Jiao Ying pinched her chin, narrowed her eyes and looked at young Fan in the distance, and said lecherously, I really want to make him my man. Xiaoman said, men are afraid of entering the wrong profession, women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. A man is fine with everything else, but a bad character. Once he trusts the wrong person for life, his life will be ruined. Jiao Ying said with a smile, Xiaoman, why are you so prejudiced against him? I have never seen him flirt, especially recently. He has been on duty in Wu Cheng Hall all day. Has he had a chance to hit on women? Xiaoman thought for a moment and said, well, this. I have not found, Jiao Ying said with a smile, that's right. Jiao Ying said with a smile, turned her head, and looked at the court again. This time, her voice suddenly stuttered. Young Fan had just walked off the court, probably wanting to rest for a while, and Shangguan Daijiao also walked off the court with him. The two walked to the stone bench on the side of the court. Young Fan first took a futon, brushed it with his sleeves, put it back, and politely made a gesture to invite them to sit. Shangguan Daijiao nodded sweetly and sat down leisurely. Young Fan also picked up a futon and sat down. The two talked and laughed. Except for Princess Taiping, when had Shangguan Daijiao ever sat with others on equal footing and greeted them with a smile? Not to mention that the other party was a man, and this man was a soldier whose status was worlds apart from hers. Jiao Ying couldn't help but be stunned. Xie Muwen murmured to herself, I was wondering why he didn't flirt anymore, so it turns out that he has a higher goal. He is really bold, even daring to hit on Shangguan Daijiao. Jiao Ying said dejectedly, so he likes Shangguan Daijiao, this is bad. If he likes someone else, I still have a chance, but if it's Shangguan Daijiao, how dare I compete? Xie Muwen was stunned. No way, you just said that you don't want to marry him. Jiao Ying said confidently, that's because he doesn't like me. Xie Muwen said, this is your luck. Humph, I always feel that he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, his heart is too flirtatious. Jiao Ying said disapprovingly, it's a waste of youth not to be flirtatious. It's better to be flirtatious now than in the future. Now he is spending on you, in the future, when he is enlightened, he will spend it on other women, leaving you as an idle wife. This kind of lover is tactful and knows how to make you happy. Don't tell me you like those dull and boring poor scholars. Xie Muwen. Chapter 154. Ever since she realized that young Fan had a crush on her, Shanghai Wn had been flustered for a long time. Every time she saw young Fan, she would feel uneasy. Fortunately, young Fan did not feel this way and did not pursue her further. Only then did Shanghai Wn gradually adjust her mood. Now, Wan was much more at ease. She did not need to be flustered or avoid young Fan. She only glanced at him occasionally with a bit of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was complaining that he did not confess his love to her. No wonder Confucius said, the headmaster must have been troubled by this inexplicable attitude of the opposite sex. The problem was that young Fan didn't know anything about this at all. After a few more Kuju sessions, he got closer and closer to Shangguan Daijiao. To Shangguan Wn, this was clearly young Fan's way of expressing his closeness to her in a more subtle way. She enjoyed this feeling, and it wasn't as stressful. Shanghai Wan said with slight annoyance, "It's so annoying. I can't beat you even if I hit you for free. Didn't you say that you have never practiced playing Kuju before? How can you be better than me, who has been practicing since childhood?" There was a hint of coquettishness in her words, but it was only in her heart and not on the outside, so Shangguan Wn did not notice. Young Fan also did not know that it was the first time in his life that Shangguan Wn had spoken to someone in such a tone. He smiled and said, "It's just some leisure time to relax and train my body. Why should I care? Waiting for Zhao's ability is not here." In fact, young Fan also did not want everyone to say that this young man is good at playing football. "I am a soldier now. I still want to fight on the battlefield and make great achievements. That is the style of a man," Shanghai Wn said with a smile. "Yes, this is the ambition of a man. I thought that you have been flattered by those palace maids and eunuchs and got a little carried away." Young Fan said, "How could it be? In my heart, the person I admire the most is Great General Shui Rengui. Although Great General Shui is the sixth-generation grandson of Tuoba Wei clan's General Shui Randu, his family has already declined by his generation. He didn't borrow any power from his family, and he relied on his own abilities to make outstanding military achievements." Young Fan secretly glanced at Shangguan Wn and sighed, "It's a pity that Grand General Shui passed away too early, else I'd definitely request to be transferred to Grand General Shui if I had the opportunity to join the army." The general's 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain, the hero's long song entered the Han Pass. How awe-inspiring. There's also his good strategy to stop the war, his divine bravery to subdue Liaodong, his benevolent governance of Gaoli, his love for the people of Xiangzhou City, his removal of his hat to repel 10,000 enemies. Young Fan recounted Shui Rengui's life's achievements and said regretfully, "I remember that in the past, I've seen an inscription on a stone tablet that recounts Grand General Shui's life's achievements. These achievements are clearly recorded in the inscription, the words are magnificent, the blood is boiling. It's a pity that I didn't bring pen and paper at that time, so I couldn't record it down." Young Fan's expression was one of deep regret. Shangguan Wn couldn't help smiling and said, "Are you talking about General Shui's inscription on the stone tablet? That was written by Grand Scholar Miao Shunke of Hongwenguan for General Shui. General Shui's life's achievements are all recorded in the inscription. It's really a brilliant literary talent, heroic and intense. If you like it, I'll give you one." Speaking to this point, Shangguan Wn smiled mysteriously and said, "But it's written by Grand Scholar Miao himself." "Really?" Young Fan was pleasantly surprised and said, "That's great. This inscription on the stone tablet that recounts General Shui's victory is very well written. Although I'm not good at literature, I still love it so much that I can't bear to part with it." Turns out this was written by a grand scholar surnamed Miao. His writing is indeed extraordinary. Can Imperial Edict request a copy of this grand scholar Miao's calligraphy? Speaking to this point, Young Fan slapped his forehead and pretended to have a sudden realization. He said, "That's right. Imperial Edict, you are the one who presides over the arts and comments on the world's poetry and literature for the Imperial Court. Most of the scribes and officials in the world are gathered under Imperial Edict. This Grand Scholar Miao is certainly no exception. If Imperial Edict asks, Grand Scholar Miao naturally has no reason not to agree." Hearing him address her as Imperial Edict over and over again, Shangguan Wn unexpectedly felt that it was gradually grating on her ears. But how should she address young Fan? She couldn't say it, and her mood was somewhat dejected for no reason. So she said lightly, "It's nothing much, it's just that I'm handling some paperwork for the Empress of Heaven." The original manuscript of Grand Scholar Miao Shunke's inscription on the stone tablet for General Shui is in my hands. Young Fan made an O sound and said, "Grand Scholar Miao's original manuscript, I believe it must be very precious. How can I snatch Imperial Edict's favorite? Is it possible to ask this Grand Scholar Miao to write a new one for me? I believe that if Imperial Edict you are willing to come forward, Grand Scholar Miao will definitely give you face. The more cautious and polite young Fan's words were, the more dejected Shanghai WN who had other thoughts in her mind, felt, to think that he's still a man, so timid and timid. 2 days ago, he was still staring at me like a starving wolf, but now he's acting like nothing has happened. Shanghai WN only cared about complaining about young Fan in her heart. What she saw was her slightly pursing her lips, staring blankly at the people on the court. Young Fan only knew that she did not want to reveal Miao Shunke's whereabouts, and could not help but feel anxious. It was not easy for him to find such an opportunity to cleverly change the topic to Miao Shunke, but Shanghai WN did not want to talk about it. What should he do? Princess Taiping was playing happily when she suddenly saw young Fan and Shanghai WN chatting and laughing. Her mood immediately dropped and she said that she was tired and wanted to go back to her residence to rest. Shanghai WN saw that she wanted to leave and quickly came forward to send her off. Princess Taiping indifferently said a few words and then left without even looking at young Fan. WN was observant. Naturally she knew that Princess Taiping was not happy, but she did not know the reason. Princess Taiping and Shanghai WN were beautiful for a time, but each had their own merits. WN was superior in that her skin was as white as snow, her temperament was outstanding. In terms of enchanting figure, charming style, Shanghai WN was still a virgin as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Naturally she could not compare with Princess Taiping, this kind of mature woman who had already experienced many affairs. In terms of status, although WN's power was still above Princess Taiping's, she was after all the daughter of a criminal official. Princess Taiping was a descendant of the royal family. She felt that she could make friends with WN. Whatever conditions she had, she was 100 times better than WN. She had a good impression of young Fan, but young Fan often showed his affection towards WN. Naturally Taiping was not happy, and was also very unconvinced. It was just that this kind of subtle thought, how could other people understand? As the days passed, the flowers bloomed in the warm spring. The pure white snow unknowingly became lighter, thinner, until it completely disappeared. You would not notice which morning it completely disappeared from your sight, but when you looked carefully, it was already completely gone. In the cracks of the black bricks, the tenacious weeds quietly sprouted their tender green buds. Only when the tender buds opened their brittle leaves and turned into a fresh and tender little grass, would you be surprised to find that the little life had actually stretched out. The branches were the same, with tender yellow leaves and crimson flower buds. When you found them, they were already swaying with the spring breeze, creating a misty spring feeling, like a layer of thin gauze covering the body of a beauty. That kind of feeling was very strange. It was like a silly little girl who appeared in front of you every day. Without you noticing, she had already grown into a graceful young girl, and you did not notice it at all. Until one day, when her face turned red, her hair swept up and she smiled shyly, you would suddenly realize, she has grown up. Spring was a very tangled season. It was like the willow catkins that floated over from Luoyang, curling up and sticking to people's bodies. Jiao Gonggong, who had just changed into a new set of robes, would angrily slap them. Young Fan was tangled. Every day he saw the beautiful figure of Shanghai WN come and go by his side. He clearly knew that Miao Shunke's whereabouts were in her hands, and she only needed to say one word to make him suddenly see the light, but he just could not ask. Shanghai WAN was tangled. Sometimes, when she saw young Fan staring straight at her, she would inexplicably be happy for a long time. Sometimes, when she saw his expressionless face, she would be disappointed for a long time. Disappointment, joy, joy, disappointment. Her heart, following the changes in young Fan's expression, fluctuated up and down, and became moody. Thus, the scholars in Hong Wen Library began to struggle. There would always be mistakes in writing. Today, when they made a mistake in their writing, Shangguan Daijiao only smiled gently and ordered them to rewrite. Tomorrow, when they accidentally smeared a bit of ink between the lines, Shangguan Daijiao did not say a word and directly deducted half a month's salary. The scholars stood by the bank of the Luo River, letting the annoying spring breeze blow their long beards like a clump of grass. They leisurely sighed with emotion like the master of the academy. Women's minds are so hard to guess. Xie Muwen was also in a dilemma. Yang Fan was her benefactor, and Jiao Ying was her best friend. She did not want her best friend to fall in love with a more frivolous man. But she was also worried that her benefactor would strike up a conversation with Shangguan Daijiao and bring him a fatal disaster. But from her perspective, what could she do? Spring was such an annoying season. It was early in the second month of spring, and the imperial examinations were over. For this year's imperial examinations, the Empress personally summoned the scholars who had passed the imperial examinations to the Luo City Hall to question them about their knowledge. This was an unprecedented event. In the past, there had never been such a thing as summoning scholars to the Golden Palace to question them about their knowledge in court. The scholars who had passed the imperial examinations became the first scholars in history to be questioned by the Empress and the Emperor, and were praised as the Son of Heaven's disciple. The imperial examinations were held for 3 consecutive days. Today was the last day. The Empress was very satisfied with the knowledge of this batch of scholars. After the court meeting ended, she still had a slight smile on her face as she walked into the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. Shanghai Wanna was waiting for Wu Zetian at the door of the hall. Xiao Man and Jiao Ying followed behind Wu Zetian, fanning themselves. The 3 women's gazes involuntarily fell on Yang Fan, who was standing to the right of the door. Shanghai Wanna's gaze was very calm. She seemed to have just casually glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's gaze was also very calm. He did not avoid her gaze, nor did he stare at her passionately. Shanghai Wanna's heart was filled with resentment. Under Xiao Man's black and bright eyebrows, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yang Fan, giving him a silent warning out of habit. But she was helpless to get a supercilious look from Yang Fan. Then, she was disappointed to find that her good sister, Jiao Ying, was looking at Yang Fan with her eyes almost curved into crescent moons. What a loser. Xiao Man glared at her resentfully, but Jiao Ying was looking at Yang Fan with red eyes and could not see her. Chapter 155. Wu Zetian entered the Hall of Martial Accomplishment and sat down on a brocade stool behind the rolled-up high table. She flicked her sleeves and asked with a smile, "Wanna, do you have any important memorials that need to be dealt with? After dealing with court affairs today, I have interrogated 5 tributary scholars in a row. My body is a little tired. If there is nothing important, I would like to rest early." Shanghai Wanna had been absent-minded all morning and her speed in dealing with the memorials was a little slow. Usually, she would have finished sorting out yesterday's memorials by this time, but now she was still lacking 2 or 3. When Wu Zetian asked, Shanghai Wanna's face heated up slightly and she said, "There are not many memorials that require the Empress's approval. Wanna has already sorted them all out. There are only 3 more that I have not had the time to look at." Wu Zetian said, "Since that is the case, I will first look at them before I rest." The memorials on the table were divided into 3 piles. The left pile was for Shanghai Wanna to handle, the right pile was for the Empress to personally approve, and there were 3 more in the middle. Shanghai Wanna had been handling memorials for Wu Zetian for a long time. Wu Zetian naturally knew her habit of placing memorials. She placed the 3 memorials in the middle in front of her and picked up the first one. Wu Zetian was an old woman in her 70s and her eyes were already a little blurry. She opened a memorial that Shanghai Wanna had not had the time to read. She slightly turned her body and squinted her eyes to read. Halfway through reading, Wu Zetian suddenly let out a pu-kai sound and burst out laughing. Shanghai Wanna had just come over with a bowl of wort. Seeing Empress Wu in such a state, she could not help but be surprised and asked, "Why is the Empress laughing?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Take a look yourself. Ha ha ha, this Wang Sholi is such a bookworm. He is so naive that he is cute, ha ha ha." Shangguan Wn picked up the memorial and opened it to take a look. It was an impeachment memorial from Imperial Messenger Wang Sholi. In the memorial, Imperial Messenger Wang accused the Great Master of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai Yi. He said that even though he was a monk, he was still a strong man. The Imperial Palace was the residence of the Imperial concubines. Only women and eunuchs were allowed to enter. Even the Imperial guards and warriors had to leave the Imperial Palace at night to guard outside. Now White Horse Temple Abbot Huai Yi entered the palace from time to time and stayed overnight. This caused a lot of gossip in the court. He, Wang Shouli, as the imperial messenger, did not dare to remain silent. He specially requested the empress to forbid monk Huaiyi from sleeping in the palace at night, or to remove his power to protect the palace maid's chastity. When Shanghai Wana saw this, she could not help but want to laugh. This imperial messenger Wang was really a bookworm. He could even make such a suggestion. He must have heard about the affair between Huaiyi and the empress, but it was not convenient for him to say it directly. So he came up with such a tactful way. However, could this kind of advice affect Empress Wu in the slightest? Shanghai Wana waved the memorial and asked Empress Wu, "Empress, how should we reply to this memorial?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Why bother with him? Just leave it in the palace." As Wu Zetian said this, she picked up the second memorial. Just as she opened it, she seemed to remember something. She looked up at Shanghai Wana and said, "Oh, yes. Now that spring is just right. I want to go to Dragon Gate to relax and stay for a few days. During the trip, the minor court meeting will be cancelled. All the memorials will be sent to Dragon Gate Xiangshan Temple. During the court meeting, all the officials will come to Xiangshan Temple to see me. You go and arrange it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shanghai Wana agreed and retreated. The western suburbs of Luoyang were beautiful, and Dragon Gate was the best. Dragon Gate Mountain was one of the 8 sceneries of Luoyang since ancient times. The pavilions here were majestic and spectacular. The spring at the foot of the mountain gurgled and the Yi River rippled. Boats traveled back and forth, forming the beautiful scenery of Dragon Gate Mountain. Wu Zetian had always liked the scenery here. Every year, she would go to Dragon Gate to relax and relax. 2 days later, all the preparations for the war were completed. The accompanying royal relatives, civil and military officials, eunuchs, palace maids, and palace guards all followed Wu Zetian's carriage to the Dragon's Gate. She also sent the Golden Guards and Qiu Shinji's troops to the Dragon's Gate to protect them. The large group of troops marched towards the Dragon's Gate. Beside the Tianjin Bridge, a medium-sized merchant ship that could carry 50 to 60 people was quietly anchored there. A man wearing a turban on his head and a blue robe stood at the bow of the ship. This man was about 25 or 26 years old and could not be considered handsome. He could only be said to be pleasing to the eye. He had a slightly dark complexion and a small beard on his chin. He had a rather ordinary face, but his pair of bright and spirited eyes revealed a sense of shrewdness and capability. This made his ordinary face appear extraordinary. He smiled and looked at the endless parade of carriages and horses on the bridge with a thoughtful expression. The ship shook slightly and the curtain was lifted. A woman walked out from the ship and stood beside the man in green. She used her hand to slightly cover her eyebrows and looked at the solemn parade of soldiers on the bridge. She laughed lightly and said, "We are really lucky. We have just arrived at Luoyang and we already see the Empress on patrol. This kind of grandeur is really daunting." The man in green smiled slightly and did not reply. The woman who walked out from the cabin was wearing a cotton dress with a braided hairpin. She was dressed very ordinarily, but at a glance, there was a magnetic-like charm that could immediately attract the eyes of men. This was because she was very feminine. Women were women. All women were called women, but sometimes the word woman was used to describe one type of woman. That was a femme fatale. To put it nicely, it was called a stunner. She had a long and fair neck. Her facial features were not particularly exquisite. Her fair and wide forehead was a bit too high, her bright and clear eyes were a bit too big, and her lips were a bit too thick. This kind of facial features was by no means the most perfect combination and could not be considered flawless. However, it was this combination that gave men a very special feeling when they saw it. It was very easy for people to associate it with sex. Her facial features were not the most perfect, but when it was cleverly combined with her face, there was a kind of charm to it. The wonder of creation was truly indescribable. Her figure was the same. She was a round and smooth woman. She was slightly plump and did not have a slender charm. However, as she stood there, she exuded a charm from her bones. It gave people the urge to press her down and possess her. This femme fatale beauty was called Yang Shuarao. She was Shen Mu's woman. Shenmu was the man in the green robe. What they saw was the tail of the procession. The large procession quickly passed by. Shenmu stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He squinted at the procession and suddenly asked, "Where is Di Renjia now?" The femme fatale flirtatiously combed her hair and lazily replied, "That old man is still touring. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach Luoyang anytime soon." Shenmu helplessly sighed and bitterly smiled. That old man has no choice but to get involved in this mess. "How long does he think he can hide for?" Yang Shuarao replied, "He'll hide for as long as he can. This Luoyang city is filled with holes. If he accidentally falls into one, he might not be able to climb out again. That unscrupulous old thief is smarter than a ghost. His nickname in the officialdom is Old Fox. How can he not be more cautious when he meets someone like you who specializes in digging holes?" Shenmu chuckled and said, "That's true. If he wants to delay, then let him. Anyway, the Empress has already ordered him to return to the capital. He won't be able to delay for long. Come, let's enter the city. We'll trick people while waiting for him." Yang Shuarao lazily stretched her waist and followed him back to the canopy. She delicately pleaded, "Are we going to see that young Master Jiang who wears white all year round? Let's rest for 2 days and accompany me on a tour of Luoyang's scenery. It's my first time coming to the eastern capital." Shenmu's voice came from the cabin. "From Chang'an to Luoyang, you've already enjoyed the scenery along the way. Haven't you seen enough?" Yang Shuarao coquettishly pouted, "You dead man, it's as if you've never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. I've been bullied by you along the way. How can I have the time to enjoy the scenery? Hee, reward my ass. You really hit the nail on the head. Ah, I'll bite you to death." A burst of laughter came from the cabin. The waiters at the bow were busy with their own things, as if they were already used to it. Qiu Shenji had already arrived at the Dragon Gate with the Jinwu guards. The Ministry of Justice's Zhu Xing and a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture were also the first to arrive. At this moment, a large number of officials were doing the final purge around the Dragon Gate. Even some monks who were not particularly clear about their background were driven away from the Dragon Gate. The officers and soldiers of the Jinwu Guards were arranging defenses around the Dragon Gate, Fragrant Hill, the banks of the Yi River and the post stations. Qiu Shenji and Zhu Xing stood side by side in front of the mountain gate of Fragrant Hill Temple. The two of them were like killing gods. As long as one of them stood there, others would not dare to come close. When the two of them stood side by side, ghosts and gods would retreat. Within a radius of 10 feet, there was not a single person. Qiu Shenji and Zhu Lai were the 4 ruthless officials of the imperial court. Qiu Shenji and Zhu Xing were officials who climbed up the official path, so they naturally formed a faction. Lai Junchen was originally a prisoner. He relied on opportunism and informants to get rich. Suo Yuanli was a Persian barbarian who did not follow the right path. Therefore, the two of them formed a faction. Wu Zetian's change of dynasty was imminent. Everyone could see that Empress Wu's ascension to the throne was unstoppable. However, Wu Zetian was old after all. She was a person who was almost 70 years old. No one knew when she would pass away. Since she was going to be the empress, the crown prince became the most important issue for all the officials. If Empress Wu wanted to be the empress, the crown prince would be the most confusing. The other dynasties only had a few princes. There were at most 2 or 3 people who were truly qualified to compete for the position of crown prince. Even so, the officials often chose the wrong side. And now, Empress Wu was using the identity of the Li dynasty's Empress Dowager to take over the country and proclaim herself as the empress. She would turn the Li clan's country into the Wu clan's country. The variable of the crown prince would be even greater. Empress Wu had 4 sons. 2 of them had already died in her hands. Of the other 2, one was now a puppet emperor. The other was under house arrest in Fangzhou and under strict supervision. If Empress Wu became the empress, it was hard to say whether her son would inherit the position of crown prince. Then who was the remaining candidate for the crown prince? After Zhu Xing and Qiu Shenji discussed, they set their target on Princess Taiping. In the end, Qiu Shenji tried to probe and was given the cold shoulder. Now, the two of them had to choose another wise ruler to ensure their wealth and honor would last for a long time. Chapter 156. Zhu Xing stood on the stone steps of the mountain gate, motionless. Even the frown on his face did not change for a long time. If it was not for the spring breeze gently brushing against his robe and his beard, he would have looked like a statue standing there. After a long time, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "I have thought about it and still feel that the possibility of the Empress passing the throne to the Li descendants is the smallest. Although they are the Empress children, if the throne is passed to them, they will definitely restore the title of Li Tang. Then what is the point of the Empress becoming the Empress? She can just continue being the Empress." Qiu Shenji nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. That is why we chose Taiping. Speaking of which, if Taiping is willing to fight, I feel that she has the highest chance of becoming the crown prince." Zhu Xing said, "Yes, if there was anyone in this world that the Heavenly Queen truly loved and cared about, it was Taiping. Although her surname is also Li, if she wants to inherit the world, only a new dynasty can do so. Once the title of Li Tang is restored, she will no longer be the Empress and will have to return to the imperial clan of Li Tang. So, Taiping is the best candidate." Qiu Shenji's eyes moved and he suddenly said with interest, "The Empress kills her own sons if she wants to, but she only favors Taiping. The rumors say that it was because the Empress strangled her infant daughter to death to frame Empress Wang for the Empress position. The Empress is a woman after all, and she killed her own daughter. The Empress only favors Taiping because she wants to make up for her guilt towards the little princess." Zhu Xing smiled faintly and said, "There is a reason for this. A little princess who died a few months ago does not need to be treated with great courtesy. But after the Empress came to power, she gave this little princess a title and moved her to a grand burial. This is more grand than all the princesses of the Tang dynasty. Perhaps this rumor is true. However, there is no need to investigate it. The important thing is that the Empress favors Taiping. Otherwise, there would not be so many rumors. Unfortunately, everyone has their own ambitions." Qiu Shenji said, "Taiping has no intention of becoming the Empress. Then the Wu clan's descendants are the most likely?" Zhu Xing shook his head, "This is why I cannot make up my mind. The Empress and the Wu clan do not have a good relationship. More accurately, it is extremely bad. After the Empress took power, the Wu clan was the first to be punished. Think about it, what happened to the Empress' two half-brothers, Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing, and her three cousins, Wu Huiliang, Wu Weiliang, and Wu Huayun?" Qiu Shenji thought for a moment, then said, "Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing died in exile. It is said that they died of depression because they were too worried. Of the Heavenly Empress' three cousins, Wu Huiliang died a long time ago, Wu Weiliang and Wu Huayun were executed by the Heavenly Empress. Their children all changed their surnames to Viper, exiled to Desolate Border." Zhu Xing replied with a hair, "That's right. Even their surnames had been changed to Wei, the Wei from Viper. Even the Empress' cousin, Wu Huiliang, who died a long time ago, was not spared. The Empress sent his wife, Lady Shan, to the capital and personally whipped her with thorns. Lady Shan's back was smashed until bones were exposed. She wailed as she died. This isn't just discord with the family. What kind of hatred does one have to do such a thing?" Qiu Shenji's eyes flickered. The Empress announced that they were disrespectful to the Empress' birth mother, Lady Yang. "Haha, I don't really believe this reason. Lady Yang was already 40 when she married the Empress' father. At that time, the Empress' father was conferred the title of Duke Ying. He was one of the 16 founding fathers of the Tang dynasty and one of the 8 prime ministers. He controlled the imperial army and had great power. What kind of woman couldn't he marry? Madame Yang was over 40 years old, but she was still able to marry the second wife of High Duke Ying only because she was from the Yang family of Hongnong, a prestigious and influential family. With such a background and being the wife of Duke Ying, how could her 2 stepsons dare to disrespect her? Not to mention that Wu Huiliang and the other 2 are from the Wu branch. They can't be disrespectful to the Duke's wife." Zhu Xing said, "That's right." Because of this rudeness, the Empress took it to heart and entered the palace at the age of 14. 40 years later, when she was in power, She couldn't wait to execute her brothers and exile the entire Wu clan. I'm afraid this vengeance is not as simple as it seems. It might not even be on Lady Yang. Qiu Shunji said, the Empress entered the palace at 14. I heard that she was still a young girl before she entered the palace. Is that how her beauty spread? The two of them looked at each other as if they had suddenly thought of something, but neither of them were willing to say it out loud. Their gazes met and they quickly looked away. Zhu Xing changed the topic and said, the Empress placed the Wu clansmen in an important position. It was only after she had the idea of becoming the emperor that she changed their surname from Wei back to Wu and transferred them back to the capital to give them important positions. That's why I'm not sure if the Empress still needs them after she becomes the Empress. Qiu Shunji thought about it and said, in my opinion, the Empress has no other choice. If she chose a descendant of the Li clan, why would she spend so much effort to become the Empress? Once the Empress becomes the Empress, she has to consider how to pass down her empire. Since the Empress can give up her vengeance and use the Wu clan to become the Empress, then, to pass down her empire, she can only choose a descendant from the Wu clan. Zhu Xing paced back and forth on the stairs with his hands behind his back. He looked up and asked, then, in your opinion, if the Empress can only choose one descendant from the Wu clan, who is the most likely? Qiu Shunji said decisively, Wu Chengxi. Zhu Xing said, what's the reason? Qiu Shunji said, among the Wu clan's descendants, the most promising are Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. In terms of ancestry, Wu Chengxi inherited the ancestral title of Duke of Zhu and the legacy of Empress Wu's biological father. So, he is the eldest, while Wu Sanxi is the junior. In terms of bloodline, Wu Chengxi is of Wu Yuanshuang's bloodline, Wu Sanxi is of Wu Yuanqing's bloodline. Yuanshuang is the elder brother, so he's the eldest branch. Yuanqing is the younger brother, so he's the second branch. According to this order, Wu Chengxi has the highest chance of becoming the Empress. What does Brother Zhu think? Zhu Xing started pacing again. After pacing for a while, he stopped and turned back to Qiu Shunji. The Empress will be staying at Fragrant Hill Temple. The Empress relatives and civil and military officials will be staying at other temples and temporarily requisitioned residences of the officials. Wu Chengxi's residence is at Fengxian Temple. Qiu Shunji smiled. Good. When he arrives, I'll pay him a visit. I hope this time, I won't come back empty-handed again. Zhu Xing laughed and said with certainty, that won't happen. Wu Chengxi is not Taiping. Wu Zetian's guards of honor arrived at Dragon's Gate. The civil and military officials who had arrived earlier to prepare went to the front of the mountain to welcome the Empress. Only then did they disperse and settle down separately. Qiu Shunji rearranged and inspected the patrolling matters. When he returned to Fragrant Hill Temple, he reported to Empress Wu. When he saw the Empress looking tired, he quickly got up and bade farewell. Qiu Shunji left Fragrant Hill Temple and went straight to Fengxian Temple. When the people in Wu Chengxi's residence saw that it was the great general of the Jin Wu guards visiting, they did not dare to slight him. They quickly invited him into a quiet and clean meditation room and served him a cup of cheese made from goat's milk. Qiu Shunji sat down and drank a mouthful of cheese. He asked, I took the liberty to visit without an appointment. I wonder if the Minister of Wu is here. Wu Chengxi was now the Minister of Rights, one of the lower three ranks of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He was one of the Prime Ministers, which was why Qiu Shunji addressed him as such. The people in the Wu house answered, unfortunately, the Empress is visiting Dragon's Gate. There are many Wu clansmen accompanying her. Because the clansmen rarely see each other, our Lang and Minister Xia, Lord Sanxi, have gone to visit the Wu clansmen. Qiu Shunji replied with an "Oh." He was slightly disappointed. Then he asked, how long has the Minister of Wu been away? The people in the Wu house answered, about 3 hours. Qiu Shunji thought for a while and said, if that's the case, the Minister of Wu should be back by now. I will sit here for a while and wait for the minister. The people in the Wu house answered, yes, Great General, please sit. When Lang is back, I will immediately report to you. At this moment, in the valley behind Fengxian Temple, pine and cypress trees stood tall and a cool breeze blew gently. Dozens of bamboo mats were laid out in the forest. There were a few tables on the mats. On the tables, There were buttermilk, rice wine, fruits, pastries, and all kinds of food. The Wu clansmen in the capital were all gathered here. They were all dressed in embroidered robes and jade belts. With so many people gathered here, it was as if they were on a spring outing. However, the scene was abnormally quiet. There was no noise at all. The ones sitting in the middle were, of course, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. These two were obviously the core members of the Wu clan. Wu Chengxi said, "Everyone, I have already made it very clear to Sanxi just now. Our Wu clan's wealth and glory are all tied to the Empress. Now, the matter of the Empress replacing Li Tang is imminent. At this time, our Wu clan must work together and do our best to help the Empress ascend the throne as soon as possible." Wu Sanxi said loudly, "Once the Empress ascends the throne, our Wu clan will be the royal clan. We will be incomparably noble and worry-free. Therefore, everyone in our Wu clan must do their best. Whoever is half-hearted will be the common enemy of our entire clan. We will unite and annihilate them." The Empress is still unwilling to ascend the throne because there are still people loyal to Li Tang in the imperial court. Some have troops, some have power, so the Empress has no choice but to be wary. What we need to do now is to kill all the members of Li Tang's imperial clan and the ministers loyal to Li Tang. We need to eliminate all obstacles for the Empress. Wu Chengxi nodded. "Sanxi is right. Now, Prince Zi Li Shangjin, Prince Sun Li Sujie, Prince Nanan Li Ying and other members of Li Tang's imperial clan are still here. We need to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Then, we need to get rid of the ministers in the imperial court who are not willing to submit to our Wu clan." Wu Sanxi saw that he was arrogant and always put on the airs of the Wu clan's patriarch in front of his clansmen and himself. He was very displeased and coldly snorted, "Don't forget. There are still Li Xian's 2 sons. They must not be allowed to live." Chapter 157. Li Xian was Crown Prince Zhonghui, the 6th son of Emperor Gaozong Liji and the 2nd son of Wu Zetian. After his brother Li Hong's death, Li Xian was made the Crown Prince. Later on, he was accused of treason and was demoted to a commoner and exiled to Bazhu. After that, because Li Xian was a virtuous person, he became an obstacle to Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. As a result, she sent Qiu Shenji to Bazhu to force Li Xian to commit suicide. After Li Xian's death, Wu Zetian used the excuse that Qiu Shenji had wrongly killed Li Xian and demoted him to a provincial governor. At the same time, Li Xian's title of crown prince was restored. Li Xian's 2 sons were able to return to Luoyang and become princes again. These 2 naturally had the right to inherit the throne. Wu Chengxi said, "That's right. We cannot let these 2 brats go. Time waits for no one, everyone. The Empress is already old. Do we have to wait another 8 to 10 years before she ascends to the throne? We must remove all obstacles for the Empress as soon as possible and help her ascend the throne smoothly." Wu Shaoji. As Wu Chengxi spoke, he suddenly saw his cousin Wu Shaoji looking around absent-mindedly. He couldn't help but frown and call out in disgust. Wu Shaoji was Wu Weiliang's 3rd son. After Wu Zetian ascended to power, she executed this cousin and changed his family's surname to Wei and demoted them to the desolate border. So for a period of time, Wu Shaoji was called Wei Jiji. Later on, Wu Zetian's power grew and she had the idea of changing the dynasty and becoming the empress. She urgently needed a force that was absolutely loyal to her, so she summoned the Wu clansmen back to the capital and placed them in an important position. Wei Jiji was thus granted the surname Wu and returned to the court to become an official. The suffering of being exiled would have different effects on people with different personalities. People like Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi would become even more passionate about power once they were in power. They used to behave with their tails between their legs, but now they were bossy and domineering. They wanted nothing more than to earn back the disappointment they had in the past by 100-fold. Wu Shaoji was completely different from his 2 cousins, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. Since young, he had been quiet and cowardly. He did not like to compete with others and did not have a strong desire for fame and fortune. His father was executed by his aunt, Wu Zetian. He didn't have the ability or courage to take revenge on his aunt. He didn't even have the courage to refuse Wu Zetian's reward. However, deep down in his heart, He was unwilling to accept the reward from the enemy who killed his father. The feeling of humiliation, hatred, and powerlessness intertwined, causing him to become even more taciturn. He had always disapproved of the Wu clan's wild ambitions. He always felt that if a woman were to rule the world would not be stable. It was fine if the empress didn't proclaim herself as the empress, but if she did, she would bring disaster to the Wu clan sooner or later, just like the Empress Lu Ji of the Han dynasty. So when these Wu clan members were immersed in the fantasy of becoming the royal family, Wu Shaoji didn't feel excitement. Instead, he felt unease and boredom. However, because of his cowardice, he didn't dare to reveal his true thoughts and could only treat it negatively. When Wu Chengsai called out, Wu Shaoji immediately came back to his senses. He quickly straightened his back and respectfully greeted, "Cousin." Wu Chengxi suppressed the anger in his heart, knocked on the table and said, "Sansi and I will be in charge of eradicating the hostile forces that are obstructing the Empress ascension. After that, we will have to build up momentum and organize people from all walks of life to gather together to petition and persuade the Empress. You will be in charge of this." When Wu Shaoji heard this, he uneasily twisted his body and said, "Cousin, this little brother's talent is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it and will ruin the clan's plans." Wu Sansi fiercely glared at him and said, "If you really want to be in charge of everything, I won't be able to rest easy. You only need to be in charge of finding a few courageous and quick-witted people from the imperial censors to wave the flag and shout battle cries to strengthen our momentum. As for the rest of the arrangements, I will take over." Wu Shaoji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then this little brother will reluctantly give it a try." Wu Chengsai and Wu Sansi gave some advice to the Wu clan's members before dispersing. In front of others, Wu Chengsai and Wu Sansi could be considered to be on good terms. Behind the scenes, they were not willing to submit to each other. Once the crowd dispersed, the two of them also left without saying a word to each other. Just as Wu Chengsai returned to Fengxian Temple, a family member who was waiting at the door reported, "Ah Lang, Jin Wu Guard's General Qiu Shunji is here to see you. He has been waiting for you in the guest hall for a long time." "Oh, Qiu Shunji?" Wu Chengsai's eyes flashed and said, "Go, tell General Qiu that I have returned. I will go see him after changing my clothes." Wu Chengsai walked into his bedroom but was not in a hurry to change his clothes. He first sat there and thought carefully for a while. He had a good relationship with Qiu Shunji, but that was because one of them was a relative of the Empress, and the other was a confidant of the Empress. They were not that close. Why did Qiu Shunji suddenly come to visit? After thinking for a while, Wu Chengsai still could not figure it out. He could only stand up and say, "Come, change clothes." Two maids heard him and came in. They helped him take off his hat, washed his face, and tied his hair into a bun. They also took out a set of light robes with incense for him to change into. Wu Chengsai tied it up and slowly walked to the guest hall. When Qiu Shunji saw him, he quickly stood up and cupped his fists. "Qiu Shunji greets Minister Wu. Ha ha ha, General Qiu, sorry for the long wait. I have just returned from a gathering with my clansmen. Please sit, 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 sit." Wu Chengsai invited Qiu Shunji back to his seat and sat down on the main seat. He said with a face full of smiles, "I heard that General is stationed at the Dragon's Gate to guard the Empress. The army has just arrived, so you must be very busy. I wonder if General has something important to discuss with me." Qiu Shunji smiled, "I have come today because I have something important to discuss with Minister Wu." "Oh." Wu Chengxi gave him a deep look and lightly waved his hand. The family members standing in the hall immediately bowed and retreated. Wu Chengsai said, "General, please speak." Qiu Shunji put his hands on his knees and said seriously, "I am a martial artist and like to speak frankly. I will not beat around the bush with Minister Wu." Wu Chengsai laughed and said, "That is for the best. Everyone is beating around the bush and guessing. It is very boring. I like people who are straightforward. General Qiu, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. If it comes from your mouth and into my ears, no one else will know." Qiu Shunji said, "Then I will speak frankly. Minister Wu, although the world is still under the banner of Li Tang, anyone can see that the Empress will change Li Tang's order and the dynasty will change. Wu Chengsai was shocked and was about to speak when Qiu Shunji raised his hand to stop him. He continued, I have always been loyal to the Empress. I believe Minister Wu knows my character very well. If there is anything to hide, there is no need. Wu Chengsai stroked his beard and laughed. Then what does General Qiu want to say? Qiu Shunji said, since ancient times, when a new emperor ascends the throne, there is one thing that must be done. That is to choose a successor. I wonder what Minister Wu thinks about this. Wu Chengsai's eyes flashed. He leaned forward slightly and said attentively, I wonder what General Qiu thinks about this. Qiu Shunji said in a low voice, the successor is related to the country and the peace of the world. It cannot be ignored. Once the Empress ascends the throne, Minister Wu will not only be the Prime Minister of the court, but also the number one person in the imperial family. Whether it is from the responsibility of the Prime Minister or the status of a member of the imperial family, Minister Wu should consider who the successor is. Does Minister Wu not have a suitable person in mind? Wu Chengsai waved his hand. Ari. This, of course, will be decided by the Empress herself. If you ask me, in my opinion, the Empress has two sons. The current Emperor and the Prince of Luling of Fangju. The future successor will definitely be one of them. Qiu Shunji said, if the Empress replaces Li Tang, will she make Li Tang's Emperor an imperial prince crown prince? You must know that although they are the sons of the Empress, they are also the sons of Emperor Gaozong. They are surnamed Li and not Wu. Since ancient times, when has there been a precedent of an emperor passing the country to someone with a different surname? Wu Chengsai said cunningly, then, what does General Qiu think? Qiu Shunji knew that Wu Chengsai did not know his intentions and did not dare to express his opinion. Thus, he said bluntly, this Qiu thinks that when the Empress ascends the throne, the successor will definitely be the Wu clan. And among the branches of the Wu clan, whether it is in terms of talent, ancestry, or bloodline, if Minister Wu says he is second, no one will dare to say they are first. Therefore, the successor should be Minister Wu. Only then will it be in accordance with the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Wu Chengsai was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. General Qiu, you are wrong. How can this Wu dare to be the successor? Don't ever say such things again. Qiu Shunji saw that he was putting on airs and pretended to be disappointed. He slowly stood up and said, Ari, if Minister Wu wants, the successor will not be able to escape from Minister Wu's hands. Since Minister Wu has no intention of becoming the successor, then pretend that I never said anything and never came. I will not disturb Minister Wu any longer. I will take my leave now. General Qiu, please wait. Wu Chengsai saw this and quickly rushed forward to stop him. He laughed and said, General Qiu, please sit, please sit. This, successor, hey, it is not that I am belittling myself, but I am indeed nervous, very nervous. Who dares to covet the country's divine weapon? However, once the Wu clan becomes a royal clan, I will be the eldest among the sons and nephews. For the Empress Empire, for the Wu clan's empire, if the Empress is willing to place this heavy responsibility on Chengxi, then Chengxi will naturally be duty-bound. At this point, Wu Chengsai looked deeply at Qiu Shunji and said, although Chengxi does not have the talent to stabilize the country, I believe that if he is wise and humbly accepts advice, he will definitely be able to share the Empress' burden. General Qiu, are you willing to lend Chengxi a hand? Qiu Shunji smiled cheerfully. If not, why would this Qiu come to visit today? If Minister Wu has this intention, then this Qiu will do his best to assist Minister Wu. General Qiu is indeed a straightforward person. Servants, set up a banquet. I want to drink with General Qiu. At the banquet, the two opened their hearts and became closer the more they chatted. Their relationship was good to begin with, and now that there were benefits involved, their relationship became even closer. Under the influence of alcohol, Qiu Shunji spoke of his plan. The new dynasty has just been established, so I'm afraid the Empress will still choose Li Dan or Li Xian as the crown prince. The Empress always plans before taking action. Ascending as a woman is an unprecedented first. Choosing Li Xian as the crown prince is also to calm the hearts of the people and smoothly take over the power. Wu Chengxi filled his cup and nodded. Shunji's words are very reasonable. Chengxi also thinks so. Once the empress ascends to the throne, she will definitely make either Li Dan or Li Xian the crown prince. However, this is for the smooth transition of the dynasty and for the world to remain undisturbed. Once the empress firmly grasps the world in her hands, Qiu Shinji said, so, if Minister Wu wants to ascend to the position of crown prince, you have to mix light and dark, yin and yang complementing each other. Only by planning early can you ensure that nothing goes wrong. You must know that when the crown prince changes in the future, the resistance will not only come from the officials who still refuse to give up on Li Tang, but also. Wu Chengsai understood tacitly and said, this, I also understand. He. There are many people in my Wu clan who want to be crown prince. Shinji, what do you mean by light and dark complementing each other? Qiu Shinji said, this is to do things with all one's heart and assist the court. After all, the Heavenly Empress is already old, and there are many things that Minister Wu needs to help with. The Heavenly Empress likes talented people, so as long as Minister Wu fully displays his abilities and becomes a well-known figure among the Wu clan's descendants, would he still be afraid of not being able to enter the Heavenly Empress' eyes? Wu Chengsai nodded repeatedly and said, this is natural, then what about in the dark? Qiu Shinji said, this in the dark. Haha, a fence has 3 stakes, a good man has 3 helpers. Minister Wu still needs to befriend many important officials of the court and nurture trusted forces. Just having the Empress appreciation is not enough. You must have enough power to make people look at you. Only then will you be qualified to ascend to this throne. Wu Chengsai smiled knowingly and said, yes, Shinji's words are reasonable. Then, what does this yin and yang complementing each other mean? Qiu Shinji said, this yin is naturally to completely eradicate Li Tang's forces. Right now, there are still some princes who have not been eradicated, especially Li Dan and Li Xian, these 2 princes. No matter which one the Empress chooses as crown prince, the one who can pull them down from the position of crown prince in the future will have the highest chance of becoming crown prince. I don't need to say this, Minister Wu should understand. Wu Chengsai nodded again and said through gritted teeth, of course I understand. The person who can bring down this crown prince is enough to prove his position in the Emperor's heart, enough to prove that he has the power to influence the court. Those fence-sitters will naturally flock to him. Originally, even if he only had 70% of his power, as long as he succeeds in this matter, his power and reputation will be enough to reach 100%. What does this yang mean? Qiu Shinji smiled slightly and said in a low voice, this yang is a marriage alliance. Wu Chengsai said in surprise, after my wife died of illness, the position of the first wife has always been empty, but, a marriage alliance? Who do you mean a marriage alliance with? Qiu Shinji said, naturally a marriage alliance with Princess Li Tang. Minister Wu, getting rid of Li Tang's royal family is to remove hidden obstacles. But Li Tang has ruled the world for decades. The people's will, the civil and military officials everywhere, it is impossible to say that they have no loyalty to Li Tang. If you can marry a princess of the Tang dynasty who has great influence in the court, you can obtain the support and approval of these people, and also obtain more of the Empress' trust and favor. Wu Chengsai's eyes flashed and he said slowly, such a princess, who is it? Qiu Shinji said word by word, naturally, the Grand Princess of Peace. Chapter 158. The spring mountains were calm and gentle, like a young girl smiling. The Yi River quietly flowed in front of the grotto, flowing calmly and beautifully, like the great Buddha of Lushna in the grotto, serene and charming. The color of the mountain was a crisp green, like the shallow stream in a stream, clear and shallow, but no matter how hard one tried, they could not see through it. Yang Fan wandered through the forest, as leisurely as if he was walking on the beach of the South Sea. He liked the atmosphere here, relaxed, elegant, and natural. Among the thick, soft leaves, there were already many unknown wildflowers and weeds. Yang Fan suddenly saw a few things that he was familiar with. They were tender wild vegetables. Looking carefully, there were many tender mushrooms and wild vegetables drilling out of the withered branches and withered leaves. Cat's ear, purslane, pentafang grass, shepherd's purse, broom sprouts, thorn buds. Yang Fan squatted down to pick them in high spirits. At first, he felt that there were not enough wild vegetables, but when he really picked them, they soon filled his clothes. Young Fan was very happy. He could take these wild vegetables back and soak them in boiling water, dipping them in sauce. It would be a very delicious delicacy. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of his sister, the beautiful young girl who was like a green bamboo. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Young Fan quickly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and looked over. It was a little squirrel. The squirrel was holding a pine cone and dragging its fat tail. It stood under the roots of a tree not far away, staring at him with a pair of black eyes. Young Fan was teased by the little squirrel, and the sadness in his heart dissipated with the wind. He pursed his lips at the little squirrel and called out twice. The little squirrel was startled, threw away the pine cone, and quickly climbed up the tree. When Young Fan saw its cute appearance, he could not help but laugh. At this time, he heard another rustling sound. This time, it was definitely the sound of footsteps. Young Fan turned his head in alarm. Under the forest, a corner of a white dress could be faintly seen. In the col, Xiao Man squatted in the grass and dug up wild vegetables. Although she was a beggar when she was young, she didn't know many kinds of wild vegetables. She was too young at that time, and the food she got was not enough to eat. When her mother needed to dig for wild vegetables, she would waste her time catching butterflies and insects. It wasn't until her mother passed away that she and her elder brother depended on each other for survival. It was only then that her elder brother taught her to recognize some wild vegetables. She remembered almost every word that her elder brother had said. She remembered that her elder brother had once said that it was very delicious to use the chicken to make some sauce and dip it in some wild vegetables. She also remembered that when her elder brother had said this, that skinny little face that was always bruised and swollen would reveal an expression of extreme happiness, as well as a hint of desire. Unfortunately, at that time, the two of them didn't have the chance to enjoy such a luxurious meal. It wasn't until she left her elder brother and followed Aunt Pei to Luoyang that she had the chance to eat the delicacy that her elder brother had mentioned. After so many years, she had fallen in love with this taste. However, if she wanted to eat this dish, she could only go to a restaurant to eat or go to the market to buy some wild vegetables and cook it herself. Now, after accompanying Empress Wu to Dragon Gate, she realized that there were so many wild vegetables on the mountain. She could even recognize many of them. As she dug happily, she recalled the times when she and her elder brother would dig wild vegetables and bird nests in the forest when they were young. She felt a warm feeling in her heart. It's Shangguan Wei. Young Fan squatted in the grass and saw the figure coming. It was Shanghai Wan. Moreover, she was alone without anyone accompanying her. Young Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should I make a move? No one knew how Shangguan Wan felt about grass, trees, and forests. Shangguan Wan had been a slave in the palace since she was a child. When she was still a little girl, her mother washed clothes that were as tall as a mountain every day. Everyone in the palace had their own errands to do. When everyone was busy, the young Shangguan Wan would secretly leave behind the poems her mother wanted her to recite and run alone to spend time with the grass and insects. She had a deep feeling for plants. She would feel completely relaxed when she saw them. Wandering in the forest, she didn't need to be as cautious as she was in front of Empress Wu. She didn't need to observe Empress Wu's expression at all times and analyze every word she said. She also didn't need to be as dignified and refined as she was in front of the scholars in Hongwen Library. Here, she was completely free. She could run if she wanted to, jump if she wanted to, and sing if she wanted to. The air here was freer than in the palace. It was intoxicating. Empress Wu was getting on in years. Every year after ascending the Dragon Gate, she would need to rest to recover. This period of time was the most relaxing time for Shangguan to wait for the imperial edict. She would always find a time to stroll alone in the green mountains and clear waters, as if immersed in the gentle spring water. She would remove the mask on her face and be herself completely. This year, she was already 25. Wan, who had never had romantic thoughts before, was suffering from love. She felt even more depressed, so she was even more addicted to the feeling of wandering alone in the forest. She took a deep breath of the fresh scent of plants and stood still. Through the green leaves, she looked at the Yi River, which was as smooth and bright as a jade belt. Her feelings turned into poetry. A new poem slipped out of her mouth. The air is clear at dawn, and I admire the cherry flowers. The hawksbill turtle is the color of spring, and the colored glass ripples. I whistle on the rocks, and sing a short song as I climb the pines. Unless there is an outsider, who passes by? Shanghai WN had just said who passes by when she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Shanghai WN turned her head and saw a figure rushing out of the forest like a cheetah. His 10 fingers were spread out, and he pounced on her. This person was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Army. His face was tightly covered with a cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Shanghai WAN was shocked. She didn't have time to shout before she was pushed down by the person, and she was firmly pressed to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with leaves that had accumulated over the years. It was soft and wouldn't hurt her. Shanghai WN was about to shout when a large hand covered her mouth, covering most of her delicate face. Only a pair of frightened eyes could be seen. "Don't shout if you don't want to die," a somewhat hoarse middle-aged man shouted fiercely. Shanghai WN quickly blinked her eyes at him, showing a completely understanding and completely obedient posture. The masked man slightly raised his hand in satisfaction. Shanghai WN, who was somewhat suffocated, took a deep breath. The horseman said again, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Shanghai WN calmed herself down and said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" The horseman said, "Of course I know. You are Shangguan Daijiao. I'm looking for you. Miss Shangguan, I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of. Only Shangguan Daijiao can solve it. As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go. I will not go back on my word." Shanghai WAN fixed her eyes on him. A strange expression slowly appeared on her face. Her cheeks quickly became flushed. She said shyly and angrily, You, young fan, you bastard. What the hell do you want to do?" "Ah!" Young fan was startled and said, "How did you know it was me?" As soon as he said this, he knew it was bad. When he said this, he forgot to cover his voice. Shanghai WN said shyly and angrily, "How did I not know it was you? How could I not recognize that sneaky look in your eyes? You really have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's courage." Young fan pulled down the mask on his face. He was dumbfounded. Shanghai WAN actually recognized him. What should he do? Shanghai WAN saw his appearance. Her heart was beating even faster. This stinky boy, he actually took advantage of me walking alone in the mountains and covered his face. She thought about what he said just now. Things like "I won't kill you" and "I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of." Things like "Only Shangguan Daijiao can solve it." "As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go." What he wanted to do, was there a need to ask? Although Shanghai WN was as pure as a piece of white paper when it came to relationships, she was not ignorant of the common knowledge of relationships between men and women. She felt that she had guessed Young Fan's goal. Her body immediately became hot. She did not know if she was ashamed, angry, resentful, or hateful. Some of the questions that she could not figure out were suddenly cleared up. No wonder he pursued her for a few days. Seeing that her attitude was getting colder, he did not make any moves. It turned out that he had such dirty thoughts. Young Fan did not know that Shanghai WN was thinking about the wrong things. When he saw that she had seen through his identity, he was dumbfounded. What to do? She originally planned to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to force out the whereabouts of Miao Shunka. There were less than 50 to 30,000 Imperial guards around the Dragon's Gate. Where would she go to investigate? But now, Young Fan's heart was in a mess. Shanghai WN was firmly pressed against his body. Feeling his strong and masculine body, that faint masculine smell, her heart was dizzy. She became more and more embarrassed and annoyed. A strange feeling that she had never felt before was like a warm little mouse scurrying around in her body, making her uncomfortable and afraid. Shanghai WN's face was red and she shouted in a low voice, "You bastard! Still not letting me go. You! Where are you grabbing?" "Ah!" Yang Fan then came back to his senses. Just now when he pounced on Shanghai WNR, he covered her mouth with one hand and stuck his other hand on her shoulder. Because his identity was seen through by her, he lifted his hand to pull off the cloth. When he put it back, he placed his hand on her chest. Because he was at a loss and did not know what to do next, he did not notice at all. At this time, after being shouted at by Shanghai WNR, Yang Fan then came back to his senses. He felt that the edge of his palm was smooth and soft. The texture was rich but it was not loose. The softness was extremely elastic. His face could not help but heat up and he quickly raised his hand. Shanghai WNR saw that his cheeks were slightly red and her face was even hotter. She wanted to struggle but his body was firmly pressed against her. Their abdomens were pressed against each other and their hips were kissing. When she moved a little, a strange feeling suddenly made her whole body go limp. It was as if her arm was being pressed down in her sleep. It was so numb that she could not use any strength. Shanghai WNR was embarrassed and angry as she said, "You, still not getting up? Get up." At this time, Yang Fan really did not know what to do. At this time, a clear and cold female voice shouted, "Thief, how dare you?" Chapter 159. With a Chong Lang sound, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Yang Fan hurriedly turned his head and saw Xiamuwen standing under a tree not far away. Her willowy eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. A long sword like the autumn waters was unsheathed and pointed straight at his back. The front of her lapel was falling down, followed by a lot of freshly picked wild vegetables. "It's you." When Xiamuwen saw Yang Fan's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. She had just picked a lapel full of wild vegetables and excitedly came out of the forest. She wanted to go back and cook them well so that she could taste them with Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a few other close friends. Unexpectedly, when she came out of the forest, she saw a guard pressing down on a struggling woman. At first, she thought that it was an unruly palace guard who was having an affair with a palace maid, but when she saw the woman's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. This woman was Shangguan Daijiao. Xiamuwen immediately unsheathed her sword and prepared to save her. Unexpectedly, when Yang Fan turned his head, she jumped in fright. Out of the requirements of her duty, of course, she should save Shanghai WNR. Moreover, she hated men who bullied and raped women. If such a man fell into her hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. But the man in front of her was her savior. Xiao Man had been homeless since she was a child and lived a hard life. She was used to the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world. So if someone treated her well, she would remember it in her heart, not to mention a life-saving grace. However, this person was not only a shameless perverted thief but also her savior. How should she choose? When Yang Fan saw Xiamuwen appear, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He secretly sighed and without saying anything, he jumped up and wanted to run away. People were emotional creatures. Not to mention that Shangguan WNR and Xiamuwen were both beautiful and lovable girls, it was already difficult for him to lay his hands on them. Moreover, after spending so much time together, he had developed some feelings for them. How could he bear to lay his hands on them? Moreover, Xiamuwen's martial arts might not be as good as his, but in a situation where Xiamuwen was prepared, it would not be easy for him to kill her even if he wanted to. Once Xiamuwen turned around and ran, or shouted for the other guards, he would be surrounded. Right now, Yang Fan only wanted to escape. But once he escaped, he would have to hide and hide. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As soon as she saw that he wanted to escape, Shanghai WNR straightened her back and suddenly sat up. She shouted in a sweet voice, "You stop right there." Yang Fan's body stopped. He first looked at Xiamuwen with vigilance. Then he slightly leaned his body to one side and gathered his strength under his feet. Only then did he cast his gaze on Shanghai WNR. Shanghai WNR stood up. She slightly lowered her head and combed her slightly messy hair. In fact, her white gown was already wrinkled. There were some dried leaves on the back of her lapel. Even if she combed her hair, it would be difficult to cover up her embarrassment. But the charm and grace that she had cultivated for many years made her movements still elegant and noble. At first glance, It was easy to overlook the situation on her body. Xiao Man, you can withdraw. At Shanghai Wan's words, Xie Muwen and Yang Fan's eyes widened at the same time. Xie Muwen hesitantly said, Shangguan is waiting to be summoned. Shanghai Wana slightly lowered her flushed cheeks. She continued to comb her hair with trembling fingers. She forced herself to be calm and said, You misunderstand. I was not careful when I was walking. I accidentally fell down. Bodyguard Yang wanted to help me, but he accidentally tripped over the wisteria. Cough. Well, you go and do your own things. This matter, by all means, do not mention it to anyone. Yes. This lowly officer obeys. Xie Muwen's big black eyes were full of suspicion. But even the person involved had said so. What else could she say? Xie Muwen secretly muttered. She returned her sword to its sheath. She glanced at the scattered wild vegetables on the ground with distress. Only then did she fly away. Yang Fan stood there, full of doubt. Why did Shanghai Wana help me cover up? Yang Fan was puzzled. He looked at Shanghai Wana with doubt. Shanghai Wana lowered her head. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Step by step, she walked in front of him. She walked very slowly. The tips of her feet gently lifted, and then gently fell back down. It was as if she was afraid that she would break the thick leaves on the ground. Because of this, her body appeared even more graceful and graceful. She stopped in front of Yang Fan. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she slowly raised her face. When she raised her head, a strange captivating redness appeared on her cheeks. Her pair of eyes that were as gentle as spring water were somewhat erratic. But in the end, she still bravely met Yang Fan's gaze. She stared at him and softly asked, You. Why did you do this? Why did I do this? Can I tell you my reason? Yang Fan thought. The corner of his mouth slightly revealed a helpless bitter smile. Shanghai Wana saw his helpless smile. It was as if she could clearly see his restless feelings. Her heart softened. She gently lowered her head and softly said, I know you like me. But how can you be like this? I don't like it, huh? Yang Fan's breath was stuck in his throat. His face immediately turned red. He never thought that his coveting for her had already been discovered by her. But her understanding was actually like this. Shanghai Wana gathered her courage. She suddenly broke through this layer of window paper. Although her face became even hotter, her mood suddenly became a lot more relaxed. She had lived for 25 years. She had never had this kind of experience and feeling. A man that she didn't hate. Actually liked, not only dared to boldly and bluntly confess to her, but in order to obtain her, he even dared to use this kind of method. She should have been very disgusted by this. But she didn't know why. Right now, she only had a kind of drunken feeling. Her head was dizzy and she couldn't think of anything. For 25 years, this lonely woman in the palace had always longed for love. But no one had ever dared to confess to her. The thing that was the easiest for other women to obtain was a kind of extravagant hope for her. But now, Yang Fan's actions actually made her feel overwhelmed by the favor he was showing her. So, being liked by someone, is this kind of feeling? Shanghai Wana felt both scared and a little curious. There was also a kind of indescribable excitement. She hung her head and waited for a long time. She didn't hear Yang Fan speak. She couldn't help but quietly raise her head again. She just happened to see Yang Fan's slightly red cheeks. His face was very young and very handsome. When it was red, in Shanghai Wana's eyes, there was a kind of very immature and bashful feeling. He was different from those noble young masters. He was also different from those scheming and astute civil and military officials. He was even more incomparable to those old and useless people in Hongwen-guan who shook their heads and recited poems all day. He was as fresh as the Yi River at the foot of the mountain. He was as young and tender as the new shoots of the green trees on the mountain. Occasionally, he would bare his fangs, displaying his wild nature that made people's hearts palpitate. He is younger than me by a few years. Thinking of this, Shanghai Wana's heart that was bathed in the river of love couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly felt touched and a kind of motherly love welled up in her heart. She couldn't bear to make things difficult for this little husband. He was still young. It was inevitable that he would be impulsive and make mistakes. Actually, his nature was very good. Thus, Shanghai Wanna softly comforted him. "All right, you don't need to be afraid, and don't be embarrassed. This time, I won't blame you, and I won't look into it. In the future, you must not." She hadn't finished speaking when Yang Fan suddenly lifted her chin and kissed her. Shanghai Wanna's eyes suddenly opened wide. Her face was full of shock. Yang Fan was really aroused. Shanghai Wanna was not like Li Lingyu, who could dazzle people with just a glance. But her elegant temperament, bright feeling, and scholarly aura made her belong to the kind of woman who was exceptionally good to look at. Even if you read her for a lifetime, you wouldn't be able to get enough of her. If Princess Taiping was the sun, then Shanghai Wanna was the moon. The sun was sometimes warm, sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was blazing like fire. The 4 seasons were changeable. If you looked at it for too long, it could dazzle your eyes. It had its own kind of lofty majesty that couldn't be violated. And the moon, no matter if it was curved like a hook or round like a jade plate, its brilliance was always bright and soft. If the sun and the moon were side by side, the first thing you would notice would always be the sun. But the elegant and tranquil moonlight would eventually steal your eyes without you noticing. Yang Fan didn't know why he had impulsively kissed her. Perhaps it was because her gentle voice had stirred up a feeling that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, stirring his heartstrings. Perhaps it was because he had unknowingly fallen in love with this woman who was as bright as the moon. Right now, he just wanted to hold this lovely woman in front of him tightly and deeply kiss her. The young man would do it when he thought of it, so he kissed her. Soft lips, fragrant and smooth tongue, the feeling of ecstasy. It turned out that the feeling of kissing was actually this sweet. Last time, Princess Taiping's kiss was just a shallow taste. Moreover, he was in an accident at that time, so the feeling was far less profound than this time. Yang Fan immediately liked this kind of feeling. In particular, Shanghai Wanna's status was so noble, but she was dominated and controlled by him. Her lips were slightly opened, and her tongue was passively sucked by him. She was so clumsy that she didn't know how to react. This made this young man produce a kind of overbearing intoxication. Shanghai Wanna's voice abruptly stopped. She was shocked by this man's overbearing manner. Her delicate body was so stiff that she couldn't move. Her body seemed to explode, and even her soul didn't know where it floated to. Until Yang Fan's tongue entered her mouth and sucked the tip of her tongue, she woke up and suddenly pushed Yang Fan away. "You! How can you be like this? I don't like it," Shanghai Wanna stuttered as she finished speaking. She lifted her skirt and ran away. Looking at her flustered appearance, she didn't have the demeanor of someone who could weigh the world and the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty.